irrespective of your faith bias. Giving is about God and humanity. So I believe in humanism as well as I believe in the Almighty God. Praise God. So, the youths, go and do your independent research. By the grace of God, God has been using us to turn their lives around. I remember we invited a woman here a few weeks ago, the Lagos State Director of NYC, and she said that in our hometown, when I was a student in University of Ife then, I was a Rastaman, I was a barber, I was a singer, I was a drummer, I was a vendor. You know, I have this ambidextrous brain. But during the holidays, I will arrange for all the youth to be taught in our hometown. And then this Angelina was my girlfriend. She said, she came in and said, every lady here, you can become great in life. And she said that statement changed her life. She's the Lagos State Director of NYC now. So we have been in this thing, placing values on people's destinies. I was caught for the Lord below age 10. So that thing is in me till tomorrow to make sure that I invest in as many youths as possible by the grace of God. We have been doing that. We have empowered them, put them in production, we have trained them in vocations, so many things, and we are still doing that, and we keep doing that. Enough clamp formation all over the world. Praise God. So, we have testimonies, very one. I've been saying this, if I'm to talk about the country, one thing I want to assure everyone is that we are an inch close to something that is mysterious, that eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, things that have never entered into the imagination of man, how God is going to turn this country around. People will be saying it, the 6 geopolitical zones, could be 6 regions. Every region has something to give to the center. We shouldn't be taken from the center. So we need to really restructure this thing. Then our constitution is fraudulent. We need to rewrite another one, not amending it. So if we want our economy to be right, we need to increase our purchasing power parity, our PPP, in the international market. And it's so easy. All we need to do, 774 local government areas. Let us now vet and audit all the 774 local government areas. Let's see what they produce there. So what they produce, let's help them in setting up cottage industries. The Chinese people will tell you, you want to be productive, you want to make it, open up roads. Then let's help them to package their products. Take the products from the local government areas to the states. Then from the states, then we take them to the international market. Then we begin to earn in dollars, so there wouldn't be pressure on dollars. So we start by looking into local government reform. You see, when it comes to the area of fiscal policy, what we make from the fiscal policy, what we pay your tax, pay this, pay that, is more than enough. The income that streams in is so humongous, but mismanagement of the income is our albatross. You know, if this monster of greed leaves everyone in Nigeria, we will be better. Everyone. We don't only have the problems of leadership, we have both the problems of leadership and followership. Our mindset must be rejigged. We must reinvent our mindset. How many rooms will you sleep? See, we have people in this country, and I'm one of them, who will give what we have to this country pro bono, gratis, without taking one. Honest in this country, brutally honest, and say, this is the way we want to go. Who has been given the contract of this road, Lagos to Ibadan? Why is it that the road that you did 2 years ago is messing up? Well, now let's look at the time that the road should stay. Now, pay back the money. When the judiciary is down, executive is down, and legislature is down, then what are we talking? Especially the judiciary. So, where's the watchdog? Too many things are not in order. And the number of people in governance, the number is too, we have too many people going there doing nothing. People who are not properly schooled in politics are there. You mention sometimes they don't know. You ask them to discuss, they can't discuss intelligently. I wonder. And I've been saying this, give this country to we, the church leaders. We will manage this country and we will give you change. Yeah. So Federal Maternity and Hospital is a 55 bed. If we have it in 774 local government areas of Nigeria, you don't need to go abroad for any treatment. All this Japa syndrome wouldn't be there. The youth are not encouraged. This is not the country they are dreaming about. And it's a shame on every one of us. May the Lord help us. Thank you.
One that is hearing this, you are the only one that has this conviction, sir. What we are saying doesn't tell you what you are saying. I remember 5-6 years ago when he said God has restored this country's prosperity to the land, and everybody should go back to the farm. And after that, I'm mining, and after that, we saw an upsurge in the number of people going into farming, and people are cashing out. A lot of people have gone into farming in the last 5-6 years. They're really doing well. It needs to be reduced, and followership needs to be more active. We are too docile. We accept just anything as a nation. So I want us to look at all of these suggestions from a positive perspective, not in terms of being sensationalized in any way. And please, I don't want you to overshadow the business we are here. We are here for CLAM's 25th anniversary briefing. But I know that this is news, and I cannot stop you from reporting that. Thank you, sir, for your perspective. I'll call on Dr. Olatunji Shobodu, the chairman of the planning committee, to talk to us more about events that would signpost the 25th anniversary. Thank you, sir.
The senior pastor, sir. And mommy, I celebrate you, man. And I celebrate everyone on the table on this side. And I also want to warmly welcome our guests from the press. I'd like to start with one of the questions that was about what the theme of the celebration is. As you may have noticed in the logo, maybe media would give us that logo again. We have as the tagline, a mission fulfilled, a vision renewed. A mission fulfilled, a vision renewed. When you look at that, it tells you that we have taken stock that after 25 years, as that scripture says in Joshua 21 and verse 45, it said, nothing has failed out of all the things that the Lord told his servant. With the theme, so that we have that understanding. The work continues, but God has been faithful thus far, and when we look back, we have a lot to thank God for. So it's also important to emphasize that it's indeed a celebration. It's a celebration of the call to his servant. It's a celebration of the fact that the servant of God did not reject the call. Because if he rejected the call or didn't step in on time, then some of us standing here may not be standing here. I can say for myself and my wife and my family that when God gave the call, we were part of those that he was thinking about at that time. Because clearly we have benefited, and I'm sure everyone around the table, we all have our story. So we're thanking God. We're thanking God for what he has done over 25 years. We're thanking God for what we have been privileged to see, what we have been privileged to enjoy, the encounter that we have been privileged to have. We're thanking God for grace upon the servant of God. I recall that I had an occasion when, not too long after we joined, to interact with the servant of God, and it had to do with, deciphering the mandate himself. And I remember that one of the things that came out of my own research at that time, which I told him, was that God specially wired you for this mandate. That nobody who doesn't have. There are three things that I said to him at the time. I said, my study of who you are, I said, I see a prophetic gift. I said, I see a commitment to the Word of God. I said, I see a commitment to soul winning. There are three planks upon which these ministerial activities have been structured. Is that we are asking the servant of God that you have run for 25 years without stopping, without breaking. We said it's a time for you to sit down and look at the impact that 25 years have had on people. So those activities are designed around what we call the impact areas of the ministry. We are not celebrating name. We are not celebrating superficial stuff. We are celebrating substance, not form. And so we start on, this coming Sunday is going to be a special service, and at that service is the flag-off service. We will unveil the anniversary logo. Everyone has seen it, but we're going to do it in a more special way on Sunday. And that will be followed on Monday by the Ambassadors Celebration Service. The Ambassadors Church is the youth arm of the ministry. And that's something that he's spoken about, the commitment to building the youth, to building those who will step into this youth, who will take the baton and who will run with it. And that shows someone who understands that the vision he's given, which is why, again, there's the point in it, is not limited to his lifetime. It's a vision that goes beyond his lifetime. But he has a role to play to ensure the perpetuity of that vision. So the youth, the Ambassadors Church, they will be, as it were, on display. They will be thanking God, and that they have benefited in the way that they have benefited, and that their service is going to be run by the youth. He's not going to be the one to minister. He's going to see the youth minister to him. That's the Ambassadors Church. That's on Monday. On Tuesday, we'll be having a special MAFCO. MAFCO stands for Ministers Apostolic Fire Convocation. That is a gathering that he initiated many years ago for developing ministers, younger ministers, grooming them to be able to walk the path that God has called them to. And you see, through those events, he has been able to impact many ministers. Now, that event is, the theme for that event is maximizing revival service. The special revival service, you tend to find, people come from other ministries. They attend the Wednesdays with regularity. They may not show up on Sunday, but they participate in the ministry through the special revival service. At that special revival service also, there are going to be 3 of the sons of the prophet will be ministering. Again, he's just going to take his seat, and the ministrations will also be centered around the books that he has written over the years. And then we have, on Thursday, we're having the Family Life Conference, and that's a seminar. We're inviting, a special personality who will be speaking, on the subject of parenting, which is an issue right now. And then later that evening, we have the Clam Service Awards, which is something that is dear to the heart of the servant of God. And when we were planning for this, he said, look, I want to say thank you to specific people not just those who have worked in the ministry, even those in the pew, and those who have even left. But he wants to recognize their contributions over the course of the ministry. And then on Friday, we have the Voice of Joy and Gladness International Women Ministry, which is one of the anchor impact areas. And our mommy, that's Worship His Majesty. Everybody, you hear that, you already know that that's a special, aspect of the ministry at CLAM. Like I said, on Friday morning, actually, we shouldn't miss that, is a medical outreach. Soteria Hospital is one of the impact areas. I'm sure of the Board of Trustees, who is late now, in honor of him and his contribution and that of his family to the ministry. And then finally, on Sunday, it would be a double celebration. We would normally have our annual Thanksgiving service on Sunday, first Sunday of December, but this time we're adding the anniversary to it, so it's a double celebration. That's when we come around and dance.
Amen. Daddy, Mama will say congratulations. Thank you, gentlemen of the press. Praise the Lord. We'll celebrate. For me, it's celebrating an uncommon leader. Let's put our hands together for our daddy and our mommy. Amen. I wrote some things down. It's just to further deepen what daddy and mommy have said. Praise God. It's nothing different from what daddy and mommy have said. CLAM Global, we are a family church. We focus on every aspect of the family, the fatherhood, the motherhood, parenting, the children, and so on and so forth. And so that is who we are. I also noted that for CLAM, we are a responsible organization. Praise the Lord. We are law-abiding. Daddy has said all of this. We are law-abiding. We add value. In every place where we are, all over the world, we are a value-adding organization. Praise God. Some of this Daddy has said, Mommy has said, even the chairman of the occasion has said also that even on Saturday, the 9th of December, the Omole community will be benefiting from CLAM. Even aside that, the Obership in Omole has benefited richly from CLAM. I think we should celebrate that. Benefited immensely from Daddy and Mommy and from CLAM as a whole. That is who we are. Praise God. I also noted that we are a church that operates with clarity. Praise God. Daddy said it. He hears from the throne, not from the phone. And so that is the pilot. Once he hears, we all sail along with him. And so we are not confused. CLAM is not part of the confusion that reigned before the election. I'm sure you notice some of this. Let's put our hands together for our Father in the Lord. Daddy guides revelation with care. It's not as if that God has not revealed anything to him. Praise God. But he handles revelation with care, and this he has cascaded to all of us, the assisting leaders. We guide information. So you won't see us confused. We are not confused. We don't confuse others. We don't confuse family. We know where we are going. We know the mandate that God has committed into our hands. We stay on our lane. We run the race as God has mandated us all through our parents in the Lord. Praise the Lord. I also want to add, amen, that we guide our reputation, we guide our image, and we guide our brand. That is why in 25 years, there has been no scandal concerning any one of us, and there won't be any scandal in the name of Jesus Christ. And so the theme is to deepen the vision. We thank God for what God has done. Now, renewed vision. It means that we want to carry this mandate to the biggest next level all over the world. And so I pray that the Lord will strengthen CLAM, the Lord will strengthen our parents in the Lord, the Lord will strengthen everybody from the altar to the pew, and we shall move from grace to grace in Jesus' name. I want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Oh, close in prayer. Okay.
More grace and more anointing in Jesus' name. There's a question here, sir, that I believe it will benefit every one of us and upcoming ministers outside there. The question is, you said something about how some workers gave you tough time when you started the ministry. And I want to ask a question, sir, and I believe it's going to benefit all the upcoming ministers. How did you manage those people? How were you able to overcome the challenges? Because one thing that is so difficult now is to have faithful followers, faithful workers. Some are like thorns in the flesh. And at times you ask yourself question, why did you go into ministry? Why are these things difficult like this? So Daddy, I want you to provide answer to that question, sir. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, I'm going to be very brief in my answer. The grace of God has been helping me. But there are two things that are extremely very germane in life. Two words: loyalty and faithfulness. You can be loyal and not faithful. All right? I am serving under you. Because of what I benefit, I am loyal to you. The day you stop giving me that thing, I'm not loyal. But I'm serving under you. You give me, you don't give me, I will stick to you. That is being faithful. So loyalty is conditional, faithfulness is unconditional. God opened my eyes to this. And some people are just passing by. Some people are loyal because of the dividends they are enjoying. But in the midst of all this, I will give you faithful ones, and I will show you marks. And he has been doing that to date. So it pains me as a natural human being, but God grants me succor. So when I declare that this person is loyal and this person is faithful, I use Pareto principle to deal with the 20 to manage the remaining 80. God bless you.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita.
Do not touch that dial.
Dream the impossible, seek knowledge, and achieve greatness. This is Achiever's Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making the mark. And I'm so excited because we've got great packages lined up for your enjoyment this weekend. You know, it's a show where we bring you trailblazers, people who are touching lives globally, to share their success story to inspire you and I to make informed choice. Before we introduce our record breaker of the week, I would like us to check out What's New Africa, where we bring you trending stories in the world of Africa. And today our focus is on France. They are recycling the face masks. Let's join Agape for more details, and when we return, we'll be having a wonderful time with our record breaker. Don't go nowhere.
Face masks have become a key tool in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, but they are also proving a major new source of pollution, with used masks seen littering streets, countryside, and waterways across the world. Now, a French startup believes it has a solution since mid-July. Plaxtil, a firm in Châtellerault, a center in West France, has been recycling thousands of face masks turning the potentially hazardous waste into useful products. We said to ourselves, it's not possible, it's not inevitable that this mask will end up either in nature or incinerated, co-founder Olivia Civil told AFP. We can recycle them, we can do something with this material, and we can renew their value. Plasteel was launched in November 2019 and specializes in recycling clothes by turning them into a plastic-like material also called Plasteel. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, it switched to recycling masks instead. First, the masks are collected and placed in quarantine for 4 days. They are then ground down, mixed with a binding material, and transformed into a material that is called Plasteel, which can be used in industries and molded like normal plastic, said Civil. Share your thoughts with us through our social media handles displayed on your TV screen. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita to be updated on fresh happenings in Africa. I am Agape Okemiri. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome back from that break. I hope you enjoyed our package with the recycling of the face masks going on in France. Thank you so much, Agape, for that report. And of course, this is a part where we bring you trailblazers to inspire you and I to make informed choice as they share their success story of how it all started and discussing building one's brand, especially as a musician. Of course, you have to bring someone who is a professional. And today, guys, we've got someone who is really not just a professional in the music industry, but he is a legend in his own right. Who are we talking about? He's an interesting personality, multiple award-winning international fluist, cross-cultural Ishekiri and Swiss roots. He is one person who is well-read both home and abroad, and he's got so much knowledge about the music. Okay, when you talk about classic music, he is so deep and rooted in it, and he'll be sharing all that with us on the show today. His career started way back in, over 40 years ago and still counting. So you're talking about the 70s. Who are we talking about? And he is a renowned fluist, okay? He's like one of the persons, when you mention the fluist in Nigeria, you're like, oh, okay, do I know this person? He's performed in amazing events where you have dignitaries from all part of the world, every part of the world coming around to just enjoy what his music is all about. And he's one person who has formed different bands in the 70s, okay? And he has worked with a lot of incredible guys in the music industry. He was the former president of the P-Man. I know you know who we're talking about. And one thing I like about him, he's also a philanthropist. He is a CEO, yeah. He sits on the board of, a lot of companies. He's a director. He's a chairman of a lot of companies. When we start naming them, guys, we won't end the show today. Who do we have on the show today? We've got none other than the extraordinary, phenomenal T-Mac Omotshola Isili. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Please, I would like you to pronounce your name right. It's like I'm doing some kind of mumbo jumbo with the name.
Well, it's my first name is T-Mac,
yeah.
T-E-E-M-A-C. Omotshola is my Shakiri name,
okay.
And Isili is my Swiss name. My father was the Swiss ambassador to Nigeria,
wow,
who married a Shakiri princess.
Whoa, fantastic. Okay, I want Africa to know that we've got the real T-Mac in the house, because you are one person who is known to go around with your flute and you never stop thrilling everybody. So let's have a feel of the T-Mac melody.
I have to also add, when you study in Europe,
yeah,
you study more than one instrument. So I also play saxophone.
Fantastic.
I used to teach classical guitar, and I studied the wakai, classical singing.
Beautiful.
But this is my favorite.
Awesome. I love that.
Thank you.
I love that. Tell us about your journey through, learning how to play the flute.
I was 7 years old when I got my first flute.
7 years.
And flute is a very difficult instrument.
Yes, you mentioned that.
Because it's all ear and air. Look like I don't do nothing on my fingers.
Oh.
So it's your air control.
Oh, wow.
Now I'm singing at the same time.
Oh. It takes one to, go through some breathing exercise to be able to pull this out.
Oh yes, you have to be very healthy. You have to exercise. You need a big chest.
Oh, you need a big chest.
Oh, you have to. If you don't have air, you can't play.
So a lady can play the flute?
Of course, there are ladies who
because
play
I've
the
seen
flute.
ladies, yes.
But when you play in front of a philharmonic orchestra, there's no microphone, so it's your energy level which overplays 120 instruments.
Wow, fantastic.
And in jazz, it's a popular instrument.
Yes,
I may
it
be
is.
the only one who uses it in Afro, 10 years.
Whoa, whoa.
And that's what is my criticism often in Nigeria, that you don't just wake up one morning
And
you
just pick
think
up the flute
you
and start
think you're a
playing.
superstar, you play 3 chords on the guitar and you become a star. It doesn't work like that.
Wow. And you're one person, way back in the 70s, your songs made waves, you sold millions of records. Can you share that experience with us, please?
Well, it didn't just come overnight, you know.
Okay.
I had my first band in 19 group.
Yeah.
We had a minor hit and we did well. But then I decided, let me come back home. So I came 1970.
Okay.
I first had to pick up a job. My family said, you cannot just enter music. So I worked in UTC and formed the band called T-Mac and Afro Collection with notable people like Tunde Kuboye on the bass guitar, Johnny Astrop on the keyboard, Berkeley Jones, who just passed away, on the guitar. The Lichadu sisters were my backup girls.
Fantastic.
Steve Black on the voice, Friday Pozo, Michael Domusu was also on the bass guitar.
Okay.
And Lalu Akins was the drummer. So notable people. But then in 72, the world famous Ginger Baker came, met Fela, met me, and sat in, recorded with us, and then he stole my whole band.
You in your soul,
and your fans will follow you. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, everybody's copying everybody. Everybody's doing this Kelewu kind of style with pop beats.
Yes, and, upbeats and everything.
So there's no
message.
There's no message, no evolution in the music. It's quick for today and forgotten tomorrow.
Okay.
We have talents in Nigeria, but they should wake up and produce better quality.
I like that.
Music which can survive the tide of times, music which become evergreens. That's the key.
I love that because you're one person who started way back in the 70s. I know there are certain people you started with that they've moved from the music industry to other things because they can no longer sustain themselves in the music industry. So what is that thing that kept you this strong in the music scene?
Being one of the best, and I am internationally respected. I just signed shows for China.
Wow.
Mr. Jimmy Bishop, who managed the OJ's, Temptations,
oh my God,
Betty LaBelle, Jacksons. Wow. So I have still that network behind me.
That's beautiful.
But again, you have to keep on playing. I play this flute 2-3 hours every day.
Oh, you play every time. So you guys, listen, practice. If you want to be good,
listen,
you do.
It is part of me. It is not a job, it's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure.
So morning I do 1 hour.
It's a hobby.
Then no, it's not a hobby, it's my calling. Okay. And then I spend a few hours on my laptop, on Skype, on Team with my business partners all over the world.
Okay.
I have a little rest and I go back and do another 1 hour, and in the evening, sometimes when I watch a movie, you know, I'm not too much into watching movies, I just play along with the movie.
What kind of movie gets you really excited?
I actually watch, and I prefer like Historic Channel, Natural Geographic.
Oh, okay. You like animals and the
I like history. I like
okay.
to learn. I do watch occasionally a new movie coming up, but honestly, DSTV is so boring nowadays. The
Thanks
same thing.
For the adverts.
So I hear the soundtrack, I just play along, because instead of wasting 2 hours watching a movie, I play the flute 2 hours along with the movie.
Oh, you're watching the movie and you're playing the flute.
A lot of professionals do that, because to sit there, my kids, they have in each room a TV, so I don't disturb them.
Okay.
But I put on my flat screen in my bedroom. I just play along, because the movie may be interesting or not, but at least I have not wasted 2 hours.
This is beautiful. So every time is important.
Oh yes.
Every second counts.
I don't want to travel abroad and have to start warming up, and I have to be fit. It's like an athlete. Constant training, so when the big event comes up, you are ready for it.
I love this. I love this. Wow, fantastic.
Let me give you a little hint.
Okay.
Also, Nigerian singers, you should do the same. Constantly sing. Close mouth.
Sing in your bathroom, sing in your kitchen.
La 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 la. Constantly sing, so your vocal cords. It's like when you weightlift. When you weightlift, your body is
light.
Fit.
Yes, exactly.
There. Not that when you have a show, your voice gets lost because you haven't sung for 2 weeks.
You have to look for it somewhere under the table.
A professional musician is a professional. Even if you do like me, mining and gas and oil, music is the main thing.
Okay, some people will say it's only when they have some performance gig and stuff like that that they want to rehearse and stuff like that. But
you hear that too in the gigs. They sound unrehearsed. The voice is not there. The tone is created with tremendous energy, and you pay up your dues. After you have sung 1,000,000 hours, your tone is there.
Fantastic. Okay, before we go on a break, I would like to hear something different that nobody has heard it. The first time you're going to be playing this on Achiever's Diary.
It depends. You like me to play some Mozart, some Bach, some jazz? You have the choice.
Some jazz will be cool. I love jazz.
Okay, let me do some Afro jazz.
Oh, beautiful. Wonderful. I'm just picturing some dancers just doing some, like a salsa thing. Yeah, exactly. That was what was just getting into my head. Beautiful. Let's go on a quick break, and when we return, it will be another beautiful time with T-Mac. Don't go nowhere.
The secret to all things is to find that one thing that means everything. And to me, that also is the secret to achievement. Achievement is incremental, continuous success that keeps growing. My name is Sage Hassan, spoken word poet, life coach, teacher, author. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita on Biscon TV.
What does achievement mean to me? Well, that's simple. To me, achievement is when you take whatever God has given you in your life and you become selfless in it, and you bless other people with everything that God has given you without harm, without worry, without question. You just walk by faith. And when you walk by faith and not by sight, God is able to bless you to achieve more. That's achievement. I'm Renee D. Shills, the owner of Mahogany TV and Mahogany Brew by Renee Coffee Company, right here in the USA. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita, the Niger Oprah, on Biscon TV. Right here. She'll bless you. I promise.
It's your boy S to the MRC. I want to talk about Achiever's Diary. It's on Biscon TV. Hope you agree. Saturdays and Mondays, 8:30 p.m. Nita, Nigerian opera, yeah. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Stay tuned on Biscon TV. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Better tune in on Biscon TV. Yeah, with your...
Queens, special human beings, one in a million, destined to rule, born in grace to rule their race. Scrolling down my history file, I see the queen of the Nile, more powerful than any in the city. Was Nefertiti, Queen Nefertiti, Nefertiti, Queen Nefertiti. Few in history left their names, but Nefertiti didn't die in vain. Born in Egypt 3,000 years ago, known for her beauty and her style, became a queen and ruled a while. Cleo knew how to get to the throne. Julius Caesar fell in love at first sight, loved her until his death at night.
Queen of the night, Nefertiti, wings of modern times, Nefertiti, Nefertiti.
Till up to date, there are African queens. They have no palaces and no kings. They make their name.
Welcome back, man. I'm having a swell time. I know you guys are having a swell time too with this amazing legend who is so knowledgeable about the music industry, the music business. And that's why we're talking about building one's brand. And when it comes to building one's brand, what will you say is the first thing one needs to look out for? We've got T-Mac in the house, guys.
Thank you. Let me answer that. To build a brand, you have to be original.
I like that.
Don't copy what is going on at the moment and hope you can sell too. Originality is the key.
Originality.
That people can listen to your songs and say, oh, that was composed by this. Or they say, that's interesting, that's different. Because you have to be a trendsetter, not a follower. They have to follow you. And that's misunderstood in Nigeria.
Wonderful. And you composed a lot of songs for incredible guys like CD, Shelley. You even worked with Universal Films in Hollywood.
Well, I am actually more a composer than a performer. I love to sit. I have a studio in my house with a big screen. I use Sibelius software where I have all the instruments, you know. I compose for philharmonic orchestras. That's how I got my contract abroad. But I can also sit down and picture a song, because not everybody's into philharmonic music.
Yes, please.
So when I was a pop composer in the 70s, I needed money. So after I left Nigeria in 1972, I went back to Europe worked briefly with UBS, the bank in Switzerland, to form a band called T-Mac United.
Oh, okay.
And I had fantastic young musicians with me to get educated. I mean, the pianist was from Holland, the drummer was Swiss,
wow.
The bass player came from Canada, and we formed an amazing kind of pop music.
Beautiful.
I got a contract with Polydor International, and we recorded an album called United. My first album, actually.
Okay.
But we had, since we were well rehearsed, we had 10 days studio time still available.
Okay.
So my producer said, T-Mac, let's do Kiss. Kiss means keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah,
oh, I like that.
We call that for elevator music to be played in elevators, in supermarkets, just light entertainment. So I had to write string arrangements and so on. So he came up with the lyrics.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I was ripped off, because there were no lyrics. And he took 50% of the songs. They were sing-alongs, like Get Up and Boogie, Boogie, Boogie.
Yeah, Boogie, yeah.
It's not a lyric, but he called it lyric. Or Save Me, I'm Falling in Love.
Okay.
Or the weirdest of all was called Fly, Robin, Fly.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that.
I said, fine. So I wrote. But then I put it aside and I went back to Holland, where we had a contract with my band.
Okay.
About 4 or 5 months later, I got a phone call. T-Mac, are you where? I said, I'm in my gracht. That's in Amsterdam, in my flat.
Okay.
I just had a show. What's the problem? He said, no, are you standing or sitting? I said, I'm standing. Sit down. He said, T-Mac, you're #1 in the American hit parade. I said, that's nice. Which song? He said, remember the additional work we did, and we couldn't use T-Mac for it because we were signed on Polydor. My production company used your silver flute and called it Silver Convention. That song you saw was a little bit too spacey, too LSD-like. Fly Robin Fly's #1, and he went #1 in 11 countries and sold 10 million copies. Anyway, I changed the name of my band. We got 3 backup girls we used in the studio. We toured the world twice at $200,000 a day.
Awesome.
In the 70s.
I mean, you can imagine.
It was okay. It was interesting, but after the 2 years, I said, that's too much. You know, you wake up, airplane, hotel, concert hall.
You were always traveling. You were always traveling.
The shows are not even enjoyable anymore because you sing the same songs every night.
It seems to be stressful.
And that's how musicians get into drugs, if you're not concentrating.
Oh, I like
because
this.
Suddenly
I like the realness of this.
You have
Thank you.
The shows don't give you a kick anymore. It's too much. Every day you meet a stadium or you meet a huge crowd, you get well paid, but it is not enjoyable anymore.
Wow, you're just doing it because you're paid to do the job.
I prefer what I do now. Every few months, I have some shows internationally. We prepare ourselves. We enjoy the shows. That's how it should be. Not that entertainment machinery where you are forced by your manager. They tell you what to dress. I was not allowed to cut my hair. I had to keep the mustache. They told you what to do. You were totally managed.
Wow.
Now I'm free to do what I want. I'm my own
Beautiful. Manager. Okay, let me do some kind of, taking us down memory lane to your song, Nepa, Oh Nepa. You say you're not really ready to listen to the song anymore.
Let me tell you.
Tell us the story behind that.
I fought my producer manager because he ripped me off. I got a very heavy out-of-court settlement, multi-million dollars. I came back to Nigeria for Festac 77.
Okay.
I took over an open-air big club in Zulere called Zulere Nightclub. I covered it, air conditioned it, made it a big place with rehearsal places.
Beautiful.
I spent a lot of money. So Saturday and Friday nights I will perform. I had Soniade Tuesday performing, Collington Wednesday and so on. It was a very interesting place from 77 to 83.
Wow.
And that's when NEPA problem started. I was fed up. What's happening in Nigeria? Suddenly light goes off once or twice a week only.
Oh my God.
So I sat down and wrote a little silly song for the children. NEPA, oh NEPA, don't let us down.
Don't let us down, yeah.
NEPA, oh NEPA, just do your work and shine.
Yeah, something like that. Beautiful.
And I recorded it in EMI. And it became a little hit. People were singing it.
People like it.
I know. I was a ballet in my studio, but it's has not been produced for the Broadway or the West End yet.
Okay.
But the child sings an aria, and this is my lyrics. He says, sounds and vibrations penetrate in your ears. Million colors encounter shades. Music is a language understood by everyone. Dreams are remembered in a million songs. Music is the memory of your dreams.
Oh my goodness.
So I like lyrics.
I love that.
You know, when
That's
I write songs,
incredible.
it has to be, you have to say something, not just baby or shaky or shaky or
Oh my goodness! Wow, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, as the president of PMAN, what will you say were some of the positive changes you brought into that body?
You know, we were actually 6 people who formed PMAN. I don't remember exactly the year.
Oh, okay. 2007?
No, that was 80 something.
Okay.
It was Sonia De, Sonia Kolsun, Ebni Zobe, Christian Essien, myself, and Emma Ogossi was the Secretary General.
Okay.
We formed PMAN.
Okay.
And then after the first coup, after the coup of President Buhari, I left Nigeria. I closed down my nightclub. I said, that's it. And I spent 8-9 years in California. I worked for Universal Films and so on.
Yes, please.
And I forgot what I actually wanted to say. Sorry.
You were talking about, you know, the role or the contribution you made in PMAN.
Okay. Then I came back to Nigeria because I felt like home is home, but not for music.
Home.
I started a mining company called Ally Minerals.
Okay.
With 15 mining sites. It's quite big.
Wonderful.
2 processing plants. We were mining zinc, lead, copper, tin. And during that time, I was more in Lagos.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of problem. Charlie Boy handed over to Bolaji Rossiji, who resigned. So there was an empty. I wasn't interested in being a PMAN president. I'm
well,
too
you had
busy.
the quality of the leader. That's
They
why
called me
you
in.
were called
I
in.
said, if I have 100% of the votes, I'll take it on for 4 years. And it was challenging. It was maybe the most difficult 4 years of my life because PMAN has maybe, there are 150,000 professional musicians in Nigeria, about 2.1 million amateur musicians and so on. So you can imagine 150,000 egos. It was horror.
And you have to govern them.
Different fraction, different.
But
at least I think what we achieved was we streamlined things.
Oh, beautiful.
Like I got a tax act that foreign artists performing in Nigeria have to pay 30% tax at source, as I pay when I play abroad.
Wow.
Every foreign artist coming in must have temporary work permission, not as it used to be, just because unions regulate. Unions can tell the government this has to happen, etc. And if you don't want to be part of PMAN, soon you will not even enter a recording studio. You cannot have a show. You temporarily even register with the British Musician Union. The same in South Africa.
Okay.
So Nigerian musicians have to wake up. You have to pay tax. That's the key. Listen, all you young musicians. Nigeria, the government will take the entertainment industry serious.
I like
Pay your
that.
tax so we can say we contribute 10-15%. In the future, we'll make more money than crude oil because the entertainment industry is the biggest employer. Entertainment meaning also hospitality,
Of course,
etc.
yes. It's broad. It's broad. Okay.
So musicians have power. Also, with your fan base,
With
you
your
have
fan
power.
base, okay.
Some musicians have 2-3 million Instagram
Yes,
friends.
they
That's
do.
I don't know. I'm not very much on Instagram. I have 100,000 Facebook friends. I do once a week a little ad.
Beautiful.
But you can check me out on Facebook with my name and Instagram. I do sometimes.
Do you read all your comments? When people DM you, they
Yes,
send you all those
you know,
messages?
I am less in the traffic nowadays. I work more from home with Zoom and Team because of the pandemic.
Yes.
But before, in Lagos, I would spend 2-3 hours in the traffic from my house to my office in Ikoyi and to meetings. And I use the time in the car to answer. I check my thank you, very important. My professor, to German and Swiss, that's the same.
That's the same. No. Okay, it's not.
I walk down this street in German. Ich gehe diese Straße hinunter.
Yeah, I know they do the ich stehen.
Ich gehe diese Straße hinunter. In Swiss, ich gehe den Weg ab.
Okay, I can't even do that.
You know what I mean? So, he said to us, if you want to play your flute till you're 85, you have to watch your health. Stop eating red meat.
Okay.
I said, why? He said, because red meat tires your body, creates all the degenerative diseases.
It weakens the, the organs, the vital organs.
In 1971 is the last time I ate red meat in my life.
Oh my God.
Red meat. I feed my dogs meat. In my house, my kids, everybody grows up vegetarian, organically produced vegetables, no fertilizer.
Wow, organic. Fantastic. And on that note, it's time for the quick question. Stick around. I'm warming up for the quick question, guys, because hey, I would really like to hear more from this amazing legend T-Mac. You're watching Achiever's Diary, and what we're going to do right now is for him to pick 5 different questions from this container. Okay, yeah. Ready, go. 5 different questions.
1, 2,
3,
4,
14,
5.
I
mixed the languages for you.
Yeah, you did, because I was thinking it's French initially.
And Italian also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know.
Okay, all right. Number 1, let's find out what our legend has picked. Oh, what's your greatest inspiration? Fantastic.
Mozart, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, the classical. How can a young Mozart at the age of 5 compose like
that's
my inspiration.
Wow,
the classic. These are superstars. They wrote this music 200-300 years ago.
Brilliant.
And nobody has ever surpassed them.
Brilliant. Okay, if you have a full day off, what will you be doing with your time?
Play my flute.
Play his flute. Fantastic.
Walk my dogs, play my flute, speak to my son if he's around, and just relax.
Wow, fantastic. You, when you want to talk to your dogs, do you talk to them in English or you have other languages?
My favorite dog, Baleva, who was shooting movies for 4 years. He was the dog in Papajasco called Bingo.
Whoa, oh my God.
That dog is my dog in my house.
He's now you know. Fantastic.
So I speak to him German. I started when he was young, so he hears English and German.
Oh my God. Say hello to the dog in German.
Baleva, look, mein Hund, wie geht's dir? Sitz und höre, was ich sage. And he looks at me. Shake me.
Interesting.
Look, my dog is amazing. All my dogs are amazing. I have a dog called Donald Trump.
Oh, Sean,
I have
Mr. President.
Princess Diane.
Oh my, yes, I know about Princess Diane. Yes,
and
fantastic.
then I have a small one called Simba. He's 6 months old.
Simba, I love Simba, the lion king
yes.
story.
And Sambo is another 11-year.
Oh, wonderful. You had a very interesting childhood, I'm sure. Okay, what words do you live by daily? And what book has inspired you to be the man that you are today?
I would say there are a couple of books which are important to me. Of course, the Bible. I'm not per se a fanatic Christian, but
But
my
you read
whole
the
life,
word.
I have studied religious philosophy. The Bible, the Bhagavad Gita of Hare Krishna, the Gohojos of Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, and I'm per se into the egg philosophy. So I study religious philosophy, and I constantly read chapters in them to refresh them, because if you read the Bible once, it's interesting. If you read it 5 times, you get more out of it.
Lovely. So keep reading, okay? So you get more knowledge. All right. What does fashion mean to you, and describe your personal style? This is beautiful.
I designed this.
Yeah, you mentioned. Yes, he's also a designer. He's also a designer.
1971. I've designed all my clothes, and my youngest son, Kingsley, wants to be a fashion designer.
This is wonderful, wonderful. Okay, if you're to solve a mystery, this is the very last one. If you're to solve a mystery, what will it be?
If I have to solve a mystery, it depends what. I would first sit down and meditate, because approach a mystery with a solution.
Okay.
Don't just say, oh, a mystery. Yeah, what can a mystery be? Find the solution, then execute it.
I like that. I like that. So what is one thing people should be looking out for in the T-Mac brand?
Maybe perfection. I try to achieve perfection in my composition, in my music, in my productions. When I do business, it irritates me when people make mistakes.
Oh, wow.
Because I try not to. Of course, nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
But you can avoid mistakes
when you practice.
Concentration. And I would like to give that little knowledge to all upcoming artists. If you concentrate, you make quicker progress. If you play your piano or your flute and you think about your girlfriend or have to go shopping,
you're distracted.
Distracted. Let those monkeys in your brain jumping up and down. Sit quiet. And the way you achieve that is in meditation.
Oh, you do meditation, yoga, and the likes.
Chant, and suddenly your brain, everything cools down. And when you cool down, you achieve more.
Wow, beautiful. It's been really amazing. I mean, we don't even have much time to really dig into your diary, but it has been an incredible time with you. And I want to say a very big thank you to you for coming on the show, for sharing so much knowledge. I know everybody who has watched the show today has learned a thing or two. I, for one, I'm ready to go learn some German, guys. I'm so jealous right now that I don't even know how to speak the language. So thank you so much, sir, for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you with this little package. Thank you so much. Nicely put together by my girl Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. And thank you to the chairman.
Yes, please.
I enjoyed the show.
Oh, fantastic.
Can I sign off with the last little melody?
Yes, please. Oh, that would be wonderful.
That's Johann Sebastian Bach.
Johann Sebastian Bach. Awesome, incredible, wonderful. I don't want this to end, guys, but we have to go. We had a wonderful time. Of course, remember to keep your dreams alive and don't let it die. Until when next we come your way, we'll be leaving you with Wendy as she tells you and I to keep laughing. Enjoy the benefits of laughter. I love you. See you soon.
there! Welcome to another insightful edition of Health Tips on Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do you know regular laughter is therapeutic, curative, and most importantly, may elongate lifespan? Laughter is the best medicine you can ever think of. It keeps diseases at bay. Let's look at some of its benefits. Laughter boosts immunity, lowers stress hormones, decreases pain, relaxes your muscles, prevents heart disease, adds joy and zest to life, eases anxiety and tension, relieves stress, improves mood, strengthens resilience, strengthens relationships, enhances teamwork, and of course, helps diffuse conflict. Unapologetically have a good laugh today. Remember, happiness is the highest form of health. Many thanks for watching. I remain Wendy Bethel Koge.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita.
Do not touch that dial.
Hello and welcome to a newspaper review. I am Olakwiju Ajudaba. Today on newspaper review, I'm going to begin with Nigerian Tribune. Today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. Niger Republic. Northern senators ask ECOWAS to lift sanctions. Urge Tinubu to restore electricity supply. Tax military junta to roll out transition plan. Release resume. That's on page 30 to read about the Niger Republic and the Northern senators asking the ECOWAS to lift sanctions. And you can read that on page 30. Tinubu signals approval for $8.6 billion, 100 million euros 2022 to 2024 borrowing plan. We can build $1 trillion economy in 10 years, President says. I bear no grudge against media practitioners, he adds, and that's according to the President of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, and that's on pages 2, 4, and 8. Aida Tiwa. Ondo Speaker reveals details of deal brokered by Tinubu. Highlight how Deputy Governor will sign on data resignation letter to be submitted to President. Says he remains on job Deputy Governor. Impeachment proceedings altered. Take actions to restore further crisis over Akeredolu's absence. Ondo Indigent Rights CJ. And that's on pages 2 and 13 to read about the Aida Tiwa's case, Deputy Governor of Ondo State. You can read that on pages 2 and 13. Ekiti government sues Chef Dami's pastor, demands 10 million naira damages. That's on page 24. The Kukuton drama, that's on page 24 to read about the Ekiti government suing Chef Dami's pastor and demanding 10 million naira in damages. And that's on page 24. Minister of Power to prioritize metering, distribution, transmission infrastructure, and that's on page 7. Son of Ogumosho to get staff of office December 19, and that's on page 30. Alleged procurement fraud. Emefiele yet to meet bail conditions. Court adjourned hearing to January 2024, and that's on page 28. And to read about the alleged procurement fraud, the court adjourning the hearing to January 2024. You can read that on page 28. Senate passes 57 billion naira police trust fund budget, and that's on page 2. For the last story for Nigerian Tribune, Oshaba to chair Olamiti's book launch on Thursday, and that's on page 30. And also the last story for Nigerian Tribune. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today, which is Daily Trust, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And beginning with the first headline for Daily Trust. Kano election judgment disparity, airing judicial officials to be punished. NJC, and that's on page 30. Airlines must pay compensation for cancelled delayed flights. That's according to the federal government. That's on page 4. NSRTF crisis versus disparity allowance intervention panel deepens probe. And that's on page 3. To read about the NSRTF crisis, you can read that on page 3. Number 6, fresh 7.1 trillion naira loans to fund agri, health, road, water sectors. Nigeria's debt hit 94 trillion naira. Rising debt profile worries must expand revenue base, and that's on page 4. And the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu sought the Senate approval to borrow and to execute critical projects across the country. That's the reason for the borrowing. And that's on page 4 to read about the story. Leadership crisis rocks Bauchi Assembly as court sacks Speaker, Deputy. And that's on page 11. Electoral reform. Jagal advocates prescription of cross capital. INEC unburdening. And that's on page 11 also. 11 traders die in KB road accidents. And that's on page 26. For the last story for Daily Trust. Subscribers grumble over data depletion rate, and that's on page 19. And that's all for Daily Trust. We're moving on to the next newspaper, Daily Sun, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I begin with the first headline for Daily Sun. 18 IPOB members arrested over killing of 2 police officers in Imo. And that's on page 5. To read about the killing of 2 police officers in Imo State, you can read that on page 5. Loans. Tinubu 6 fresh $8.699 billion, 100 million euros to channel funds to Agri, Roads Office. Present 2024 appropriation bill today. That's on page 2. To read about the loans, that's on page 2. Electoral reforms. Jagar calls for a ban on cross-capital, INEC unbundling. That's on page 6. To read about the electoral reforms, Jagar calling for the ban on cross-capital, and that's on page 6. Appeal Court affirms for Barra's victory, squashes National Assembly Speaker's election, and that's on page 4. EFCC's witnesses exonerates Emefiele on alleged 1.2 billion naira contract award fraud payment. That's on page 4. Engineers hail Tinubu on road regeneration plan, and that's on page 27. 1 killed, 2 escaped with loot as vigilantes confront armed bandits in Abia. That's on page 4. Wabweze Anyoko Wanyang head National Burial Committee, and that's on page 27. The last story here for Daily Sun. Abia subs payment of salary of unverified staff. That's on page 29, and also the last story for Daily Sun. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today's newspaper review, New Telegraph, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for New Telegraph. Smuggling. Importers lose 58.7 billion naira worth of goods to the federal government, and that's on page 3. Efforts by the federal government to stem smuggling and importation of harmful goods into the country have paid off, as over 50 billion naira worth of goods have been confiscated from dubious importers. That's on page 3. Apprehension over Nigeria's quota as OPEC meet tomorrow. That's on page 2. Court adjourned Emefiele's case till January 18, 2024. The case has been adjourned to January 18, 2024, and that's on page 3. Supreme Court didn't deliver judgment in Obi's case against Tinubu LP. That's according to the Labour Party, and that's on page 4. I'm just saying Supreme Court didn't actually deliver judgment in Obi's case against Tinubu. That's on page 4. 2023 polls reliable for PDP's poor outing in Benue autumn, and that's on page 30. NIS, our NIN order application discrepancies, delayed passport issues. That's on page 5. Tinubu seeks Senate approval for fresh $8.6 billion, 100 million euros loan, $6 trillion economy possible in 10 years. Red Chamber passes 57 billion naira police trust funds 2023 budget, and that's on pages 3 and 4. Niger Creole. Nothing. Senators demand Brazilian family members release. You can read that story on page 28. Confusion in Bauchi Assembly as Supreme Court sacks Speaker. Deputy affirms Fubara's election as Rivers governor. That's on pages 5 and 30. Moving on to the next story. 5 million naira bounty. Murder hands over wanted son to Kano police. That's on page 31. Peace Accord. Aidati would sign submit resignation letter on those speaker, and that's on page 4. Boko Haram insurgents. Defense Ministry service chiefs in Maiduguri as militant to be aired 11 lodges. Farmers elder clashes demand innovation solution. Benue governor. That's on pages 2 and 3. To read about the Boko Haram insurgency in Maiduguri, you can read that, and that's on page 2 and 3. There are story here. Study ADHD drugs linked to heart disease risk, and that's on page 28. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today's newspaper review. The Nation today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for The Nation. President seeks $8.6 billion, 100 million euros loans to improve livelihood. That's on page 4. Reveal $100 billion pledge on climate change to Tinubu to US EU. That's on page 28. Emefiele yet to meet bail conditions back in prison. That's on page 4. Basagi should have consulted me on successor, says Shaibu. That's on pages 4 and 27. You can read both stories on pages 4 and 27. Speaker. Aidati would to send quick letter. That's on page 4. That's also the last story for The Nation newspaper. And I'll be moving on to Vanguard newspaper today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu's new $8.6 billion loan bid takes debt above $51.759 billion. That's on page 5. You can read that story on page 5. The first part of 2022 to 2024 external borrowing plan for critical infrastructure. President to present 2024 appropriation bill to joint session of NAS today. Total domestic debt at June 54.130 trillion naira. Analyst experts seek proper utilization accountability. That's on page 5. And that's also the last story for Vanguard. I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, The Punch, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for The Punch newspaper. Under crisis worsens, Assembly demands Aidati's resignation. Heavy security presence at Ondo Assembly. Lawmakers give conditions for truce. That's on page 5. Lawmakers give conditions for truce, and you can read that on Page 5 is Ondo crisis worsens. That's on page 25. Moving on, Supreme Court NJC screens 2022 nominees. Candidates face DSS others. Justice Kekerekom at screening panel. Tinubu gets list Friday. That's on page 2. Moving on, bank recapitalization. Federal government backs CBN. Investors rush for mega banks stocks. We must address banks' capital adequacy to grow economy. Tinubu's advisor. Investors inject 110 billion naira in UBA. FENH Zenith access other stocks in 2 days. And that's on page 19. To read about bank capitalization, you can read that on page 19. FCT police nab suspected murder, kidnappers, robbers, recover arms. That's at page 5. Boko Haram terrorists behead 11 Borneo lodges. You can read that story on page 28. Mayfield fails to perfect bail. AFCC opens 1.2 billion naira trial. That's on page 26. The last story for the Punch newspaper, coup scare. 34 declared wanted. ECOWAS team arrives Sierra Leone. That's on page 25. And also the last story for the Punch. And before I continue with newspaper review, we're going to a quick short break. When we come back, we'll continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Welcome back to newspaper review. I'll begin with The Guardian. Today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I begin with the first headline for The Guardian. After $3 billion crude deal, Deshina warns against resource-backed debts. That's on page 6. Chikala asks lawmakers to prescribe cross-capiting by politicians once INEC unbundled. That's on page 3. Tinubu seeks Senate validation for $8.6 billion, 100 million euro loans approved by Buhari government. That's on page 3. Of the Guardian lecture, Tinubu pledges more powers to state local councils. That's on page 6. Over 27 million kids driven into hunger, malnutrition by extreme weather. That's on page 8. Subsidy removal is battered us with hardship pains, say pensioners. That's on page 9. A big quarter farms for Barrow is Rivers government dismisses coal, others suits, and that's on page 2. A big quarter farms for Barrow as Rivers governor dismisses coal, others suits. That's on page 2. And also the last story for The Guardian. And I'm moving on to this day newspaper today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I begin with the first headline for this day. President seeks Senate approval for $8.7 billion, 100 million euro loans approved by Buhari's government. Right National Assembly on budget presentation. Fagoni warns that rising debt profile danger to the economy. And that's on page 9. Bill Court funds Kefers for Barra's elections. That's on page 9 to read about Bill Court funding Kefers for Barra's elections. You can read that on page 9. Tinubu to Nigerians. President hardship temporary. Benefits will be permanent. Says his administration tackling with boldness, decisiveness, manufacturers' challenges. Highlights access to low-cost capital, multiple taxation, infrastructure issues, forex scarcity, export obstacles among impediments. And that's on page 9. And also the last story for this day. For the last newspaper, Nigerian News Direct, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, I begin with the first headline. Rivers Bible Paul Fubara emerges victorious at appeal court. That's on page 2 to read about the news. Fubara emerging victorious at the appeal court. News Direct at 13. Our commitment to press freedom, accurate news, relentless. That's ED, and that's on page 4. Again, stock market closes negative with 164.7 billion naira loss. That's on page 9. Tinubu seeks National Assembly approval for fresh $8.7 billion, €100 million loans to defend 2024 budget. Following plan and joint plenary session about to page 4. Governor Abiodun rewards password graduating students with 2 million naira cash gift. 226 crude oil theft incidents recorded in 1 week. NNPC Limited. That's on page 2. And also the last story for Nigerian News Direct. And we've come to the end of newspaper review today. Many thanks for watching. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. Or you can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need. And that's all we have for you today on Newspaper Review. I am Olapeju Ajilepa. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria.
This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life.
If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his.
When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do.
One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my hands. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Hello viewers at home. You are most welcome once again to your #1 television cookery program, African Kitchen. Today I am so excited. I'm so happy. Why? Because there is a big fish that I've caught today. You're going to know who this fish is, oh. Now real human being, not the fish, oh. Please, I beg. Who am I talking about? I want you to stay glued to your TV set. Don't change the dial. Don't blink. You can breathe. Yeah, of course, because we need your breath, okay? The program is African Kitchen, and I remain Buki Ogunote, your host. I will see you after this time out. I'll be back. All right, viewers, you are welcome back. If you're just joining, we have not really gone anywhere. We are just starting. Without much ado, let me bring in my guest. I'm talking about one person that is very important in the Nollywood industry. He's a veteran and icon. I respect him so much. I'm talking about a chief, a title holder. A chief, he's a chief of Ole Kingdom. You understand what I'm talking about? I just hope I pronounced that very well. I hope it will not cut off my head when he comes in here, but no problem. I'm sure many of you might be like, who is this person? Who is that? Please join me with a very loud ovation wherever you are, clapping your hands with a standing ovation to bring in high chair for Fred Amata. It's my daddy as well.
Oh, that's tough. Just to introduce a little bit.
I honestly,
wow,
you know how
beautiful.
It's all right. This is Chief Fred Amata. Wow. Honestly, to be candid, you're really looking, if not for this white thing, but I tell you, you're looking fresh.
It's a new look.
Yeah.
You know, something happened in the world.
Okay.
Suddenly everybody started to wear.
Oh no, be so deep.
You know.
So you go see that.
And then you know I have this face, and they don't realize that I'm not their mate.
At all, I remember.
So I decided to do my own. And it came out, you know, like this.
And it's really looking
so
nice
I've been
on
grooming it.
Wow. Please, I want you to say hello to viewers at home. I'm sure they're so excited as much as I am seeing you here today. And after greeting them in English, your dialect. I know say you go wire that one. Fire! Now.
It is a beautiful pleasure to be here today. African kitchen.
Of course. Now your kitchen.
To cook African food. So my name is Kedamata. I will greet you in Isoko, which is my language.
Yes, sir.
Wakobi Ro, Oganes, Yobo Hokowai. That is God bless you.
Amen.
And keep doing what you're doing.
Amen.
Okay?
Please say it again. Say it
Wakobi Ro,
Amen.
Oganes, Yobo Hokowai. That God bless you.
Amen.
Yes. God bless you all.
We're still going to hear more. Don't go anywhere. Let's quickly go for this break. When we come back, Chief Fred Amata will be telling us what he has come here to cook. Because everybody that comes in here obviously comes in to cook. So definitely he's here to cook. So let's come back and he will tell us what he has come to cook. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wow! Welcome back to African Kitchen. No, I'm not exactly the host yet, not yet. I'm planning to take over.
No way!
The setup I see here is good, you know. Part of your work is to chop.
If you're just joining, here is Chief Fred Amata. So
Okay.
don't go anywhere. Let's now listen to him and know what he wants to cook. So Chief, what exactly do you want to cook for?
Okay, what I want to do is something special. Everybody has heard about all the delicacies that come from Delta State, and most people think only in terms of owo and banga soup. But this soup I want to cook is a secret. It's a special soup. It's a soup you all know, yet you don't know. It's a goosey soup, but it's called a goosey pepper soup. It's made only with a goosey. And why I say it's an open secret, of all the soups, it probably is the easiest one to cook, so I've cheated actually. All you have to do is just put all the ingredients in the pot and it comes out like a sweet soup. And you can cook it with any kind of protein, from fish to meat to tomato to snail to everything.
Wow.
It goes with everything, dry fish, fresh fish, everything. So you can actually do a pot puree of all the ingredients, and we have tried to do something here. We have chicken, we have meat, we have tomo, we have dry fish, we have periwinkle,
everything.
we have and you can eat it with, it's usually best eaten for me with starch. But you can also eat it with every other swallow, and it goes with eba, fufu, semo, amala. I've not eaten it with amala before.
No, we're not going to
so
try
my go well with amala. So what we'll just do, we'll start by boiling all the meats.
It's been boiled, sir. Don't do it for boil, except
But that's how we'll still start. Okay, so we'll just put it all in the pot.
Okay.
All the meats, right?
Okay.
All the meats and the
Maybe you want to visit the zinc a little. Okay. How do you know how to cook? Or who taught you how to cook?
I don't know. That's a biased question.
What do you mean biased?
Because the answer usually is very obvious now.
Okay, what's your answer?
My mother.
Everybody, mother.
Mother,
obvious. Thank you.
Yeah, but who very up?
Well, it's true. Mother.
I need to cut this. Let me cut this.
You want to cut this? Okay, let me get to
normal size for more.
Okay. No wahala. Mother, mommy, thank you for teaching Fred how to cook. I like the way he's holding the knife. Honestly, really,
why?
You will know that indeed he knows how to cook.
Are you sure that holding the knife can tell you how somebody knows how to cook or not?
Or do you use the knife for something else?
I don't know what else they use. No,
somebody can know how to hold knife.
There's something that people don't understand. As a filmmaker, especially if you're a director, you're an odd jobs man. You can do almost everything.
That's true.
You're supposed to know everything and do everything. This thing is not boiling.
It will boil. Don't worry.
I like this one.
Because these small ones, they are easier to drop in your mouth. Shake. You're done with the...
We'll put more water.
All right,
I'll get to
the water.
I wish you could really see inside the pot to look how beautiful
sure
the meats are coming.
Yes.
It has not started to boil out yet, but soon it will. Then you shall see the difference.
Okay, you said I should bring more water.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole idea is that the stock itself is the soup itself.
Okay. Is okay?
I guess so. Yeah,
all right.
It's okay. It's sweet.
I'm waiting.
From the beginning of the season.
Don't let me start thinking otherwise.
What?
The person when no sabi cook, they make mouths like this.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we move.
Yes.
This
let me help you.
This burner burns better.
Please, I'm going to put water. You are going to move to this side, sir. So just go ahead and tell us. You know the aspects I would really love you to talk more to people, viewers at home. The aspect of your experience in acting so far.
Basically, I'm a filmmaker.
Yes. So far so good. How has it been?
I went to study theatre arts in university. Graduated. Have been practicing as a filmmaker.
Okay.
So in the early days of
I'm sure they are listening.
The industry.
Tell them.
As we started.
Okay.
We were like what you would call pathfinders.
Okay.
And so we're using not just what we had been taught, but that resilient Nigerian spirit to find ingenious new ways. So to even be able to work in the industry, you have to be able to work in several disciplines, writer, producer, director, actor, and we did all of that. And now it's getting a little more streamlined. There are more actors who say, I'm an actor, and they are just an actor. And then directors, I'm a director. So it's all changing. It's part of the sweat. It's in the kitchen.
Yes,
in the kitchen you sweat.
It's part of it. In the industry so far, there are so many challenges. Which aspect will you say is most challenging to us as thespians, as filmmakers? So far so good. At least looking at it from about 3 years back now.
The industry continues to evolve.
That's
from the beginning till now. One of the major challenges is still funding, and it has not changed. Getting the funds to do the kind of film you want. At the time when we started, for instance, how well you could cut the corners was a major attestation to your ability. And so we learned to cut corners. But now, and with cutting corners, you reduce the quality of the production and all the production values. But now, as time has gone, we are beginning to get more funding and are able to have proper production with the full gamut of production values and equipment.
That brings me to the next question, proper production. If you look at the influx of so many productions nowadays in the industry, you're like, wow, what is this? There are some productions that you like, why are they bringing it out? Why this? What's the reason?
What you should know is that the industry emerged as a source for employment, it was a source of survival for a lot, and it created jobs that people could do. So you must know that because it created a means of livelihood, there had to be people who will come in just because they want to survive. And like I said earlier, being able to cut corners was part of your ability.
Really, because
so now, because of that, yes, there's nothing you can do about that. For instance, if you want to buy soap, you will find every kind of nonsense soap in the market.
That's true.
But you do not go and look for those nonsense soap. It's only in film that you compare the best with the worst. And there must always be the best and the worst because it's a whole environment.
So
what I try to say to people is that How are you judging the industry? Are you judging it from everything or from the quality of the best available? Okay. If you want to, I don't know anything I want to say. If you want to use toothpaste, there are names you will go and find. You want to use soap, there are names you will go and find. Everything you want to, otherwise, there's a lot of quack in the environment.
So that means...
So the quack in the environment is a natural consequence of society.
This is not the ball. I'm sure it must be waiting for something else.
I don't know how long...
Just for salt.
For salt.
Please, viewers, if you're just joining... Okay, so now that this is it...
Now this, I'll just put the pepper, yes, and then put... And then... Okay, like as we said, we are cooking goosey pepper soup. It's a secret from Delta State. We are so far just boiling the various meats, more chicken. Yeah. Oh yes, she keeps talking about the pepper soup. It is not a watery pepper soup. It's actually a sauce, like a sauce. It's a goosey soup. Think of a goosey soup without any kind of leaves or oil. Okay. So well, to continue, we'll just put. I don't know. Yeah, I'll put the oporoko.
Because I don't want to carry cheap tonight, so I don't say everything now. You come some more. But really, I love. I'm sure I can help you with this one.
With the gari.
Yeah?
I want to make gari in a different way.
Oh really? That's nice. Cloudy, don't they start? This one they cloudy, too
They
cloudy.
just show me one new way to make gari. I said they make gari like this. I just said, but
really?
of course, you can make gari like this.
How? You make it on top on the fire?
Well, this is gari now.
I know.
So usually what I learned how to do was put the water
Down.
and then put the gari.
Yeah.
But I now learned how you can put the gari down and put the water. Boy, it's enough.
It's enough, but yeah. Put it well, gently.
It's too much.
It's not too much.
It's too much.
It's not too much. This thing go hard. What are you talking? You will see now.
Did it work or it did not work? You don't have the apple water.
Let me pour water. Hey, I don't know this style. Honestly,
But
this is chief.
I'm telling you the truth, I just learned this week.
Chief, hey, give me your title again.
The Fedamata, the Okugbe of Ole Kingdom.
Okay. Chief Okugbe of...
The Okugbe, not Chief Okugbe.
Okay, Okugbe of...
Ole Kingdom.
Ole Kingdom. Honestly, this time for me is...
It works. This is my first time of doing it, so...
This time works. One thing I've discovered about this gari, the gari will not be sweat.
The pepper soup flavor.
I have my guy here. After cooking, she will help me.
I don't know how much of this flavor to put, Sha. Hope I've not put too much.
You know what? I like you because you're very truthful. But that one is
Okay, my soup is getting ready to cook.
So now it's about the very good.
They're coming after the...
So that those ones can cook.
I should have mixed it first.
What's that?
The egusi soup, the egusi.
You start putting it where?
I should have wet it first.
Oh, okay, to make it like the... But it's still going to come out here.
No.
Wow, this is nice. This is nice. It is still swell.
Egusi pepper soup.
This is the periwinkle that give you...
Periwinkles.
Periwinkle,
Is crayfish before periwinkle or periwinkle before crayfish? Oh, correct!
They don't pay for house. Let me have the fish for you. Everything will be going.
Fish is last thing.
No, doesn't matter. You know, there
It's
is
dry
what,
fish self.
there is what we call in Yoruba, umako roasting. That is the sweetness will bring her inside.
No, there's something of aroma and sweetness.
Yeah, you know, it just...
How do I feel that the crayfish is too much? So those of you Who taught you know how to make garri before?
This is
I'll show you
another style.
way.
This is chief style. Viewers at home, see our garri is looking so nice. Thank you, sir. I like this. Okay, that's good. Do I go ahead with your...
With the salt. Because...
So if it's not enough, you will now...
add more. And then
you have
a
not
little
finished
bit of
this now.
calm the pasta.
Which one? Okay, for thickening, Abi.
There's no need again, Sarah. In
I
other words,
discovered that there is no oil, there is no red oil, no veggie oil.
no red oil.
This is just the
That's
way.
why it's pepper soup.
Wow.
There's water and egusi and all those other things to...
Okay. Okay, before we finally leave the kitchen, sir, everything don't go, don't worry. I will leave in the kitchen any moment from now, but before we leave, a very quick one, sir. Very quick one.
Okay, I usually shock them when I advise this upcoming talents. I like to see them as upcoming talents.
Okay.
Ready to come and showcase their talent and contribute to our world. What I say is that talent is not enough. A lot of people think that just because they have talent, then automatically they can grow and blow. No, there are three things that make you grow and make you succeed in the movie industry or in any creative endeavor. And one is talent. And talent is only 33.3% of what will make you succeed. The other two is one that encompasses every other thing and another one that you have nothing at all, that doesn't concern you at all. The one that concerns you is management and organization. How do you set up? How is your setup? Have you improved your art? Are you building your capacity? Are you disciplined? Do you go to work on time? Are you... All of that comes under the second 33.3%. So your talent is only 33.3. The second one that concerns you, you can do everything about this. You can go to school to improve yourself. You can go for courses to improve yourself. You can wake up early and once there's a call time, you are there on the call time. The third one, you have nothing inside. And it's also 33.3%. Sometimes some people call it luck. Other times some people call it God. Some people call it opportunity. Favor. It doesn't concern you when it comes. And it is the 33.3%. And for those of us who know the Almighty, we just say it's God. So talent is not enough. Remember these three things and you will probably end up better than you ever thought.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is so wonderful.
And
Viewers,
now our soup
yes,
is good.
it's done. Thank you very much, Chief. God bless you. This is really looking nice. I'll see you on the table. It is still African Kitchen. My director is still in the house.
Yes, and my soup is cooking.
Viewers, you're welcome back. Thank you for still staying tuned. Joining us on the table, we have a visitor because I can't wait to eat this. Let's meet you. What's your name?
My name is Victor. Victor.
Victor, what do you do?
I'm a baker.
This is Chief Fred Amata. He's a powerful veteran, an icon in the Nollywood.
Don't worry, I play football.
Do you understand? All right, you're welcome. Please, let's settle down and eat. My chief cooked this. So after this time out, no bias, nothing, you will tell me how it is, okay? So please settle down. Viewers at home, settle down and let's eat this.
Viewers at home, come and join me.
honestly, I don't know what to say. Let me ask my guest, Victor. Let's hear from you. How was it?
Yeah, very good.
Pepperish and delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I like the pepper, it's so punishing.
Honestly, aside from the punishment, I love pepper. I love it. Because I don't know how it would have tasted without the pepper.
Egusi is unique. I'm not sure I did it very well.
Oh.
But the soup is a trick soup. Anybody can cook it and it will be sweet. But if those who really know how to cook it.
No, but for real,
they sweet die.
You really tried. This one really came out well. I'm telling you, it came out. I want you to rate it over 10.
Okay, for the pepper of the store,
80 over.
I said over 10, you went to 100.
It's the same thing now. It's 8%.
I know.
It's 8%. It's 80. If you could say 800,000 over 1 million.
Over 1 million,
Why? For the working salt, I think it should be 60 or 100.
Okay, for the okay. Yeah, you know good food.
He does.
Yes,
See how he's analyzing.
Yes.
For the Gary of the 200.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Because I thought you wanted something new now.
Can you cook apart from baking?
Yeah, I do.
You do cook?
Yeah, I do.
Which one is your best food?
My best,
Achisu.
With white rice.
That's nice.
Ofaway. It's a very special. It's okazi they used to make. And vegetable they make ofaway. I love ofaway.
Oh, nice one. Thank you very much, Victor, for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much for scoring me so generously. Hi, Victor. I wish I put more pepper so that.
So that you high correct. My sincere appreciation to you, Chief.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's a pleasure.
I'm so happy to have you. All right, viewers, thank you so much for being there. If you want to be part of this program, do not procrastinate. Get in touch as soon as possible, and you will sure of having good results from your business. African Kitchen is a program. I want to say thank you once again for coming. I'll see you again next week. I remain Buki Ogunote. Until then, from me and from my guests, we say, in your dialect, sir.
What's there?
Bye-bye.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince BC Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince BC Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince BC Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met BC Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria.
This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life.
If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his.
When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do.
One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters. He was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Mountain Ash Travels invites you to the Divine Turnaround Trip to the Holy Land of Israel from the 11th to the 20th of March 2024. Under the spiritual leadership of Pastor Wale Oladinyo, the Senior Pastor of Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministries, Clam Global. Join us as we take you back to the wonderful and spirit-filled moments of the 2023 edition of our prayer pilgrimage themed Divine Settlement.
Take this confession, then go and pray. Hear, O Lord.
Hear, O Lord.
When I cry with my voice.
When I cry with my voice.
We were truly blessed by God and we had a wonderful time. You can visit the following holy sites, which include Mount Tabor, Church of Transfiguration, Mount of Beatitudes, River Jordan in Bethlehem, Church of Nativity, Mount of Temptation, 14 Stations of the Cross, the Sea of Galilee, and the Church of Visitation, out of over 40 sites to be visited. The package includes economy flight tickets with business class tickets on request, hotel accommodation with 3 square meals daily, an escorted group transfer on arrival and departure, land transportation in air-conditioned buses with Wi-Fi facilities, and also facilitated entry to all sites and lots more. At your disposal will be English-speaking certified tour guides and porter service to make your trip to the Holy Land a very pleasant experience. You can take advantage of the holy trip to Israel for baptism and rebaptism, renewal of wedding vows for all married couples, celebration of landmark birthdays, and more. We will arrange departure for the holy trip from Lagos, Nigeria, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, London, and Washington, D.C. For more inquiries, please contact Mountain Ice Travels now via WhatsApp on 081 228 886 66. You can also call the numbers showing on your screen. Registration has commenced and payments can be made instrumentally.
Jesus did wonders on this mountain. I am praying for you from the land of Israel. The same miracle that happened on this mountain when Jesus prayed over 2,000 years ago, let the miracles happen to you in the name of Jesus. John 2:11. At Cana of Galilee, he wrought the first major miracle. Now I pray for you from the land of Israel. Let a major miracle happen in your life in the name of Jesus. God is going to surprise you in the name of Jesus. Let every blessing from this land of Israel be yours in the name of Jesus.
Come and experience a divine turnaround.
I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for your good. I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for your good. Hallelujah. My name is Pastor Wole Oladinyo. I'm the senior pastor of Clam Omali Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm pleased to invite you to join me in divine turnaround trip to the Holy Land of Israel. It's going to be wow. 11th through to 28th of March 2024 through the Fiat of Mountain Ice Travels. God is going to visit you. We're going to visit landmark places where Jesus did miracles, and He's going to touch your case there. He's going to give you that turnaround in the name of Jesus. Register now. You will see the details at the background. Please, let's make it together for this divine turnaround trip to the Holy Land of Israel. You are welcome in the name of Jesus. Turnaround is your portion in Jesus' name. Amen.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Welcome to Biscon Television News Today. I'm Stella Opara. And coming up in the news, passport front offices to open across UK, February 2024, says Ontario Minister. Federal government woos foreign investors for mining sector. In business news, aviation yet to fully recover from pandemic losses, says IATA. On the foreign scene, Israel hammers due to release more people amid efforts to extend troops. And in the weather sport, NFF president to declare first MPFL board staff retreat open. Now the news in full. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, says passport front offices are scheduled to open in some major cities across the United Kingdom, including Manchester, Birmingham, and Cardiff in 3 months. Speaking with newsmen, the minister addressed the concerns of Nigerians in the diaspora over difficulties renewing the passports at foreign nations. Zeroing in on the UK, where several viral cases have been recorded, he argued the only solution was to open passport front offices in key cities by February 2024. Tunji-Ojo explained that the problem existed because the Nigeria embassy has only one office in the entire United Kingdom. According to him, Nigerians living in far-flung cities such as Edinburgh in Scotland, Cardiff and Belfast, which is north of Ireland, as well as Manchester or Birmingham, had no choice but to travel to London for their new passports. Now, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, has ordered lower production costs and untapped mineral resources as part of fresh incentives to woo prospective foreign investors. The minister gave the offer at the Mines and Money Conference held in London, according to a statement signed by his special advisor, Kehinde Bamigbon. Alake, addressing global stakeholders in the mining industry, pitched for more investment in Nigeria, listing unique advantages such as lower production costs due to surface mining and billions of dollars in untapped minerals. Alake said the current administration has embarked on reforms to boost investment by streamlining procedures and reducing hurdles to attract foreign investors. He also quoted recent reports that mining's contribution to Nigeria's GDP rose from 0.3% to 0.85% last year, indicating 0.63% year-on-year growth. Now, in Ondo State, the House of Assembly has warned against violating the resolutions of President Bola Tinubu's meeting with the members of the House and other stakeholders over the lingering political crisis in the state. The House held its first plenary session on Tuesday after last Friday's meeting with Tinubu in Abuja. At the end of Tuesday's plenary, the Speaker of the Assembly, Mr. Olamide Oladiji, disclosed that as part of the resolutions reached at the meeting with Tinubu, the Deputy Governor, Mr. Lucky Aiyedatiwa, was asked to write an undated resignation letter and submit it to the President. The Speaker said the President appointed him, the Secretary of the Ondo State Government, Mrs. Oladuni Rudu, and the State Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Ade Adetimehin, to monitor compliance with the resolutions. Oladiji, who read the resolutions on the floor of the House, warned all the gladiators and stakeholders against violating the resolutions of the meeting. We'll take a short break now, and when we come up, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The International Air Transport Association, IATA, said the aviation sector is still recovering from losses of the pandemic, which crippled flight operations globally. IATA estimated that Nigeria lost about 21 billion naira monthly during the outbreak. Analysts said it would take until 2024 for the situation in the aviation sector to improve and return to 2019 levels. IATA's Regional Vice President, Africa and Middle East, Kamil Alawadi, at the 55th AFRA Annual General Meeting, warned governments to desist from seeing the aviation sector as cash cows if the sector must harness its growth potential. According to him, Africa's aviation industry is still recovering from significant losses due to the pandemic. To make up for this shortfall, Governments should avoid imposing higher fees, levies, carbon taxes, or new taxes on air transport, trade, or tourism. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to foreign news. Hamas and Israel are expected to release more hostages and prisoners today, the last day of a prolonged 6-day truce in the Gaza Strip conflict, as attention focused on whether mediator Qatar could negotiate another extension. Israeli media, citing the Prime Minister's office, reported that Israel received a list of hostages expected to be released by Hamas on Wednesday. Israel has said the truce could be prolonged further, provided Hamas continues to free at least 10 Israeli hostages per day. But with fewer women and children still in captivity, keeping the guns quiet beyond Wednesday may require negotiating to free at least some Israeli men for the first time. The Palestinian militant group Hamas and allied group Islamic Jihad freed 12 hostages on Tuesday, bringing the total released since the truce began on Friday to 81. Those have been mostly Israeli women and children, along with foreign citizens. Coming up next is sports news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sport. Nigeria Football Federation NFF President Ibrahim Gusau will declare open the first ever retreat of the management and staff of the Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) today at the Sandralia Hotel in Abuja. The retreat, which is being held to review the operations of the NPFL in the last 1 year and develop strategies for improvement, is the first ever such development study event to be held in the history of professional football administration in the country. NPFL Board Secretary Danladi Ibrahim said the NFF President would declare the retreat open after a keynote address by the board's chairman, Benga Elegbeleye. The NPFL Head of Operations, Prince Davidson Owumi, would be presenting the first paper covering a review of past performance by offering an assessment of the previous season's performance, analyzing achievements and areas for improvement. An NPFL statement said the retreat will, among other set objectives, develop a strategic plan that will define its long-term goals and objectives and discuss ways and means for achieving them. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. In the wake of 3 sex assault lawsuits against him, rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs has stepped aside as chairman of a TV network he co-founded. Revolt said on social media that the hip-hop star had no day-to-day role in the business. R&B artist Cassie accused Mr. Combs of rape and abuse, but the two settled the lawsuit soon after it was filed. Then 2 other accusers came forward. Mr. Combs has denied the claims, saying the latest ones are a money grab. Before Mr. Combs temporarily steps down, Dawn Montgomery, co-host of Revolt's podcast Monuments to Me, announced she would not be signing on for the 3rd season of the show. Mr. Combs co-founded the music television network and website in 2013, but it remains unclear if he will return as chairman. The string of legal actions coincides with the end of the New York Adult Survivors Act, which allowed alleged victims of sex crimes to sue after the statute of limitations has lapsed. And that's it for now on the News Hour of Biscon Television, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Bolan. I'm Stella Upper. Thank you for watching.
That day that you have brought to pass, and you have glorified your name in the life of your children. Lord, be thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you for the families of Ejika and Atamo. Thank you for this day that they will prepare it fully, and you are brought to fulfillment. God, we thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Presence at this fellowship. God, be thou exalted in Jesus' name. As these two families are coming to become one today, Lord, we pray that they will continue to remember it for good in the name of Jesus Christ. This program tonight, every one of us will go with testimonies. In Jesus' precious name, we pray it.
So you can do full sex. You can I walk with you 900 other comments. The number of Obotu village. Obotu village is the village where the bride comes from. And being the daughter, it's my son duty to perform the breaking of covenants. When they give me this man, you can tell them the walk over and he died in that. When I see boy, you go, the day night and the cat of our God, okay, the guy got married, I did that. You know where I go? How could I know? How could I know?
For those of you who do not understand, is an integral part of Igbo culture. At the moment of silence has pay respect to tradition.
People, Udu. I give what I call you. That's the one.
Prof, Lego authority award here.
Be by the side. If you're a cameraman, we want you by the side, not in front. By the side. Catch up. All the camera, can we go to the middle? Can go and receive her there? Please, can you go and receive her? Can you go in the middle? Go in the middle there.
Shaman, Gibraltar construction. Anyway, Mobile. Anyway, Mobile. Anyway, Mobile. Shaman Gibraltar construction.
Chief Mwachi Jido Fox, okay. O Sergeant on the chat. I salute you. Chief OK Zibe, you're welcome, sir. All right, let's make way. All right, make way. Make way for Brittany and her friends. It's her day. Looking gorgeous. One more song, man. I day to morning. Where's your gamba? Oluwaji voice one on the chat.
heartthrob man who has always been a sleepless nights. I must remind everybody that we're trying to do an enactment of what we did in the lecture for the kind of wine carrying. So what she's going to do now is going to present to us for the first time a heartthrob and bring him over here. Okay? There you go.
It's the high point of today's event. Like the stars in Houston have empowered her now.
She's one more.
And as soon as she identifies him, they will come back.
Just kind of woman.
Make way, cameraman, make way. She's on a journey. Yes. Yes.
Your camera now, madam. Why would you be doing things that
She's a virtuous Bride has brought the groom to present to us, and we're going to ask again, is this the man that's been giving you, excuse me, this is the man that's been giving you some advice, right? Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to bring the government. I got watching. It's a lifetime commitment. And the only way way that you achieve what you want to achieve is by steady love for each other. You have to be your best friends. You have to be your next of thing, and nobody can come between you. Okay? We're going to bless this marriage. We're blessing you already. Eh? After I was in here, eh?
You turn around.
Toby.
Get up this way. And I can hear. This is not about this way. From here, we make way here. Just make way here. Alright, this way. This way. Make way. Your wife to your parents. That's make way, please. Yeah, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you abreast of what is happening. That they will go straight and cut this traditional wedding cake, then we'll hit the dance floor.
Where's my phone? I know what I'm doing.
Congratulations.
This is what women in the village do in our country.
Can you just wait? Can you please move back?
This is in good faith and well known. This makes you a member. Think of life. Your family.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Once I take them.
This makes you mature, the leader in the body family. And I'm quite an aware. This year I have. Obu is very nice. Take it up. With Ingrid's permission, I'll put this on your hand. Because maybe we share. Italy is here more than 10 years ago.
Can we go back? Chief,
I'm blowing it.
Can we?
So you only survive once a day.
Hold on.
Hey, let them come on.
Okay, right, please.
Right.
Alright, smile.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, can we, so that we can, sorry about that.
The soul and the goodness. You will live long and you will be fruitful. You get all you need in life. God will bless you. Whenever you're going with God in all your ways. Jesus' name, I bless you. I anoint you. I anoint you to be off as a king. In Jesus' name.
All right, please.
Sorry, hold on, please.
Okay, so you want them to the left or to the right? Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
You don't have any business coming up here. Nobody has any business coming up here. Thank you.
All right, right here. Smile, guys.
You don't have any business coming on this special day. Our collective statement. All right. Thank you. You can leave the knife there. Leave the knife there. Okay, now, please, can we make way? This way, man. Please, careful, man. You can't walk. Excuse me.
Let your guy use that light. Mommy smile. Everyone smile. Thank you. Mommy.
All right, have we taken
No. Smile, smile. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to a newspaper review. I am Olapeju Ajudaba. Today on newspaper review, I'm going to begin with Nigerian Tribune. Today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, and begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. Niger Republic. Northern senators ask ECOWAS to lift sanctions. Urge Tinubu to restore electricity supply. Tax military junta to roll out transition plan. Release the Zoom. That's on page 30 to read about the Niger Republic and the Northern senators asking the ECOWAS to lift sanctions. And you can read that on page 30. Tinubu seeks NAS approval for $8.6 billion, 100 million euros 2022 to 2024 borrowing plan. We can build $1 trillion economy in 10 years, President says. I bear no grudge against media practitioners, he adds, and that's according to the President of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, and that's on pages 2, 4, and 8. Aida Tiwa. Ondo Speaker reveals details of deal brokered by Tinubu. Highlight how Deputy Governor will sign on data resignation letter to be submitted to President. Says it remains Ondo Deputy Governor. Impeachment proceedings altered. Take actions to restore further crisis over Akeredolu's absence. Ondo Indigent Rights CJ. And that's on pages 2 and 13 to read about the Ayodatiwa's case, Deputy Governor of Ondo State. You can read that on pages 2 and 13. Ekiti government sues chef Dami's pastor, demands 10 million naira damages. That's on page 24. The Cookathon drama, that's on page 24, to read about the Ekiti government suing chef Dami's pastor and demanding 10 million naira in damages, and that's on page 24. Minister of Power to prioritize metering, distribution, transmission infrastructure, and that's on page 7. Son of Ogumosho to get staff of office December 19, and that's on page 30. Alleged procurement fraud, Emefiele yet to meet bail conditions. Court adjourns hearing to January 2024, and that's on page 28. And to read about the alleged procurement fraud, the court adjourning the hearing to January 2024, you can read that on page 28. Senate passes 57 billion naira police trust fund budget, and that's on page 2. For the last story for Nigerian Tribune, Oshaba to chair Olamiti's book launch on Thursday, and that's on page 30. And also the last story for Nigerian Tribune. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today, which is Daily Trust, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And begin with the first headline for Daily Trust. Kano election judgment disparity, airing judicial officials to be punished. NJC, and that's on page 30. Airlines must pay compensation for cancelled delayed flights. That's according to the federal government. That's on page 4. NSRTF crisis versus disparity loans intervention panel deepens probe. And that's on page 3. To read about the NSRTF crisis, you can read that on page 3. Tinubu 6 fresh 7.1 trillion naira loans to fund agri, health, road, water sectors. Nigeria's debt hit 94 trillion naira. Rising debt profile worries must expand revenue base, and that's on page 4. And the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu sought the Senate approval to borrow to execute critical projects across the country. That's the reason for the borrowing. And that's on page 4 to read about the story. Leadership crisis rocks Bauchi Assembly as court sacks Speaker, Deputy. And that's on page 11. Electoral reform. Jagar advocates prescription of cross-capital. INEC unburdening. And that's on page 11 also. 11 traders die in KB road accidents. And that's on page 26. For the last story for Daily Trust. Subscribers grumble over data depletion rate, and that's on page 19. And that's all for Daily Trust. We're moving on to the next newspaper, Daily Sun, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I begin with the first headline for Daily Sun. 18 IPOB members arrested over killing of 2 police officers in Imo. And that's on page 5. To read about the killing of 2 police officers in Imo State, you can read that on page 5. Loans. Tinubu 6 fresh $8.699 billion, 100 million euros to channel funds to agri, roads, office. Present 2024 appropriation bill today. That's on page 2. To read about the loans, that's on page 2. Electoral reforms. Jagar calls for a ban on cross-capital, INEC unbundling. That's on page 6. To read about the electoral reforms, Jagar calling for the ban on cross-capital, and that's on page 6. Appeal court affirms for Barra's victory, squashes National Assembly Speaker's election, and that's on page 4. EFCC's witnesses exonerates Emefiele on alleged 1.2 billion naira contract award fraud payment. That's on page 4. Engineers hail Tinubu on road regeneration plan, and that's on page 27. 1 killed, 2 escaped with loot as vigilantes confront armed bandits in Abia. That's on page 4. Wabweze Ayoko Wanyang head National Burial Committee, and that's on page 27. The last story here for Daily Sun. Abia subs payment of salary of unverified staff. That's on page 29, and also the last story for Daily Sun. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today's newspaper review. New Telegraph today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for New Telegraph. Smuggling. Importers lose 58.7 billion naira worth of goods to the federal government. And that's on page 3. Efforts by the federal government to stem smuggling and importation of harmful goods into the country have paid off, as over 50 billion naira worth of goods have been confiscated from dubious importers. That's on page 3. Apprehension over Nigeria's quota as OPEC meet tomorrow. That's on page 2. Court adjourned Emefiele's case till January 18, 2024. The case has been adjourned to January 18, 2024, and that's on page 3. Supreme Court didn't deliver judgment in Obi's case against Tinubu LP. That's according to Labour Party, and that's on page 4. I'm just saying Supreme Court didn't actually deliver judgment in Obi's case against Tinubu. That's on page 4. 2023 polls reliable for PDP's poor outing in Benue autumn, and that's on page 30. NIS, how NIN order application discrepancies delay passport issues. That's on page 5. Tinubu seeks Senate approval for fresh $8.6 billion, 100 million euros loans, $6 trillion economy possible in 10 years. Red Chamber passes 57 billion naira police trust funds 2023 budget, and that's on pages 3 and 4. Niger Creole. Nothing. Senators demand Bazoum family members release. You can read that story on page 28. Confusion in Bauchi Assembly as Supreme Court sacks Speaker. Deputy affirms Fubara's election as Rivers governor. That's on pages 5 and 30. Moving on to the next story. 5 million naira bounty. Mother hands over wanted son to Kano police. That's on page 31. Peace Accord. IEDT votes to sign, submit resignation letter on those speaker, and that's on page 4. Boko Haram insurgents. Defense Minister service chiefs in Maduguri as militant behead 11 lodges. Farmers, elder clashes, demand innovation solution. Benue governor. That's on pages 2 and 3. To read about the Boko Haram insurgency in Maduguri, you can read that. That's on page 2 and 3. There are story here. Study ADHD drugs linked to heart disease risk. That's on page 28. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today's newspaper review. The Nation today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for The Nation. President seeks $8.6 billion, 100 million euros loans to improve livelihood. That's on page 4. Fulfill $100 billion pledge on climate change to negotiate US EU. That's on pages. That's on page 28. Emefiele yet to meet bail conditions back in prison. That's on page 4. Basically should have consulted me on successor, says Shaibu. That's on pages 4 and 27. You can read both stories on pages 4 and 27. Speaker. I had to send quick letter. That's on page 4. That's also the last story for The Nation newspaper. And I'll be moving on to Vanguard newspaper today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu's new $8.6 billion loan bid takes debt above $51.759 billion. That's on page 5. You can read that story on page 5. The first part of 2022 to 2024 external borrowing plan for critical infrastructure. President to present 2024 appropriation bill to joint session of NAS today. Total domestic debt as at June 54.130 trillion naira. Analyst experts seek proper utilization accountability. That's on page 5. And that's also the last story for Vanguard. I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, The Punch, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for The Punch newspaper. Under crisis worsens, Assembly demands Ida Tivo's resignation. Every security presence at Ondo Assembly, lawmakers give conditions for truce. That's on page 5. Lawmakers give conditions for truce, and you can read that on page 5. Is Ondo crisis worsens. That's on page 25. Moving on, Supreme Court NJC screens 2022 nominees. Candidates face DSS office. Justice Kekere screening panel. Tinubu may get this Friday. That's on page 2. Moving on, bank recapitalization. Federal government backs CBN. Investors rush for mega banks thoughts. We must address banks' capital adequacy to grow economy. Tinubu's advisor. Investors inject 110 billion naira in UBA. FBNH Zenith access other stocks in 2 days. And that's on page 19 to read about bank capitalization. You can read that on page 19. FCT police nab suspecting murder, kidnappers, robbers, recover arms. That's page 5. Boko Haram terrorists behead 11 Borneo lodges. You can read that story on page 28. Mayfield fails to perfect bail. AFCC opens 1.2 billion naira trial. That's on page 26. But last story for The Punch newspaper, coup scare. 34 declared wanted. ECOWAS team arrives to Sierra. That's on page 25. And also the last story for The Punch. And before I continue with newspaper review, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Welcome back to newspaper review. I'll begin with The Guardian. Today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for The Guardian. After $3 billion crude deal, Deshina warns against resource-backed debts. That's on page 6. Together asks lawmakers to prescribe cross-capiting by politicians once ONEC unbundled. That's on page 3. Tinubu seeks Senate validation for $8.6 billion, 100 million euro loans approved by Buhari government. That's on page 3. Of the Guardian lecture, Tinubu pledges more powers to state, local councils. That's on page 6. Over 27 million kids driven into hunger, malnutrition by extreme weather. That's on page 8. Subsidy removal is battered as with hardship pains, say pensions. That's on page 9. Appeal court affirms for Barrow, its Rivers government dismisses coal, others suits, and that's on page 2. Appeal court affirms for Barrow as Rivers governor dismisses coal, others suits. That's on page 2. And also the last story for The Guardian. And I'm moving on to this day newspaper today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for this day. President seeks Senate approval for $8.7 billion, 100 billion euro loans approved by Buhari's government. Right National Assembly on budget presentation. Fagami warns that rising debt profile danger to the economy. And that's on page 9. Appeal court affirms Kefi's for Buhari's elections. That's on page 9 to read about appeal court affirming Kefi's for Buhari's elections. You can read that on page 9. Tinubu to Nigerians. Present hardship temporary. benefits will be permanent. Says his administration tackling with boldness, decisiveness, manufacturers' challenges, highlights access to low-cost capital, multiple taxation, infrastructure issues, forex scarcity, export obstacles among impediments. And that's on page 9, and also the last story for this day. For the last newspaper, Nigerian News Direct, today, Wednesday, November 29, 2023, I begin with the first headline. Rivers Google Paul, Fubara emerges victorious at appeal court. That's on page 2 to read about the news. Fubara emerging victorious at the appeal court. News Direct at 13. Our commitment to press freedom, accurate news, relentless. That's ED, and that's on page 4. Again, stock market closes negative with 164.7 billion naira loss. That's on page 9. Tinubu 6 National Assembly approval for fresh $8.7 billion, 100 million euro loans to defend 2024 budget. Borrowing plan and joint plenary session, and that's on page 4. Governor Abiodun rewards password graduating students with 2 million naira cash gift. 226 crude oil theft incidents recorded in 1 week. NNPC Limited. That's on page 2. And also the last story for Nigerian News Direct. We've come to the end of newspaper review today. Many thanks for watching. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. Or you can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need. And that's all we have for you today on Newspaper Review. I am Olapeju Ajidepa. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrants, Prince BC Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince BC Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince BC Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met BC Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria.
This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life.
If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his.
When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do.
One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters. He was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Mountain Ash Travels invites you to the Divine Turnaround Trip to the Holy Land of Israel from the 11th to the 20th of March 2024. Under the spiritual leadership of Pastor Wale Oladinyo, the Senior Pastor of Christ Living Spring Apostolic Ministries, Clam Global. Join us as we take you back to the wonderful and spirit-filled moments of the 2023 edition of our prayer pilgrimage themed Divine Settlement.
Take this confession, then go and pray. Hear, O Lord.
Hear, O Lord.
When I cry with my voice.
When I cry with my voice.
We were truly blessed by God and we had a wonderful time. You can visit the following holy sites, which include Mount Tabor, Church of Transfiguration, Mount of Beatitudes, River Jordan in Bethlehem, Church of Nativity, Mount of Temptation, 14 Stations of the Cross, the Sea of Galilee, and the Church of Visitation, out of over 40 sites to be visited. The package includes economy flight tickets with business class tickets on request, hotel accommodation with 3 square meals daily, an escorted group transfer on arrival and departure, land transportation in air-conditioned buses with Wi-Fi facilities, and also facilitated entry to all sites and lots more. At your disposal will be English-speaking certified tour guides and porter service to make your trip to the Holy Land a very pleasant experience. You can take advantage of the holy trip to Israel for baptism and rebaptism, renewal of wedding vows for all married couples, celebration of landmark birthdays, and more. We will arrange departure for the holy trip from Lagos, Nigeria, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, London, and Washington, D.C. For more inquiries, please contact Mountain Ice Travels now via WhatsApp on 081-228-886-66. You can also call the numbers showing on your screen. Registration has commenced and payments can be made instrumentally.
Jesus did wonders on this mountain. I am praying for you from the land of Israel. The same miracle that happened on this mountain when Jesus prayed over 2,000 years ago, let the miracles happen to you in the name of Jesus. John 2:11. At Cana of Galilee, he wrought the first major miracle. Now I pray for you from the land of Israel. Let a major miracle happen in your life in the name of Jesus. God is going to surprise you in the name of Jesus. Let every blessing from this land of Israel be yours in the name of Jesus.
Come and experience a divine turnaround.
I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for your good. I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for your good. Hallelujah. My name is Pastor Wole Oladinyo. I'm the senior pastor of Clam Omali Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm pleased to invite you to join me in divine turnaround trip to the Holy Land of Israel. It's going to be wow. 11th through to 28th of March 2024 through the Fiat of Mountain Ice Travels. God is going to visit you. We're going to visit landmark places where Jesus did miracles, and He's going to touch your case there. He's going to give you that turnaround in the name of Jesus. Register now. You will see the details at the background. Please, let's make it together for this divine turnaround trip to the Holy Land of Israel. You are welcome. In the name of Jesus, turnaround is your portion. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble, BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive. engaging and unconventional. Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrants, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Chairman, for honoring this invitation. General Buba Maro, please put your hands together for him. And I want to say thank you, a big thank you to our mother, the governor's wife, Mrs. Ibijoke Sowolu, for honoring us and sending the representative. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. This event, we decided to put this event together. This is not the first event we're doing. We do it all. Let me quickly say the CIG was created as a welfare organization for the creative industry. And you agree with me that the people surviving within the creative space, they are not up to 0.1%. There's so much suffering, there's so much pain in the industry. Forget those that are making millions, they are just few. You have a lot of creative people all over Nigeria that cannot even afford 1 square meal. Some are sick, they cannot buy medicine. They are everywhere. So that was what gave birth to CIG. And since we started, we've been doing everything. We can't do all alone. But the main core of CIG is empowerment, training. And we create another event that celebrates us, celebrates the creative people, those that have made us proud in the past. Most of you must have been seeing adverts everywhere when we celebrate a particular legend or artist. We've celebrated Charlie Boy. We started with Ovularia of Zebudaya. We went to look for her in Port Harcourt. She's 80-something years old now. And when we located her, she was weeping that nobody remembered her. And we say, Mommy, we remembered you. It was our representative, the director of events, Obukome Ibru, that we sent to Port Harcourt because we have chapters all over Nigeria. And with our executive in Port Harcourt, they went and looked for her. And we celebrated her. It was all over social media. And we gave her an award and a little token. And ever since we kept the fire burning. Every month we have been celebrating those that have made us proud. You agree with me, there are people that will never be celebrated till they die. And they've done us well. They've made us proud. You have danced their music. You have enjoyed one thing or the other. Their craft, you have enjoyed it. But nobody, Nigerians, we don't celebrate our heroes. So that was what gave birth to the Creative Industry Group Industry Night. Every last Friday of every month. We've celebrated a lot of actors, Ejike Asiegbu, Charlie Boy. Last month was Tony Okoroji. This last Friday we celebrated the governor of Colosseum, night shift. So we've celebrated great people. So that is what CIG is all about, bringing goodies to everyone within the creative space. Now, what gave birth to this is as a result of the good things we're doing, and we just look around and see what is going on. I found out that a lot of our youth are going astray. Myself and my wife, we own a business place, and every morning we pick syringes at the front of our business place. Syringes. Some little kids will just pick the syringe. They don't know what it is. They will be in it and be spraying it. I saw one day, I screamed at him and he almost melted. I said, this is bad. I called the mother. Tell him not to do that again. And in my area, you see a lot of youth that have gone crazy. They are all dazed, walking like this on the streets. They are everywhere. And I just feel mad. I said, what is this? Is this how we're going to have leaders of tomorrow? A lot of our youths believe, some in the entertainment business believe that when they take drug, they blow. That is their perception. When they take drug, they become a celebrity, a big celebrity. That is a big lie. Who told you that? Talent is an inbuilt thing. God gave you that talent. It's inside of you, not drug. If you take drug, then you are not a talented person, because you are acting artificially. You are not acting originally. A lot of our youth in the entertainment business, even on our platform, some will tell you, I am grown and old enough to know that when you take drug, it takes you to the next level. Unfortunately, a lot of them have made so much money. It's not like we did not make hits. We make big hits, but we didn't have internet like this that time. But our head, very correct. I have a lot of my colleagues in the business that we never took drug. My wife is here. I don't drink, I don't smoke. But when you give, if I enter that stage, now all of you will go tire for me. Because it's an inbuilt thing. And I've done a lot of albums, hits albums in the past. How many of you know Mr. Goody Goody? Mr. Goody Goody. If I let me sing that, you know the song? Those are my old songs. Joanna, God taking your medicine. Those are my old songs. Ba 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 ba, featuring Two-Face and Sonny Neji. Those are my old songs. I did well without drugs. So if I can do it, I believe every other youth can do it without drug.
Creative Industry Group, Ambassador Felix Duke. Place your hands together for him one more time. He has used a lot of people as examples. I had my name as one of the formidable people who will do their job, and he said, I know Kofi very well. He doesn't use drugs. Please, I use drugs. So. But I take drugs when I have headache. Panadol. When I sick, doctor give me my prescription. I don't go and say, maybe one day now they not carry me on it and I say Kofi is not well. And then say, hey, the talker, you know they use the medicine. That's why he know well. If I sick and they use my medicine, more to get and clear. Kofi does not use hard drugs. But if he sick, if they use the medicine, Panadol or Emzor paracetamol,
vitamin C,
especially that vitamin C. Abi, we all heard about it, how they are constantly, pushing, and maybe there are allegations or not yet proven, but from sources we have gotten to know that a lot of young people were constantly being introduced to the use of drugs. And every of their music videos you watch, the last one that Mobad shot, he was pushing away the smoke, that he was no longer into that life. Am I right? You remember it? Waiting be this one like this, been through many things, seen so many. Oh, hey. Lataye Genesis. Oh yeah now. More leave this adults, more play.
Like say I know the which kind person be this. Oh let him be this one like this. Been through many things. Lataye Genesis. I be the man to find this. Survivor. Bionimba. Man a chaser. Faster than a bullet. Flying like a rocket. Batman from the forest. King of South and the West, faster than a car, warfare Barusa, faster than a Benzo, faster than a car.
Who is doing Charlie Poppy for me? Who go do Charlie Poppy for me? Who did there? Oh yeah, now come give us Charlie Poppy.
As you are done, cast you may fit take this garden. Everybody must chop breakfast to collect money, you must chop paper, adapu money. Come on body for Charlie Poppy. Clear infant for me.
That already your mind is forming the future. You are picking lyrics and it is forming your thought processes. The history of America that I know today, the foundational history and behavior and mannerisms of Americans, was from watching television and listening to all the rappers of that time. So gradually your mind is forming. The Charlie Poppy song you're talking about, there are inserts in between it to suggest the kind of work that quickly brings money. So you need to beware. Alright? Mobad's song that you just heard, he was talking about all the very depressive things that he was going through. You need to also be careful. What you constantly take in becomes a part of you. This is the first time in the history of mankind for me that as an adult I'm seeing young people say they are depressed. I'm hearing young people say depression, 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 because constantly they are hearing it from social media. When I was your age mate, the only depression I knew was in mathematics. Angle of elevation, and I didn't know it as a human emotion. So please, you are too young to have depression. At this stage, you are supposed to be playing. So this is where somebody now comes to meet you and says, take this thing, it will ginger you. Please, the only ginger you need in your life is to be happy with what your parents do for you. Let nothing else ginger you. There are a lot of places in Mushin, Oshodi, all the way to Ipaja and all those places that you see young people like you who have left school because they want to ginger. Ginger, oh, ginger, ginger, oh, ginger. There's another one, maybe ginger mean, like ginger. See these children. Come on, don't look like old man, no. So please, my own take is this. These are the use of words and mannerisms that put you in trouble. These are the use of language, new language, that the semi-adults are using to pull you in. Make up your mind now. Because most of them are quite irresponsible. Because if they are responsible with their act, they too will not be depressed despite their successes. If you check, most of these entertainers that you are looking up to constantly come back on social media to complain that they are depressed. If things are working for them, why are they depressed? So who knows Lagbaja here? See her. Oh yeah, come and sing me a song near this song. So that's the problem. Parents are also failing. When I was a kid, my parents constantly played valuable music to my eardrums. It informed and formed my personality. By the time I grew up to take charge, I took the necessary parts from bad music and threw away the junk. So parents, it is your duty now to constantly play those valuable songs around your children to counterbalance. But instead, you see full-grown parents, millennial parents. Once there's a new song that is a terrible song that young people are dancing, parents will follow enter dancing competition. They do challenge upon challenge on social media. So when we are saying the kids are going astray, who are the parents? We need to start from parenting before we start blaming the kids. I saw a video yesterday of Usher giving testimony to him being sent to Puff Daddy's house at the age of 13. And whilst he was living with Puff Daddy, he was seeing certain things that a kid should not see. And in the comment section, everybody just agreed unanimously that parents that sent their 13-year-old to go and live with an adult, a media personality of that caliber at the time. How do you expect the mind of the young child to form? These are the foundational problem and issues. Parenting. It is after parenting fails that the wolves take over your children. Thank you very much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, let me also invite our legend.
When we say the failure of the society, I'm only going to buttress what my young brother here has just said. The failure of the society is actually the failure of our family and home's value. You ask me why? You don't blame the society because you are part of the society. You are the microsome of the society because it starts from our homes. Those people you see that are drug addicts, they all have homes. They were born of men and women. Because women are supposed to be those who mold people, not the father. Because as soon as you go, he or she will also have her own agenda. And so you leave your children in the care of people who are not an influencer who can impact anything upon those children. So the children become wayward. Because there's nobody leading them, there's nobody telling them what is wrong. They watch all kind of movies while you are away. They are on their phones, 24/7. You don't ever ask, what are you watching at this age? Let me have your phone. And you call it privacy, Abi, because I'm 18. It's a lie. My mother will still beat you at 24. You understand? And the society is looking the other way because you feel that you know consignment. What goes around comes around. I'm going to tell you one small story. You get one farmer who will get a pig, get a rat, you got a cock and a cow. They're all living in the farm. And so Madam came back from market one day, he bought a rat trap. The rat ran away and made the cock, come oh. You see, say, Madam, don't buy rat trap. The fowl laugh, oh. He said, what do you call him? He said, no, the rat trap. And that one must be for you. I beg, no call me again. The rat went and hid upstairs and was crying. He cried and cried and cried. The cow now asked, what is happening? He said, the rat is crying. Over what? He said, Madam, buy rat. Then he said, this guy will soon die. So the pig came in and said, okay, he made the conversation. He said, since this guy goes soon die, maybe we do send off for him before he die. Because that trap, he sure said that he never come. 3 months down the line, Baba fell ill. He was very, very sick. And so they now look for all the medications. No one was working out. So a native doctor said, well, get a white cock. When you get 7 feathers, tie it, you know, cut the neck off and pour the blood in the front of your door before you go in. At least they have a chicken now. So they carry fowl. Yeah. So Baba there for bed, oh, sick, you know very well. So they said they have to carry this one to another village, far village, because there is another international Baba way to do this thing. So they went to that one. That one said, this thing where they worry you, you have to go and buy a pig. Buy a pig, kill it. I will give you some herbs. After you don't boil them, you will use the water bath. 7 days, you will be fine. The man said, I get pig. So they went home, got the pig. Yeah. Baba nowhere. A month down the line, Baba died. Families came around and said, at least this is a burial ceremony now. We don't need to buy another cow. We'll have a cow. You see, if the rat who came the first time and said, let us discuss it as a family like we are doing now. That's the reason we are doing what we are doing. So that a stitch in time, they said, saves 9. So we cannot continue to pretend, say, it not concern me. You might be very happy today, you have a very, very, you know, a good family of 3-4 kids. Do you know what your grandchildren will turn? You never know. Do you know what your great-grandchildren will turn out to be? You never know. So if you are shying away from taking this course to the next level and ensuring that our children are well looked after, monitor them. Don't say the work excuse is not good enough. It's not good enough, because if we continue to use the work excuse, then it means that we are heading for a very, very grave danger, because we don't know what our children is going to be like. So children, those who use drugs die by drugs. What did I say?
Those who use drugs die by drugs.
It's not by science. It might take some time, you know. So when you use drug, know that you are finished, because slowly you will be improving from one grade to another level. Before maybe you start smoking the book, you will get to a point and say, oh boy, you never tried this one. They'll give you some cocaine. Take this one, and this one will read it. You take out. You say you have upgraded, and you are going closer to that point where you now become a laughing stock. So when you see those using drug, serve as a disciple to them. If you see your friend using drug, advise him. If he doesn't take the advice, report him to an elderly person. What do I say? You must report that person to an elderly person. So God will bless you all right? Thank you.
I want to
just say a special good afternoon to all the children here. I love kids a lot. I'll be 18 in March next year. I have 5 adopted daughters. So I'm constantly in fear when they go out, the friends they mingle with. So right from when I started raising my son, because I'm a single parent, I made a deliberate effort, no matter how busy I am. People who know me will tell you the bond between me and my son, particularly my son. Because people always think that girls are the most hardest people to raise. Now lie you. Now boys hard pass. I made a deliberate effort, no matter how busy I am. I talk to my son. I pay attention to him. I travel a lot. I'm always out of the house. One thing I did from when he started growing up is, number one, I make sure he doesn't eat junk food. I take out my time, put out my love in cooking everything he eats. So if I'm not going to be around for 1 month, I'm going to cook everything he's going to eat for that 1 month. And if I'm around, immediately I come in. If he's going to school, I will take it upon myself to drive him to school. Now, when we are on our way, the gist is, oh, Constance, what did you do yesterday? What did you do the day before yesterday? That's your friend. What do you say his name is again? Who is his mother? What does his mother do? You know, I kind of ask these questions. Ah, that girl that called you, you were laughing so much. And, you know, my son will not be shy. I said, no, tell me. So I made him so close to me that there is nothing my son cannot tell me. There is nothing. And that's where we parents miss it. We are too busy chasing money. Now we are chasing this money for these children. But by the time you realize that the money you have chased is useless to the child you chased it for, it will be too late. You want to buy an iPhone for a child. What does he need an iPhone for? What you need to give to your child is what he needs. My child didn't use a phone till he was 11. And when I gave him a phone, he went to school. He went to a military school. He just graduated. There is no phone in his school. I deliberately put him in a military school because as a single woman raising a boy, I decided I wanted that discipline that I might not really have, so that they can discipline him for me very well. If you see my son, you will know that he has been raised by a queen. And one thing I also do is when I see children misbehaving, I don't care whose child you are my child when I see you. The reason is because my children go out, they mingle. If I don't teach other people's children, what I don't teach my children, they will go and learn it from those children. So if I see somebody's child misbehaving, I don't care if you abuse me, I'm going to beat you up. I will teach you. In London, I visited a friend. The daughter is 11. So we finished eating. The girl just dropped our plate, and went to start pressing her iPod. I'm like, come, why are you not washing those plates? And she said, I don't know how to wash plates. I say, 11. You don't know how to wash plates, and you are a girl. In this country that by the next 2 years now, you bring a man that you want to go and get married. So who is going to wash plate for you? Oh yeah, go and wash those plates. The mother say, Queen, leave am now. I go wash her when I stand up. Excuse me. So I marched her to the kitchen. She washed the plate, poured water everywhere. I mopped it. I showed her how to mop. The next day, she did the same thing. I called her out. She went to wash the plate, poured water. When she was done, I said, yeah, take the mopping stick, mop it. You saw the way I mopped it yesterday, mop it like that. He mopped it with anger. She mopped it. The next day, when he washed the plate, he knows I will say she will mop. She didn't pour water. By the time I left their house, 10 days in UK, this girl was not waiting for anybody to tell her to wash plates. Because it's wrong. At 11, a child does not know, forget about cooking. The girl does not know how to wash plates. Now, we always think that our children are too small to learn. They are not too small. These children know more than us. I look at, my son is 17, like I said. I know his password to his email. I look at his phone. He's not on social media. The only platform he's on is WhatsApp. And the only reason he went on WhatsApp was when COVID came. That was where they used to teach them from. So he got on WhatsApp. Even at that, I'll still look at, when I see any group I don't understand, I delete it. And I say, you got time, you can't be on this group. So we need to make a deliberate effort. We don't need our children to love us all the time. What we parents are afraid of is if we spank him, he'll be frowning. Let him frown. But when they realize that you did them a favor. My mother raised me so well. Do you know I'm 43 years old? I'm afraid of my mother. If I wear clothes, I will look at it twice. Because somebody will go and show my mom, see Queen, no, see am. She will call me, hey, that clothes you wear, oh. She will burst cry. So because I know somebody can go and show her, I will always cover my body. And that's because of the way she raised us. In my family, we are 6. The person that I'm following directly is a trailer driver. Now, people believe trailer drivers drink. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. In fact, in my house, I'm ashamed to say, I'm the only one who drinks occasionally. Nobody drinks in my house. And that is how we were raised. So if you are from a family that don't even drink alcohol, how will you learn how to smoke a bowl? How will you learn how to smoke cigarette? In my family, you can't see anybody proudly smoking cigarette. When I was growing up as a young girl, the in thing during our time was, you know, if you don't smoke, you are not a big girl. Like raise a family. It's a woman's job to look after her children, including her husband. Some men know they remember to eat. Now you go give them better food. If you don't push a man out, most of the time, they don't go astray. So it's a woman's job to put that family together. So rather than keep chasing and doing competition with your husband, focus on your future, not those children. So what I'm trying to say is, as kids, listen to your parents. Don't go relying on friends. And most of the time, children rely on friends because there is no parent to talk to. You bring your something to your mom say, go to daddy. You bring it to daddy say, please, go to mommy. And then the next thing, you go to uncle, the next door neighbor. And that one now is a useless person. Before you know, start teaching the child nonsense. And you see, what you don't teach your child, what you don't tell your child that this is bad, an adult that is a very bad person will teach your child, and because your child does not know better, your child will take it as what it's supposed to be, and then they will grow like that. I don't let my children enter anybody's house. In my house, we have one television, not because I don't have money to buy TV. Everybody gather here. Everybody has a time to watch what they want to watch. When mommy is around, mommy watch this. When God's time is around, this is God's time. When Susan is around, this is what Susan will watch. So we watch one TV. There is nothing like you lock your room. In my house, there is a law. It's a 3-bedroom. You don't lock any door, including my own. I can just barge into your room at any time. I don't care. I will just open it. God's time, you are very quiet. What are you doing? Bring your phone. I want to see it. Hey, mommy, I'm not doing it. Let me see it. And there's a law. You don't delete your WhatsApp messages. I must read it. Because you see, these children, trust me, they are smarter than us. And if you don't look after them now, they will sell your house, sell you, put you in trouble, disgrace the whole family, embarrass the whole family. I mean, if the child is a drug addict, they go point now queen son, now queen daughter. Have you not been disgraced? Then all the money you are chasing, of what use? You know, so we need to make a deliberate effort to bring our children together, to encourage them to tell us things, to be open to us. When they meet somebody that maybe they like, because you see, whether you like it or not, platonic likeness, it starts. And that's when people start looking for things to run into. Maybe a girl likes a boy, is not reciprocating. The next thing, the boy starts to take something to forget that girl. But immediately it clears off. You will still start remembering the girl. So you need to tell your son, when a girl say no, no means no. Another one go like you. You are very handsome. You are so you need to tell them, don't be shy. Don't say because he's 15. It's platonic likeness. Now so it dey start. Some people will not want to, get into this conversation. We must get into the conversation, whether you like it or not. Or else they go give your pikin belle for house. Your son go sleep with somebody. Or you go try to touch somebody, they go use police arrest them. So you need to let them know when somebody say no, no means no. Move ahead. Don't take anything. If your friend is drinking some alcohol, report your friend to the parents.
Meanwhile, she was in playgroup 2, but with the level of I put nursery 2. But when we were going home, the way she was talking at the back of the car, I had to call my wife. Say, come, which class you say this girl did? I say, she's in playgroup 2. I say, playgroup 2. Not nursery 2. My wife said, what do you mean nursery? I said, I wrote nursery 2, but from the way I'm looking, now primary 2 she's supposed to do.
A very good afternoon to everyone. And I want to especially thank CIG for this opportunity. For correction, my name is Joshua Natus. I'm from Ministry of Health, standing in for Dr. Boye, the Primary Secretary, and Dr. Tolu Ajumale, the Head of Special Projects and Mental Health Desk. All right, thank you. So I want to focus on the student this time around, and we've all seen what the problem is. You can bet that the problem is a bit of inavailability of the parents to culture the children for tomorrow. But now there's a role you all are to play, and after that I would provide some solutions that the work the Ministry of Health is currently doing that can push back this drug abuse, because we are really working towards it. And special thanks to Professor Akin, the Commissioner for Health. Okay, have you been bullied? You've been bullied, right? What did you do when you were bullied? It's the fact that they are bullied and they want to feel strong. And you know that there are some drugs that you can take. Once you take them, if somebody punch you, you know they feel the pain. You go be like say you carry your dish. And it starts as low as this. So when you're bullied, there are what we call structures in the school that can help you. I think there are counselors in the school. And part of the work Ministry of Health did recently was to reach out to the Ministry of Education that were doing mental health programs in schools. Last year, we went to several schools too. But I think probably to get to your district and all that. But please, reach out to teachers, because if it is not addressed or treated, that person that is bullied will go and meet another person that is bullied, and they will form a conclave. They will now become anti-bully association, and that anti-bully association will now say, we said we need to get our own power. Because I went to a public school and I was the head boy then. Let me not lie for you, I was head boy with no power. Because what those guys they do for school, you know, there is an effort for us to also play out, make ourselves available so that these students can approach us, discuss this. Because if they are bullied, there are tendencies that they will switch to drugs. It's either the drugs would help them subdue the pain that they are feeling, to feel alive, to feel high, or it also empower them to want to retaliate, want to oppress, because that's basically what these drugs would do. But the second thing is that the environment matters a lot. I know that we might not be able to control that totally, because I myself, I grew up in Bariga. So growing up in Bariga, I will tell you Bariga is Raz. Bariga, Mushin, we are Raz there, and there we did. Bariga is Raz. But we need to take deliberate efforts to control yourself. Let me give you an instance. You come back from school. That time, I don't know why people play these days as game, but that time we play counter football, we play street football, we play, yes. But we set a benchmark of time that we can't stay out late. So you need to ask yourself, I know that some of you are shouting to your parents that, I'm a big girl now, mommy cannot tell me anything, I go and do whatever I want to do. You're smiling, you know that's true. Yes, it's true. In doing that, if you really want to save yourself from the disaster that drugs and substance abuse will do, you need to set a boundary for yourself. And you need to be very intentional about it. Our mommies that have spoken have talked about the fact that our parents have become too busy. Yes, they have become too busy, but it's also not their fault. The economy itself. The economy is not. How much is a pound now? A pound is like about 1.4. I know it's no excuse, but our parents will say that they want to feed the children, and if they don't have food, they need to work. So if your parents are not around, are not available, what effort do you take to your own self to keep yourself away from drugs? And one of those steps is to set a boundary. But first of all, let me ask, do you know what drugs is? I know our Uncle Kofi has said what drugs is, but do you know what drug is? Do you know what drug is? Can you mention some drugs for me?
Panadol.
All right, thank you. You did. When you say drug abuse or substance abuse, it is not only hard drugs that people abuse. It's not only hard drugs. We had a pandemic of tramadol in Nigeria. We still have codeine. It was even banned. So, and these drugs are, some of them are over the counter. Over the counter, I mean that you can just go to pharmacy, even Malam, they sell them. Aboki, they sell them. So, the definition of drug abuse is not just taking illegal or hard drugs. It's actually the excessive or inappropriate use of any drugs beyond its intended use. Because now, I know the topic I'm supposed to speak on basically is illusion and delusion of drugs. I know sometimes when people reach out to you and say, did they take drugs? There's something they used to tell us that time when we were a bit young. When I'm still young, let me not say be young, maybe you want to read all night. You know, we as students, we no go read exam will they reach. Now that time where exam don't reach, we go one study for exam. We go see my friend tell us, me code we cope now to they are big read. And let me tell you, if you don't tell yourself, like our mommy has told us that if you self-love, the other thing is discipline. You need to sit down, tell yourself, where do I want to be in the next 5 years? This or that. And if you set that limit for yourself, it will help you. Now let me give you the approach Ministry of Health is taking towards this. In 2011, the Ministry of Health under I think it's Dr. Idris, yes, they decided that there is a pandemic in the world. Substance abuse was becoming a terrible thing and we're losing youth. And people said, okay, so let's establish something called the Lagos Mind. Lagos Mind. Lagos responsibilities. And one of it was to provide solution to the increasing mental health illnesses. And to be sincere, substance abuse under DSM-5 is categorized as a mental health disorder. So with that, the next thing you want to do is like, we could go drink that alcohol, we go take that Igbo so that we go calm down. And the funny thing is that the illusion of drugs is that if I take it, I can stop anytime. That's in a lie, yo. I've normally, like I said, I grew up in Bariga. I have been in Bariga youth and I have conversations with them. And what you hear them say is that na person will be na in they addicted. Let me tell you, it's a big lie. It's a big lie. Don't be deceived. You might have the choice to start, but I'm telling you that there is high possibility that you don't have the choice to stop. Go and ask people that are smoking. They will say, today will be my last day of holding this cigarette, and lie. The next day they will still go. So we provide this helpline. I'll call the numbers to you so you can write it down. The number is 090 9000 6463 090 9000 6463. So if you know a friend, if you are even the one, don't worry. There's there's possibility that if your parents do not need to know, the ministry knows how to handle those cases. Be it that you're bullied in school or you're being forced to take substances, call the line. You can try the number now. It's available. 090-9000-6463. And the interesting thing is that the number works 24/7. Even in the midnight by 3 a.m., if you call the number to go through. Even on Saturdays, no. So the number is not toll free. Let me explain. So if you give us a flash and you don't have airtime to call, we'll call you back. So that's how the service is. Because when we did the COVID intervention, we found out that people were playing with the number. They just call in, waste the resources, and Lagos State was paying heavily for it. And it wasn't a good business at all. So what we did is that if you need help and then you call the 9, we will respond to you. The benchmark is if you spend a minute with us, we'll call you back. But if you intend to use your airtime, we'll entertain the conversation. And we refer services. We have services that span up to depression, you're thinking of killing yourself, you're thinking of taking drugs and all that. So please, that is what is provided. And I wish that every one of us will tap into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. When you talk about OJs, talk about the likes of, what are their names? There are all of them. OJ Collins in Nigeria is about Africa. Understand that. We are talking about drug abuse now. The drug abuse we are talking about right now, if it's 10% in Nigeria, you can be rest assured of Africa. Because Africa is the hub, central hub. It's like the father, like the mother of every other nation. You need to understand that. How many of you know what I'm saying? You know that that's the truth. Africa, that's where it is. So I would like to, it's just so unfortunate that when it got to when I wanted to talk, they're telling me 2 minutes. My friend Kofi, God is practically what it is. I actually want to let you guys understand something, that one of the most powerful tools for changing perception, for driving change in every society is the entertainment sector. I want to charge the entertainers. Entertainers, when we talk about entertainers, it cuts across the singers, the dancers, the actors, the actresses, the writers, and the rest. See, listen to me. Right now in a place like Nigeria, the young people listening to entertainers. Hello. The people they're listening to in Africa right now, in Nigeria especially, are entertainers, not people from government. People from government, many of them have lost their integrity. These days, a Two-Face or what do you call it, Davido talks. Nigerian youth listening to them. Am I right? They listen. Unlike when one government official talks. So, you see, it is incumbent on entertainers to understand that the reason why God has given you a voice is not for you to just sing and collect money. It's not for you to be selfish towards yourself. You know, one of the biggest undoing of a lot of people is that thought of me, myself, and I. I remember some years ago, there was an entertainer that wanted to invite another entertainer that is doing well. His time has passed. I don't want to mention him, most of you know him. He wanted to invite another entertainer that is doing well. And when he wanted to invite that person charged him. The manager charged him. He said, okay, you'll pay 1.5 million for me to go. Don't you know me? I'm the whatever and stuff. The manager said, okay, sorry. Now what he say, me could do I beg no verse. Now in my mind, I thought about it. I said, most people, when they are shining, they don't think of the next generation. They shine selfishly. When you are shining, it's time for you to give back. Now, I just imagine something. How about if this man, this legend, he's a big time legend in Nigeria, one day in a program, maybe in Sulere or in Ajebule or in Ikeja, he organized a program like this, talking to young people. And while he's talking, he lifts up his hand and says something. Listen to me, you are going to be great. All of them will say amen. I'm talking to you. He's talking to about 1,000 people. I'm talking to you. God has put something in you that will make you prosper. You are going to be great. Now, guess what will happen? After many years, now, it's so very possible that the person he was talking to in that crowd is a whiskey. Is a Davido. Are you understanding what I'm saying? You might not know the impact of what you're doing. You might not know. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know who you're impacting.
And now, Davido or Whiskey will not meet you many years after. Baba fell is due. Thank you, sir. The impact you made, you are like, how did I make impact in your life? He said, sir, I remember many years ago when you were talking, when you said you are going to make it. I said, amen. Sir, that was what I was holding on to. Today, look at me now. I am blessed. How many of you know what I'm talking about? If you are an entertainer in Nigeria, you are doing very well. Impact the next generation. Impact the lives of the next generation. Don't be selfish. Listen, I define Nigeria. I was speaking one day in a conference. I told them something. I said Nigeria for me can be defined as turn by turn Nigeria Limited. You are not going to be there forever. You are not going to shine forever. Tomorrow it will be another person's turn. But what are you doing to help the young people? Drug abuse is on the high. Let's raise platforms like this that will help impact our young people and make them better people for Nigeria to be a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you and God bless CIG.
Are you hearing me now? Am I louder? Well. I said we are here for a serious business. We're talking about drug abuse conference. You've had, I would like the students to concentrate, and even the parents that are here and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are here to also listen to me, to pay attention rather. We've had a lot of live lessons here today, and this made this forum a bit distinguished to me, because in most places we come on the podium, we speak a lot of grammars and we leave. But here today, everybody is down to earth. I do not want to take much of your time. I want to just ask a question. Hello, students. Hello? Have you ever sat in a forum like this where you have been taught about or talked to about drug abuse? So it is not new to you. Is that so? It's not new to you. Okay, that's good. So, good morning to you all then. Kindly permit my humble self to adopt the already established protocol from my principal, my boss, the chairman, chief executive officer of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. I'm not NAFDAC. Do you know the difference? Okay. His Excellency Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired but not tired, CON OFR, who is unavoidably absent at this important occasion because of some engagements beyond his control, which he has to attend to physically. He would have loved to be here to share these beautiful moments with us, but due to work exigencies, he's not able to make it. According to him, the menace of trafficking in prohibited substances and drug abuse in any given society cannot be overemphasized. In any society which these monsters are visible, they should be attacked with fierce, effective seriousness due to their nature and capabilities, as the attendant consequences could crumble a nation's life if not caught. Once again, I am here to talk about, or to give you a speech on preserving the image of a nation through drug war, delivered by me, Rita Okpere, a commander of narcotics and a deputy director. drug trafficking and drug abuse are old concepts, and they are a problem in most countries of the world, including our beloved nation, Nigeria. Talking about the image of a nation, Nigeria as a country was never a source country. Nigeria as a nation was never a source country. You know, in this drug trade, we have the source country, which means that country is where they produce a particular type of drug. Like when you talk about heroin, it's mostly being produced from Mexico. And then we have the transit countries. Those transit countries, we have your dear beloved country like Nigeria, where you pass the drug through to get to the destination where it is finally taken or sold to retailers who now dispose them off to users. I would like to make a short explanation here further. You see, in this drug trade, it involves a lot of money. That is why a lot of people get involved with it. And they do all it takes to make sure they make this money. They can go to the source country, they get the said prohibited substance, they'll bring it down to Nigeria and then take it back to where they want it to be sold into. Why do they do this? They do this because they feel that these transit nations or countries do not have laws strong enough to catch up with them like the developed countries. Maybe in this country where they use as a transit country, they do not have enough gadgets to easily detect them like they would see in the developed countries. Why I'm taking my time to do this is because I see that we have some students here and we have some adults here. And this thing I'm explaining, you might not know about this. These are deep secrets I'm here to espouse so that you can have a thorough grounding, a thorough understanding of what we are talking about. Many of you have been hearing of drug abuse, drug abuse, drug abuse. Drug abuse is this. What is drugs? Like you were asked. Drug is anything other than food and water, which is when taken, that is when taken into the body, can alter the functions of the body, of the mood of a person. Talking about the image of a nation, Nigeria as a nation was never, like I said before, a source country. That is where these drugs are manufactured. Neither was it a destination country, that is a user country. It was just a transit country, a country whereby drug shipments travel through to reach local dealers and users. As time went by, Nigeria crystallized into a consuming nation. How? When they bring these hard drugs in, like cocaine, heroin, and we being part of the international treaties, a lot of awareness have come on to us, and we are being supported to fight this menace. So people now discover that it was difficult, it was not that easy to send out this country, these drugs to the user nations. So they will keep them, and after keeping them, they start selling it in their local environments. Do you understand what I'm explaining? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you understand. Now they will keep these drugs because there are gadgets at the airports, at the that way they get to sell to the local environment, their immediate environment, because they find it now difficult to take them out of this country as a transit nation. As time went by, Nigeria crystallized into a consuming nation, since drugs that were meant to pass through her was now being consumed by the local environment and the immediate environment. That was how the issue of drug abuse started in full force and gained much ground. Afterwards, it gained much momentum, as it has done today. Drug abuse is when substances or drugs are used in a manner that deviates from medically approved or socially acceptable patterns by the society. It is the non-medical use of substances or drugs which have the properties of altering the mental state of a being in ways that are considered by social norms and defined by status to be inappropriate, undesirable, harmful, and threatening to the life of the users and society at large. You see, when we talk about drug abuse, people think it is only when you take cocaine in their hand. When you underuse or overuse any medicine or drug prescribed to you by a professional, as in the medical field, is drug abuse. If you take any medicine that is not prescribed to you, it is drug abuse. One way or the other, you and I have been involved in drug abuse. Because when you have headache, you don't find time to find out. You just go into the nearby chemist, you get Panadol. Like the Oga that was the FC of today said, he used to take drugs, so I used to take Panadol. What was it prescribed for you by a certified medical doctor or personnel, maybe a pharmacist? If the answer is no, you are engaged in drug abuse. Though drug abuse is not limited to teenagers and youth, it is more common amongst them in our society. In buttressing this fact, the 2018 National Drug Survey result, supported by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, show that while the global drug use prevalence is 5.6%, the drug use prevalence in Nigeria is 14.4%, which is almost 3 times the global average of the entire world. And this is not good for the image of the country. Remember, we are talking on preserving the image of a nation, and we are using our dear country Nigeria as a case study. Through drug war, preserving the image through drug war. Some of the commonly abused classes of drugs in our country today include stimulants, e.g. amphetamines, methamphetamine, caffeine, etc. Stimulants speed up the functionality of the central nervous system. We have the depressants, e.g. Valium, Lexotan, diazepam, Rofinol. Those ones, they slow down the functionality of the central nervous system. We have hallucinogens, e.g. ecstasy or Mori, ketamine. They alter the user's perception of reality. And we have narcotics, the one which many of you have been mentioning today: heroin, morphine, opium, codeine, and even tramadol. They have both stimulating and depressing effects on their users. Steroids, which are typically used to build muscle mass and treat inflammatory conditions like asthma and arthritis, when abused, steroids can cause liver and kidney problems. Particular drugs or brand they abuse or they catch fancy in to use to get high. Then let's talk about consequences. Consequences of drug abuse. We have three major consequences. We have the physical effect, we have the psychological consequences, and we have the social consequences. The physical effect of drug abuse is that it causes serious damage to vital organs of the body, like the brain, liver, lungs, eyes. Drug users develop obvious medical conditions that are not in most cases associated with their age grade, which may include lack of concentration, memory loss, high blood pressure, irregular heartbeats, among others. They even suffer life-threatening infections like HIV/AIDS, hepatitis, which can also be attracted through the sharing of needles and syringes used in injecting these drugs. Death can also occur in the course of being addicted to a particular drug of abuse. Then we have the physical effect, the psychological effect, This includes sleeplessness, restlessness. I have this to say: when you go to psychiatry, you see psychiatric hospitals, you see some very young lads there, and you wonder what had brought these ones there. It might not be far-fetched. Amongst other reasons, it might be the use of prohibited drugs and substances, or substances rather. The psychological effects, like I said, include sleeplessness, restlessness, violent and hostile behaviors. Drug users also hallucinate. That is, they start seeing things that are not real. They start talking to people that are not there. And you will say, this one has gone mad. Not knowing is the effect of drugs. We also have the social effect. The social effect of drug abuse is known as social malady. Persons involved in drug abuse display high level of hostilities, like you see in our parks. All these talks, alaye boys, even from the way they talk, you know this one is high on drugs. And with their dark lips and dark hands, dark fingernails, you know they are into something which is not normal. As they often, these people display a high level of hostility, like I said, and they often get involved in conflicts with friends, family, authorities, on various capacities. They get violent. You talk to them, they respond with violence. They are ever ready to fight you, to tear you down. And we also have, under the social effect, they are easily lured. Drug abusers are easily lured into cultism, armed robbery, banditry, rape, amongst others. Conclusively, I would like to add this. There are 1,001 reasons why our children or some of our children or young persons get involved with drug abuse. The advert you see on the TV, you can be lured when you see beautiful ladies being used. You think, oh, this might be the result of the hot drink they are advertising, or cigarettes that they are smoking, or the alcohol they are taking. It is not true. Do not be carried away. Some of you have low self-esteem. Like our mother said, you don't have to compete. You should be contented. Everybody in life have their time. Your time by God's grace will come and we will all celebrate you in Jesus' name. Amen. And also, they get involved with armed robbery. Some of them, through their friends, you want to feel like belong, and if you do not do what they are doing, they will not see you as member of the gang or that association. I'm taking my time to tell you all this so that you can take it home and keep it in your heart and live with it and pass it on to others around you. You be a good ambassador of those advocating against drug abuse. Conclusively, the image of any nation is very important. Image has to do with the physical appearance, and much about the perception you give helps in forming the kind of image or the way people will see you. If a country is ridden by drug abusers, it will send, it is bad enough, it will send out a wrong signal to other nations. The image of any nation, like I said, is very important in that it can make or mar that nation. It will attract blessings or curses upon such nation. If the image of a nation is good enough, it will encourage a lot of good things, a lot of healthy relationships rather. Investors would come and invest in that country, and vice versa. If they are getting a wrong signal from that country, it is bad enough for a country to be ridden by the attendant consequences of drug abuse. But it becomes worse if such a nation is also seen by the global authorities and communities not to be taking a commensurate step or effort to combat the menace posed by drug abuse. There was a time I was serving in Gombe in the north, and we went to a nearby village. That image I saw of that village will never leave my mind. Everybody was walking like zombie. Everybody was high. The only woman I saw there, and I decided to ask him a question. He said, this is what these people do. They live on penelin with pudding. They take all sorts. They go to the pit latrines, they sniff. They take lizard feces, they smoke. Look, it is terrible. It was terrible then. We had to really dedicate our time. The command then in Gombe had to dedicate our time to that village. Everybody was looking like a zombie. It was later on I came to find out that there is this drug they are taking now. that is displayed on the internet, that as you are moving, you see somebody who just gets stuck in a particular motion, as if he's caught by a web. That person will freeze there, like as if they said to that person, stay where you are. Meanwhile, it is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. It is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. Such a nation stands the risk of being dissatisfied. You know, if a country is ridden by drug abuse and the percentage is so high that even the onlooker, it is visible. Do not think it's only Nigerians that are seeing the Nigerians behave like this. The international community are also, they are also looking at the country. Is Nigeria a healthy nation where you would allow your citizens to go and invest? If Nigeria is ridden with drug abuse, like the image of that village is what the majority carries, then we would expect that nobody would like to come and invest here. Even the embassies will send message home. They will send a report to their people.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella O'Hara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government targets 3.76% economic growth, 9.18 trillion naira deficit. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old new naira notes. In business news, federal government will focus on metering power distribution, says Minister. On the foreign scene, India opens an investigation after US says it disrupted a plot to kill a Sikh separatist leader. And in the rubber sport, South Korea suspends striker Wang Yu-do over sex video investigation. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday said his administration is targeting a 3.76% economic growth in the 2024 fiscal year. This was as he spotlighted national security, local job creation and poverty reduction as the top priorities of the 2024 appropriation bill, which he called the budget of renewed hope. Addressing the National Assembly, Tinubu promised to overhaul the nation's internal security architecture to enhance law enforcement capabilities to safeguard lives, property, and investments nationwide.
The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country.
He said the proposed budget prioritizes human capital development, with particular attention given to children, because human capital remains the most critical resource for national development.
Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money.
On the economy, Tinubu argued that a stable macroeconomic environment is crucial in his administration's quest to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. Consequently, he affirmed that his administration shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures for sustainable growth.
A stable macroeconomic environment is important to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. We have and shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures to sustainable growth. We expect the economy to grow by a minimum of 3.76%, above the forecasted world average.
Now, the Supreme Court has ruled that both the old and the redesigned Naira banknotes remain valid legal tenders in the country beyond December 31st. The Apex Court, in a ruling by a 7-man panel led by Justice Inyangokolo on Wednesday, said the banknotes should remain in circulation pending when the federal government, after due consultation with relevant stakeholders, takes a decision on the matter. It made the order after hearing an application that was moved on behalf of the federal government by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Agbomi, SAN. It will be recalled that the court nullified on March 3rd the ban on the use of the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes as valid legal tenders by the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration. The court held that the old Naira notes should be used alongside the redesigned currencies until the end of the year. Now, the Lagos State Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide, said the ongoing demolition in the state is not targeted at any group. The minister refuted claims that the ongoing demolition by the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration was targeted at the South-Easterners. According to Olumide, the demolished buildings in the state were constructed without approval from any of its agencies, and they were hastily erected during the COVID-19 lockdown in 2020. Recall that there have been unverified claims on social media that the demolition targeted people from the southeastern part of Nigeria. Olumide challenged any of the owners of the demolished structures to come forward with the building approvals. The commissioner emphasized that illegal structures on the drainage system were reported down. In another story, the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, has adjourned an alleged procurement fraud case involving ex-governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. The court adjourned the trial of the ex-bank chief to January 18 and 19, 2024 for continuation of trial. Emefiele is standing trial on a 6-count amended charge on alleged procurement of vehicles to the tune of 1.6 billion naira. He had pleaded not guilty to the charges. He was granted bail on November 17, 2023 to the tune of 300 million naira and 2 sureties, and remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center, pending when he meets his bail conditions. Emefiele's lawyer, Matthew Barker, who declined to speak on camera, said his client is yet to meet his bail conditions, but the former CBN governor was in court. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The short-term focus of the federal government in the power sector is to prioritize metering, electricity distribution, and transmission to enhance power supply nationwide, the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, said. He discussed this during the 3rd Roundtable on Enforcement of Technical Standards, Regulations and Mandate of the Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency, according to a statement from the Power Ministry on Tuesday. Adelabu highlighted the upcoming power sector strategy roadmap, emphasizing the bottom-up approach to prioritize impact over the previous top-down strategies. He also stated that attention will be given to the generation segment of the sector, particularly in the distributed power from renewable energy sources, while concurrently advancing baseload power through thermal and hydro plants in the medium to long term. The minister spoke on regional energy potentials, citing solar energy in the north, small hydropower plants in the middle belt and southwest, hybridized with solar for maximum outputs. Coastal cities were identified for wind energy utilization, as Adelabu explained that these strategies will be revealed after a forthcoming retreat with electricity value chain stakeholders. You're watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is Foreign News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. India has set up a high-level inquiry after U.S. authorities raised concerns with New Delhi that its government may have had knowledge of a plot to kill a Sikh separatist leader on American soil. The country's flags are seen on the table during a meeting with India's Foreign Minister Subramanyam Jaishankar and U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin at the Pentagon in Washington. Relevant departments are already examining the issue. The U.S. government said it had raised the issue with New Delhi, but declined to comment on when or how U.S. officials became aware of the plot to kill Gopatwant Singh Pannan, who is considered a terrorist by the Indian government, as well as how the alleged assassination attempt was derailed. Coming up next is sports news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sport. Striker Wang Yu-jo has been suspended by South Korea 7 weeks before the Asian Cup because of a police investigation into allegations he illegally filmed an ex-girlfriend. The Norwich City forward is accused of filming a sexual encounter with a former partner on his phone without consent. He denies the allegation. Wang played for South Korea in 2 World Cup qualifiers this month, scoring a penalty against Singapore, but the Korea Football Association on Tuesday suspended him pending the outcome of police investigations. The 31-year-old remains able to play for English second-tier club Norwich and scored in a 3-2 defeat at Watford. You're watching Biscon Television News. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. Malian music record owner Aziz Fashola, also known as Naira Marley, and Lagos socialite Balogun Iletu, known as Sam Larry, have made their first public appearance following their release from custody. This was revealed in a video shared on social media by Sam Larry. In the videos, which have now gone viral, 2 of them were seen in the company of another singer on the record label, Oniyide Aziz, also known as Zino Liski, and others. The duo were in October arraigned and remanded over their alleged involvement in circumstances surrounding the death of a musician, Ilerioluwa Aloba, popularly known as Mohbad. They were, however, released on November 17 by the Lagos State Police Command after they met their bail conditions. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Alakweju Ajidabo. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Chemist, you get Panadol, like the oga that was the FC of today said, he used to take drugs, so I used to take Panadol. What was it prescribed for you by a certified medical doctor or personnel, maybe a pharmacist? If the answer is no, you are engaged in drug abuse. Though drug abuse is not limited to teenagers and youth, it is more common amongst them in our society. In buttressing this fact, the 2018 National Drug Survey result, supported by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, show that while the global drug use prevalence is 5.6%, the drug use prevalence in Nigeria is 14.4%, which is almost 3 times the global average of the entire world. And this is not good for the image of the country. Remember, we are talking on preserving the image of a nation, and we are using our dear country Nigeria as a case study. Through drug war, preserving the image through drug war. Some of the commonly abused classes of drugs in our country today include stimulants, e.g. amphetamines, methamphetamine, caffeine, etc. Stimulants speed up the functionality of the central nervous system. We have the depressants, e.g. Valium, Lexotan, diazepam, Rofinol. Those ones, they slow down the functionality of the central nervous system. We have hallucinogens, e.g. ecstasy or molly, ketamine. They alter the user's perception of reality. And we have narcotics, the one which many of you have been mentioning today: heroin, morphine, opium, codeine, and even tramadol. They have both stimulating and depressing effects on their users. Steroids, which are typically used to build muscle mass and treat inflammatory conditions like asthma and arthritis. When abused, steroids can cause liver and kidney problems. Particular drugs or brand they abuse or they catch fancy in to use to get high. Then let's talk about consequences. Consequences of drug abuse. We have 3 major consequences. We have the physical effect, we have the psychological consequences, and we have the social consequences. The physical effect of drug abuse is that it causes serious damage to vital organs of the body, like the brain, liver, lungs, eyes. Drug users develop obvious medical conditions that are not in most cases associated with their age grade, which may include lack of concentration, memory loss, high blood pressure, irregular heartbeats, among others. They even suffer life-threatening infections like HIV/AIDS, hepatitis, which can also be attracted through the sharing of needles and syringes used in injecting these drugs. Death can also occur in the course of being addicted to a particular drug of abuse. Then we have the physical effect, the psychological effect, This includes sleeplessness, restlessness. I have this to say, when you go to psychiatry, you see psychiatric hospitals, you see some very young lads there, and you wonder what had brought these ones there. It might not be far-fetched. Amongst other reasons, it might be the use of prohibited drugs. substances rather. The psychological effects, like I said, include sleeplessness, restlessness, violent and hostile behaviors. Drug users also hallucinate. That is, they start seeing things that are not real. They start talking to people that are not there. And you will say, this one has gone mad. Not knowing is the effect of drugs. We also have the social effect. The social effect of drug abuse is known as social malady. Persons involved in drug abuse display high level of hostilities, like you see in our parks. All these talks, alaye boys, even from the way they talk, you know this one is high on drugs. And with their dark lips and dark hands, dark fingernails, you know they are into something which is not normal. As they often, these people display a high level of hostility, like I said, and they often get involved in conflicts with friends, family, authorities, on various capacities. They get violent. You talk to them, they respond with violence. They are ever ready to fight you, to tear you down. And we also have, under the social effect, they are easily lured. Drug abusers are easily lured into cultism, armed robbery, banditry, rape, amongst others. Conclusively, I would like to add this. There are 1,001 reasons why our children, or some of our children, or young persons get involved with drug abuse. The adverts you see on the TV, you can be lured. When you see beautiful ladies being used, you think, oh, this might be the result of the hot drink they are advertising, or cigarettes that they are smoking, or the alcohol they are taking. It is not true. Do not be carried away. Some of you have low self-esteem. Like our mother said, you don't have to compete. You should be contented. Everybody in life have their time. Your time, by God's grace, will come, and we will all celebrate you in Jesus' name. Amen. And also, they get involved with armed robbery. Some of them, through their friends, you want to feel like belong, and if you do not do what they are doing, they will not see you as member of the gang or that association. I'm taking my time to tell you all this so that you can take it home and keep it in your heart and live with it and pass it on to others around you. You be a good ambassador of those advocating against drug abuse. Conclusively, the image of any nation is very important. Image has to do with the physical appearance, and much about the perception you give helps in forming the kind of image or the way people will see you. If a country is ridden by drug abusers, it is bad enough, it will send out a wrong signal to other nations. The image of any nation, like I said, is very important in that it can make or mar that nation. It will attract blessings or curses upon such nation. If the image of a nation is good enough, it will encourage a lot of good things, a lot of healthy relationships rather. investors would come and invest in that country, and vice versa. If they are getting a wrong signal from that country, it is bad enough for a country to be ridden by the attendant consequences of drug abuse, but it becomes worse if such a nation is also seen by the global authorities and communities not to be taking a commensurate step or effort to combat the menace posed by drug abuse. There was a time I was serving in Gombe in the north, and we went to a nearby village. That image I saw of that village will never leave my mind. Everybody was walking like zombie. Everybody was high. The only woman I saw there, and I decided to ask him question. He said, this is what these people do. They live on Benelin with pudding. They take all sorts. They go to the pit latrines, they sniff. They take lizard feces, they smoke. Look, it is terrible. It was terrible then. We had to really dedicate our time. The command then in Gombe had to dedicate our time to that village. Everybody was looking like a zombie. It was later on I came to find out that there is this drug they are taking now that is displayed on the internet, that as you are moving, you see somebody who just gets stuck in a particular motion as if he's caught by a web. That person will freeze there, like as if they said to that person, stay where you are. Meanwhile, it is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. It is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. Such a nation stands the risk of being dissatisfied. You know, if a country is ridden by drug abuse and the percentage is so high that even the onlookers, it is visible. Do not think it's only Nigerians that are seeing the Nigerians behave like this. The international community are also, they are also looking at the country. Is Nigeria a healthy nation where you would allow your citizens to go and invest? If Nigeria is ridden with drug abuse, like the image of that village is what the majority carries, then we would expect that nobody would like to come and invest here. Even the embassies will send message home. They will send a report to their parent countries and tell them, do not let anybody, any businessman come here to come and invest in this country. They are all fucked up. You stand the risk of having a failed business. And what does that do to that country or nation? Gradually, if they do not do anything about it, that country or nation will collapse, will crumble gradually, because people will divert their monies into another country. People will not like tourism. People will not want to have anything to do with Nigeria. And in the long run, the UN might decide to decertify that country, which means a red alert, a no-go area for other countries to follow suit. So every country in the face of the earth is fighting not to be dissatisfied, but rather to be certified as a healthy nation where you can go, do your business, invest, and thereby help in the development of that country. preserving the image of our dear nation has to be balanced. I just made an explanation on how we got to have drug abuse. Drug abuse is an offshoot of trafficking in illicit substances. It's an offshoot of drug trade in illicit substances, illegal substances like cocaine, marijuana, heroin, all those tramadol, all whatnot. The drug war in preserving the image of our dear nation has to be balanced, because the drug war is fought on two major fronts. We fight it in the supply reduction aspect and the demand reduction aspect. It is believed that if the drug of abuse are not available, there will be no demand for them. It is the availability of the drugs that makes people want to take the drugs. NDLEA as an arrowhead in the war front, under the present leadership, is enjoying an amazing relationship with the global communities and nationally too, because it is grounded in the aforementioned strategy to bring any situation that might want to give this country a bad image under control, thus achieving a healthy society. The key areas of focus of NDLEA includes drug abuse preventive education, law enforcement, treatment and rehabilitation, and also creating awareness on a very large scale. It is a continuous war, and we are not tired in preserving a good image of our country or our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oje, the owner of this place, for giving us this place. Oga, thank you very much. God bless you. You know, Oje has always been somebody that is always ready to help the industry. Whenever we come, he opens his door wide for us. Thank you, Oje. I also want to thank the organizers of this event, Mr. Felix Duke, Oriswilike and co. You guys are too much. God bless you. And the lady from the federal government, thank you, madam. Yeah, the guy from Lagos State Ministry of the Health, thank you so much. And I want to thank Kofi, because each time Kofi introduced me when we meet an event, I usually look at myself and say, am I this person Kofi is introducing? Because it takes me so high all the time. Kofi, thank you very much. The way you show respect to us, God will bless you too. Kids, I want to just say that I used to be a Jegule boy. So I want to really go down to the grassroots. Hello? Do you know where Ajegule is? Ajegule used to be so notorious in those days. What I'm telling you, all the criminals, all the bad boys, all of them, not there. Alright, but growing up in Ajegule, and I told myself something. I said that in Ajegule we had people thinking, I'm not going to allow those kind of peer pressure to make me do those things. From the one I had a focus. I told myself I want to be a movie maker. I told myself that, because my friends, very close of them, all of them, they are not alive today. All of them are dead. They shot them, put them on a stake. The ones that went to rob, they put them on a stake and shot all of them. The one that went to jail drug, They became mad. Some of them, you can't do. None of them made it out of that place. The question you should ask yourself is that, have you ever seen anybody that has made it through drugs? Nobody. Say the guy started from the beginning, started taking drugs. If you are taking drugs from the beginning as a musician, you will go mad halfway. So drug, it does not help anyway. It cannot help you. If the likes of Felix Duke and Orisuliki took drug in those days, they won't have been here today talking to you people. Okay? So my advice is that please, that is not the path to go. Don't ever touch it. I will give you an example. One day I was trying to be a guy in Nigeria. I tried to, follow my guys. I tried to be like big boy. So we went to a joint. They are passing the boom around. I was with one chick, you understand that kind of thing. So I want to show her that. You are laughing there. I want to show her that I'm a tough guy. As they are passing the boom, it got to my tongue. I took it, I drank it. Those guys, when they took it, they blew it out. Me, I didn't know, so I took it. I swallowed it. 5 minutes after I did that, I just stood up. Like a zombie. Everybody that was so small. Then I shouted, hold me. Hold me. You know what they did? They grabbed me quickly. They brought one pail of curry with shower, load up with water. The spoon they brought was so big, like a shovel. That was what I did. Then, and I calmed down. Then when we started going home, I saw trailer. I was stopping the trailer. I thought it was taxi. Then the ground was up and down. I was walking like this. Smooth ground. When I got home, I told myself that day, I declared, I said, never ever again. I said what? Never ever again. I want to hear it. Never ever again. Don't do it, please. I told myself I want to be one of the biggest movie makers behind the camera. In 2005, President Olusegun Obasanjo gave me a national honor. If I had taken the drug, Obasanjo forgive me honor. So please, kids, please, no matter your friend, if they tell you go and do anything that is not good for you, you must have a focus. You have to be either a singer, a movie maker, an engineer, pilot. That's what you should be thinking about. Not anything else. And drug will not help you to achieve anything. You hear that? For any of you want to go into the movie industry, please, I'm here to help you. Hello? I can't hear. Hello? I want to go into the movie industry. The organizer, they have my number. Call me, uncle. I want to go to the movie industry. I have a film school. I will teach you how to act. I will teach you about any aspect in production. I don't like kids thinking about drugs or anything. Please, it doesn't pay. We're going to help you whichever way you want, okay? Yes. So I want to seize this opportunity to thank Madam. And Madam, I want to also say that this thing, seriously, it should be a quarterly thing. We should take it around the country. If we put 100 billion to do this awareness all over the country, that money will not go in vain. Hello? Some money, we don't know where some money they go. So all that money, let us put it. This, you see, look at the future. These are the future. These children sitting. These are the governors, the senators, the commissioners, the MDs of multinational. They are the ones sitting there, Hello? Are you not? Hello, are you not? If you do drug, will you be? Madam, please, take this to your office, madam. Take that message to your office. Let us do, sit down, please, sit down. Let us do due diligence. Let us spend our money for our kids. Let us take this campaign all over the country, quarterly, and let's see. Next one we are going to do, we are going to bring, let us do it like this way. Next one we are going to do, 50 schools in Lagos must approve, it's a must. The government must give order, all of 50 schools. Next one, another 50 schools. Next one, another 50 schools. Like that. And the hall has to be, let us do it National Stadium. I mean the main bowl. Hello? Do we have the money or not? We do have the money. Let's spend this money for these kids, Abeguna. Alright? Please, that is my advice. Lagos State, thank you. Lagos State, see, Muna bring money. Hello? Bring money. You have money now. What's there? Bring the money. These children, see, we must, these children, they must be whatever they want to be. We can, I like one thing, was it Madame or someone who said it, that before it used to be talk. We call it a conference, we talk, everybody go home and say, hello, Felix Duke, I'm holding you responsible. If this talk continue, don't ever invite me again. We want to see action. These children, let them put their name down, whatever they want to do. Yes, see, if you want to be a pilot, put your name down. Next event we're going to do, we're going to call a pilot to come and talk to you. If you want to be a banker, anything you want to be, put your name down. Anyone will call people to come and talk to you how to go about it. So you're not going to draw here. Wanna hear? Hello? Thank you very much.
Salary on time, they pay, all of that. But still, there are some small factors that discourages teachers. I'll give you one example. You see, in the public sector, there's no problem. But in the private sector, we need to go back to telling parents to stop controlling teachers from how they should teach and help them train their children. If my daughter gets a report from school and they decide to punish her, she gets home and I'll give her double punishment. That's the way I have trained my children. On Sunday when I went to pick them in church, their Sunday school teacher came out with them to meet me, to meet me and say, sir, I came with these children to meet their father. I want to personally say thank you to their parents for training them well. I felt like I've finished my work in life. Because it means if I die tomorrow, my children will survive. So that is what every parent needs to do. Why will you pay so much to a school to help you continue your work and then you blame the school for trying to train your child? So Lagos State government should go and give private schools severe instruction. If you are going to train this child apart, because most of the children that we're seeing that are going wayward are private school children. Go to Lekki, all the children that are heavily involved in drugs are children of rich people who went to private schools. So if the children are not being disciplined properly, we're going to have a huge menace in society. Then Lagos State government, please, if it is possible, let there be a forum or a symposium, a sit down by government to agree to officially ban every TV station that encourages musical videos that shows use of drugs. Licenses should be cut. If it is possible to cut off internet into certain platforms, yes, you can go on YouTube at certain ages. Parents should monitor their kids from what they are watching. But please, before we complain that the music is not good, the first place to start is where they went to record the music. If studios are being closed down, producers are sent to jail. No artist will go to a producer and say, see, waiting, I want to sing. Now the producer will say, my brother, I beg, no sing this one here. We have to, it is from the foundation that we can correct these things. If an artist comes to your studio and say, I just take this thing, they make me immediately the producer. Because we grew up on rap music, they had dirty lyrics, but they had radio version. But nowadays on radio, you will be hearing very lewd lyrics. So government, please check that area. You will make a lot of money from it. It's because government is not paying attention to entertainment that we're all losing. Government should start paying attention. Look for all the negative places in entertainment and use that avenue to tax people and curtail them. You see that everybody will begin to sing gospel. The same thing movies. So if you checkmate the lyrics before it comes out, there is no way a music video will come out and look bad because the lyrics have not come out bad. We just can't, we start to cry after the damage has been done. No, let us go to the root first. And then you see this, our children, their innocence is being violated every day. Their innocence, they don't know. Until they now get to the point, they're like, it is too late. Then they now stubbornly want to acquire that personality that they have grown into. And there's nothing we can do about it. We're just blaming them. So please, I am begging you, Mama, after you finish with us today, go back and say, CIG said, these are the areas we should go to. Every musician singing bad songs, ban them before they record it, not after they record. Do a public broadcast. Dear musicians, take it on note that before you record the song, think am before you sing am. If you sing it, we will take it personal with you, your management, the producer, the video director. When the list is long, everybody will sit up. Say, come on. In fact, as a matter of fact, some people go begin go delete the one where they don't sing before. They will begin go delete them. So please, let's do that. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Her Excellency,
Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Claudiana Sanwo-Olu. I have a written speech here, but before I go to my speech, I want to say a lot has been said. You can sit down now. I hope you have stressed well. Yes, it's always good to do that from time to time. The students, I'm quite sure you are overloaded. There is information overload, isn't it? You've learned so much today. Madam, thank you very much for what you have given us, and all our distinguished leaders on the high table. I want to appreciate you for inviting Lagos State Government through the Office of First Lady to also speak to these very important menace in our society. Before I go to my written speech, I want to appreciate the executive, the president and executive of CIG that has brought us together here. This is a very important topic, especially for us in Lagos State. And I want to tell you that the government is aware of what is happening and they are doing so much. Of course, you know the government cannot do it alone. That's why we appreciate what CIG is doing through your various groups. So I have a charge for the students, my children, yes, and I also have for CIG and for the parents. I will go to that, but before I do that, let me go to my speech, which has been handed over to me. I have to deliver it because I'm representing the Office of the First Lady. So I will also go to the protocol. The Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, ably represented here. The President, Creative Group Industry Ambassador Felix Dube and his amiable wife. And also not to forget our legendary artist, Orit Wiliki. We appreciate you, sir. We are glad that you are still with us, and we enjoyed all you've done and then what you are still doing. I also want to appreciate members of the creative group. Your work is very critical in shaping the future of our children. The chairman, NDLE, Brigadier Buba Marwa, ably represented by
Commander Rita Okwere. She gave us a very detailed, inspiring lecture. I'm quite sure the children will remember that for a long time, even our parents here. The President Association of Movie Producers, will be gisting this. I came, Ambassador, Dr. Queen, Blessing, a big person. If I had to ask her, you have so many beautiful names, Ambassador, Dr. Queen, only you, and Blessing. I type into her nothing too. So she's in charge of our movie producers. And other leaders here, I appreciate you, distinguished invited guests, our pupils. I greet you especially from the First Lady. She appreciates children very much. Gentlemen of the press, we can't do without you. Whatever we do in the confines of this room, it has to go out there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an address of Lagos State First Lady Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu at the Drug Abuse Conference organized by Creative Industry Group held at OJ's Lounge National Stadium, Surulere on Tuesday, 28 November 2023. I am indeed pleased to be part of this program that seeks to raise public awareness about the dangers of drug abuse and available assistance in restoring social decency to our society. Are you listening, children? Yes. Very well. Drug abuse and addiction has become a worrisome menace in our contemporary society, and no one can pretend that this menace does not exist. The earlier we begin to tackle the daunting challenges posed by this monster, the better for our youths, for our parents, in fact, the whole society at large. And it gives me a great pleasure, therefore, to commend the Creative Industry Group led by my president, Ambassador Felix Du, the executives, members of this group, for initiating this laudable program, which focuses on rehabilitating, educating, and empowering persons facing the unpleasant consequences of drug-related conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, the youths are the strength and backbone of every nation, and they play very vital roles in our society. They utilize their skills for the economic growth and political stability of our society. It is very important to stress that the youths have the power to make a difference in any nation building, and as such must be guided on the right path. All relevant stakeholders, CIG, and different public, private, non-governmental organizations working in this space of curbing drug abuse must come together towards providing lasting solutions. And today we have listened to various solutions. So what we need now is action, isn't it? Action. We need to start action on all these laudable suggestions. So to work together, provide lasting solutions to various vices that affect the youngest generations and also prevent them from attaining their full potentials. The program tagged Drug Abuse Conference, Generation Next and the Implosion is quite apt, and considering the rate at which children and youth get involved in abusing drugs and other vices. And also the theme, which is all hands must be on deck, saving the nation from drug abuse. Different stakeholders have spoken today. So we need to now sit together and have a roadmap. It's good to organize public awareness, but where are we taking it to? Next year, if we just stop here, we still call the same set of children, talk to them. But how are we shaping their future to be better for our great nation? This conference will serve as a viable means of galvanizing urgent responses from relevant stakeholders to address the threats that drug abuse poses to the youth, security, safety, and sustainable development of our dear country and state. To this end, all hands must be on deck to curtail these challenges faced by the younger generation who are present as well as future leaders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, towards realizing a safe and secure environment for our citizens, the Office of the First Lady has initiated various interventions and support programs for our children, youths, women, and empowering them with relevant skills to meet the demand of our rapidly growing smart city, which is Lagos. These programs include the Boy-Child Initiative. The Boy-Child Initiative to empower boys. You know, in the last maybe 10, 20 years, there are always women empowerment, girls empowerment. Now women are now so empowered, they are so emboldened. So what is happening? Because when you empower the girl child, and she's so independent, who is she going to rely on? It's not the boy child. Yes. So the Office of the First Lady has taken it upon herself to ensure that we also empower the boy child. And that is they have done, started about 3 years ago. So we know what the boy child is also going through, because some of them are intimidated now as we speak. They are intimidated. So we don't want that to happen. We want everybody to be empowered so that on the long run, everybody will be able to contribute their quota to develop their state. We also have the Lagos exam support, where the Lagos State government through the Office of the First Lady has been supporting the indigenes to pay their examinations bills, because we know that it's very important that education for them to be able to do things right. So they'll be able to support them by paying the bills for the exams. We also have a program, Youth Collabo. They've identified different categories of youth where they address them, they help them to know what are the things you love. Because we want the youths to be able to address what they love. We don't want to force them. If you are able to empower them and they are able to identify what they love, then they can do the things that will make them to be sustainable. Instead of saying you must go and do medicine, you must do engineering. If it's creative arts you want to do, everybody, you can see what we have here. Everybody is doing well. We are building the nation, we are building Lagos, so everybody can contribute their own quota. So, and also, the Office of the First Lady has done a lot in financing and doing a lot of skills empowerment for the less privileged in the society, as well as empowerment initiative aimed at supporting younger generations towards realizing their aspirations and engaging them productively. I therefore urge all children here and youths to have the right attitude and strive to reflect nothing but excellence. The world is a global village with no room for mediocrity, and this means that our youth must always be at their best. So you know what you want to do. You have to be focused. You know what you want to be in life. You heard what our leader said. What's his name? Zebedeo. He knew what he wanted at a very young age, even when the environment wasn't favorable to him. That's why you now, the environment may not be so conducive, but once you know what you want to do and you are focused and you channel all your energy towards what you want to do, you can also be successful in life. So don't look at all the distractions. Focus on yourself. It has been said earlier, self-love is very important. Self-love, not just loving yourself to know what you want to be in future. Your parents, they are trying now for you. The government is trying, the CID is trying to empower you. But what do you want to do? What do you want to become? So you need to start thinking, I want to be this, I want to be that, and start working towards it. I also want to advise our dear parents seated here to guide our children. Parenting has to be intentional. Yeah, the environment is toxic, socio-economic problems here and there, but you have to be intentional. When you bring these children to this world, you have to be intentional to raise them well. So you want to guide these children diligently and care for them. This will enable them to be free and relate to challenges as friends without restriction. So you want to take your children as your friends. No matter what they are going through, when you are their friends, they will come back to relate with you. I also want to thank our teachers that brought the children. Please, thank you. Try as much as possible to be their friends. Be their friends. Let them be close to you. Let them be able to tell you whatever they are going through. Apart from their parents, they are also the ones very close to them. So try, don't make them feel as if no, your parents are not doing so much. Let them know that the parents are trying. You are also there. You are the parents in the schools. So this conference will further enlighten our younger generation on the harmful effects of drugs. We have heard so much about the physical side effects, the mental problems. We have heard it today. So I count on all the various facilitators of this event to dissect all issues raised to social vices and their consequences. So at the end of this conference, we need to now sit down what has been said so that we don't forget. So CID, you have just started. I don't know if I'm saying the mind of my first lady. You have done so well bringing this together. It's not just a talk show. We want to see action. So on our part as a government, we're not relenting our commitment. Thank you. Let's have it. As a government, we will not relent in our commitment and passion to sustain and still up the fight against drug and substance abuse, as well as illicit trafficking through the Inter-Ministerial Drug Abuse and Control Committee, the Pharmaceutical Inspectorate Unit of the Ministry of Health, as well as the Lagos Mine. Lagos Mine is doing so much, and because we don't want our youth to be vagabonds, we want them to be responsible adults, so that we won't say there are no youths to lead Nigeria. So no effort will be spared to win the war against this menace. Thank you for your attention. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni o. Can we repeat that please? Hello, I want this to re-echo again. Hello, ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni. Can we re-echo it? Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni. You know why I want this to re-echo? It also speaks to the theme of this conference. All lands must be on deck. That's exactly what it means. That togetherness we can achieve so much. So, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Bijoke Sanwo-Olu, the First Lady of Lagos State, Tuesday, 28 November 2023. Yes, that's the assignment I've been sent. So make I now step by step. I want step by step. Are you ready to receive me? Make I step by step. Okay. I have a charge to the organizers, CIG. I have a charge for the students. Let me start from my children, because they are my children or even grandchildren. So when the First Lady told me I was going to speak, and I'm like, okay, drug abuse, okay, it's good. And I decided that, okay, let me develop an acronym for drug abuse. At least something for them to go and be remembering. Can I start that? I hope so who can spell drug abuse for me? Okay, somebody should spell drug, somebody should spell abuse. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, abuse. Drug use or misuse can damage your life, isn't it? Be determined not to start on use of, what did I say? That's the drug. Drug use or misuse can damage your life. Be determined not to start on use of drugs. And the next one is our, isn't it? Reach out to get help or information. on the effects of drugs. So don't just start anything. Don't even talk about starting. So we are here. So we have to say thank you to CIG for giving us so much information. The next one is what? Utilize available resources within your reach to prevent or reduce drug use. Develop yourself. What did I say? Develop yourself. Discover your talents. Hello, CIT, what are they doing? They are developing talent. They are nurturing talent. So use whatever available resources. When your daddy give you the phone, don't use it to go and watch film. What do you use it for? To research to what you want to be. You identify people, you want to be a pilot, you identify pilots. You want to be a doctor, you identify doctors that have made it. And then you look at how they went about being successful in their career. So use all the available resources at your end. The next one, isn't it? Get involved to be community responsive. This is what the idea is doing now. We are all community responsive. We need to be responsible as well as responsible. Focus on the need to be a good child or youth. Don't ever, what did I say? Don't ever touch drugs unless it is what prescribed by a doctor or health personnel. So we have discussed drug. Now abuse. The first one is what? Allow your mind to think what? Creatively. What did I say?
Allow your mind to think creatively.
Do not load your brain with types of drugs. When we came in here, Ambassador Kofi was asking different types, and I was so in fact I was like, these students know so much. They know so much lyrics. Me, I don't even know, but I dance to them. I'm now wondering, do you know your book so much as you know these songs? Hello? Do you know your book so much like this? Are you very good in school? I think you have a mindset and focus more on your education than all these really lyrics. Thank you. So be ready for success. And how do you get ready for success? By not engaging in drug use. Have you ever, like somebody asked, have you ever seen somebody that is in drug and is successful? The Dangotes of this world, your $10, are they on drugs? No! They use their brain for something better for Nigeria. So you also want to be remembered. You want to have a legacy. You want to use your brain. God has given all of us brain. Use it greatly. The next one is what? Is that the next one? Yes. This one says you are your best friend. Your friend. You are my friend, my friend. Is that your friend that will introduce you to drug, isn't it? So you are your best friend. You are your own best friend. Listen to your instincts. When somebody calls you, come and take drug. No, I don't want. I should have a creative way of saying no, thank you. My mommy will not like it. My daddy will not like it. I don't want to have one-day madness. So you don't want to do that. You want to be very careful. Because no, they will bring it to you, definitely. Even if they don't bring it to you, they can serve it in your drinks. So when you go out, protect. If you know you still want to sit down, don't even open any drinks. And if you open a drink, carry your drink about. When you are dancing, carry and go. Don't want anybody to, because what we see now, they put it in their open drinks. So you don't want to have. The next one is what? Seek to be better every day. Seek to be better every day. And then speak out. What did I say? Speak out. Whatever is bothering you, please tell somebody. Somebody asked about bullying. Bullying has been in our schools forever. Forever. The seniors, we are go and stay under the bed. We have done it before. But now we don't, it's not something that is good. So speak out. If you know you cannot face maybe a teacher, there should be a suggestion boxes in schools. Hello, our teacher, do you have that? Yes. You can just write something down, go and drop it. You don't want to put your name, put your initials. The teachers are very smart, they will find out. Clap for our teachers, please. And the last one is what? The last one is what? This one is, you have to be discreet about it. Expose those that are calling you to take drugs. You have to expose them. You know how you expose them? Do you know how to expose them? I just talk about suggestion boxes. You know you can be discreet about it. Hello? Does that make sense to you? Yes. Expose before it becomes. You know why we are having this discourse now? Because we have allowed things to degenerate. If you have been speaking now, if each one of you has been speaking out, expose them. Don't wait until somebody becomes mad on the road, become a zombie on the road. Speak out. Tell your parents, tell your teachers, so that at the end of the day, they will not. They may not be able to initiate you in school. They will organize a party. They will initiate you. So what happens? Last you are part of them. So before it gets to that, what do? Expose them. So that is for my children. Thank you very much. For CIT, sorry I'm taking your time. There's the power of the mic with me now. I want to again thank you sincerely for this conference. It has really been a very important avenue for the students to speak out, for the various stakeholders to also speak out. This is very, very good. But I want to charge you. Initially when we started, these students, where did they learn all these things from? From the creative CIG. So I'm asking, and I want to also charge you, how are you sanitizing your, how are you doing your people? You have to start something. You have to start something. A musician starts, he drops something on the internet. How do you use drugs? So we need to start talking to them. You have brought very well, thank you. So the other thing is for us to also take this program further. Now I can see only 2 schools, very good. But I 3 schools. What's the name of the other school? What's it mentioned? What's your school? Okay, these are guys. Stadium? Okay, thank you very much. It will also be nice to also probably organize essay competitions for schools. So that by the time you are having another conference, it will be those students that will come and speak. So that other people, of course, but they will not come, will not listen to from their own perspective. Because they can also provide solutions to what we are having. So if you have such things, it will also go a long way to help. Because they know it's their problem. It's their own problem too, but they want to hear from them. So it's a multidisciplinary area. What we see in the hospitals, we don't want to talk about it. They are on the left, they have many tenants there. So we want to be careful. You don't want to be part of those tenants. I want to be very responsive. You want to respect your parents. You want to respect your elders. You want to ensure that things are done properly. And for my parents, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We're all parents. We are doing so much. But we have to be intentional. God will help us too. It's not easy to raise students in Nigeria. No doubt about it. But let's be intentional. Let's also bring God into it to help us. Can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. So God will help us as we do so much. And then as a government, we are also ready to be, we are already in the field. We're also ready to support organizations that will also do more. Bring out, laudable solutions to come, because Lagos is so huge. So we need to work together. All hands must be on them. Thank you very much.
I'll be very, very, very cumbersome, but I want to appreciate them for being focused and being concerned. The ministry is, the permanent secretary of our ministry is Mrs. Toyin Atekoja. So we are representing her this afternoon. She was actually supposed to talk about drug abuse, a clog in the wheel of a nation's tourism potentials. Like you will agree with me, tourism is about having people travel from one place to another, especially for entertainment. Nigeria is moving forward, especially through Lagos State, to project Nigeria's topmost tourism destinations. And without having a right environment, that cannot be possible. Investors want to come to a country where there is sanity. Children, please, can we listen? Investors want to come to countries and environments where they feel they are safe. But if they have children that are being affected by the menace of drugs, do you think they will be encouraged to come? No. So, our national anthem, the first stanza says, "Arise, who? Oh, compatriots." Who are the compatriots? Nigeria does what? Call, obey, to serve our fatherland with love, with our heart, with love. And you know, in order to be able to do this, then we must shun drugs. I told my daughter sometimes ago, I said, look, all this we are telling you now, you think your parents don't know what they are saying. You think your parents are old school. I told her, if I collect my salary today, it is what I feel like giving anybody, I will give. My parents have done their own, they have gone. It is what you do now that is going to affect your future. Now, decide. There are so many examples all around us. Which one do you want? I mean, which one do you want to take to? Is it the one that is begging, is that what you want to be in future? No. Or you want to be like great people that you are looking up to such people. It starts from now. And the negative effects of drug is so terrible. So now that we are promoting, we are propagating that you should run away from drugs, is in your interest. And I want to appeal to parents. God will help us more. Let's be good examples. As I want to round off, I went out on Sunday. I was sharing with my colleague. We just went to one club just to buy something. You know, I've never even entered the club. I said, let's go. When we got there, I knew I would not be able to stay in such an environment. But the most appalling for me, and that's the note on which I'm ending. I saw a family, not even one family. They came around 7:30, 8 o'clock in the night with their children. And you know all sorts of things that happens at the club. What are we teaching them? God will help us. Nigeria will move forward in Jesus' name. God bless you.
I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Until this perseverance. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Until this perseverance. That's my daughter. Don't go. I love that. I'll rest my case. Until this perseverance. I'll rest my case. I will never rest. I will never rest. I will never rest. Yes, I rest. I will never rest until the perfect rest.
General Bubamara. Open a clap now. The plan of CIG is to take this round the country. And every 3 months we're going to have a program for drugs in Lagos State. Please, ma'am, take this to the First Lady. We need support. We can't do this all alone. All hands must be on deck. Yeah. So, ma'am, on behalf of me and my executive, please take this to the First Lady. We want to make an appeal so that we will be able to sync this. You know, it's better to hear from the horse's mouth. We want to pay a courtesy visit to His Excellency, to the governor, to let him know all our programs, to let him know what we have done so far, and know what CIG is all about. So he will know that we are here in Lagos State to support him. Please, man, we will appreciate if the courtesy visit can be arranged. Thank you, man. And to the chairman, please, man, there is no way we will take this campaign anywhere without NDLEA. We want to pay courtesy visit to the chairman too. Please make that happen. Thank you, man. Put your hands together. To make this fight against drug a strong one, we want to make sure that we have a mother of this organization, so that anywhere we want to face, we'll go meet her, say, Mama, see you. So we are making our First Lady the matron of CIG. So please, where is the awards? Where is the plaque? We present this plaque, this award to our First Lady. First of all, for her even answering us, it shows that she wants good things for Lagos State. And let her know that she's our mother from now. And to do this campaign, she has to be fully involved. Please, man.
Can you please sit down so that I can keep? Wow, this is, I was saying this is a coup. But this is, in fact, this is not a coup, this is good. This is really good. That means you are thinking forward. If you want something, you have to start, like I said, you have to think creatively so that people will listen to you. This is nice. So this has been given to the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibu Doctor. Hey! We have to put it on. She is a doctor. So we really appreciate this. This is very, very good, very good. And it's in recognition of our seriousness and overwhelming support towards developing Nigeria creative industry. Thank you very much for giving our First Lady this. I'll carry your message. It's all about collaboration. It's all about partnership. So I'm going to carry your message so that these are our children, they are future leaders. We need to help, all of us need to help them to be greater than us. Thank you very much.
Name our patron. Put your hands together now. On behalf of me and my executive, we present this to General Buba Maro.
chairman, my boss, an achiever, an astute administrator, a leader par excellence. I received this award on his behalf, and I tell you this, he will be really humbled by it, because in every walks of life he has been called to serve this great nation. He has exemplified himself and has left a footprint that is very difficult to match. Believe you me, this award is most deserving. Thank you very much.
Award is for 4 people we are giving these awards to today. I don't know if he has a representative here. The CEO of African Television. Is he here? The CEO of African Television. Okay.
On behalf of the CIG Creative Industry Group, we present this award to Larry Omodia, CEO African Television, in recognition of his zealousness and overwhelming effort towards developing the Nigerian creative industry.
Development of the creative industry. This man is selfless. This man has always been there. He gave us this hall. We did not pay a dime for this hall. This is the same man that has contributed to the growth of the music industry by releasing Sonny Neji. He was the one that released Oroka Tidowana. Yes. Please give it up for OJs. Yes, he was the one that released Sonny. They contributed to the year. When you hear OJs, they say, we love him, so we love you. You see, you deserve this award and you deserve to be our patron. They cannot hide that.
I have the honor and the privilege to present this award, Creative Industry Group Patron Award, by Madam Metro. Wow. So, this is good. Presented to Joseph Anayo Udobia, great coaches, the Executive Chairman of this Entertainment Limited, in recognition of your zealousness and overwhelming effort towards developing the Nigerian creative industry. I want to thank you for this support.
stand, please. I was a Guardian from 1991 to 2011 when I then went to Abuja. And I came back in the background in 2015 and then left again in 2016. And I'm here again today as Master of Ceremony, something I used to do when I was chairman of the editorial board of the Guardian. So for me, it is a homecoming. And I look around the hall and I see a lot of persons for whom it's also a homecoming. I can see the Ruth Amoto's chairman, Sheraton Hotel, a major supporter of minority rights and the man who founded the Guardian newspapers and built it up into the foremost newspaper in Nigeria. 1 minute, please. May the soul of the faithful departed rest in peace. Thank you very much. Well, he also began from the Guardian. Mr. Bayo Onanoga is the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. Federalism, which is one of, it's a thesis, it's something. And then we decided to put it together. And when we put it together, we said, okay, when we will present it on the day we will mark our 40th anniversary with a lecture, who can look at this? What is it? You say federalism is the answer, after all. Okay? Federalism is that. So what is the question? One of the intellectuals who has used all his time as a political scientist and a professor who has done so much on federalism is Professor Egosa. It's a Professor Egosa Osaya. He may not be prominent to you, but is very significant as a professor of political science. So we know why. And that is why we have invited him. We want to do something. We want to say, look, what is the question? We have said is the answer. What is the question? He will do that for us. And of course, the person representing the president on the high table is Bimbo Budei. Is the secretary to the government of Lagos State and is representing the governor of Lagos State. We will continue to recognize the rest of the people. They've recognized some of our people. We want to you see the order that so many giants Dr. Ruben Abati will introduce the rest of them. You can recognize the Deputy Governor of Ogun State. We have been waiting for her.
Protocols in order to save time. Actually, the job of the chairman is to manage the situation. I have deliberately not made a prepared speech, but that is not my function. I will have to be disturbing the two main lecturers. Sitting with the deputy governor is making me uncomfortable. Why? She calls me, she has humility. And she can insult, she does insult me occasionally. We were at the 80th birthday of Alake of Ebalan, and Emeritus Primate of Nigeria, Jasper Akiola, was preacher. And when he planted the group, he said, well, look, I'm not going to tolerate all you milling around, all these photographers, all those standing around. I want peace and quiet. I was sitting next to the deputy governor and said, hey, you see, we have another head village headmaster. The main village headmaster is standing by me here and referring to me. And I was then saying to the governor, I said, you see now, the deputy governor is using immunity to really whip the father of APC in Ogun State. Now I want to be a village headmaster today as chairman, because I want us to remain focused, attentive, and I promise you I will manage the situation that we should not spend more than 2 hours or 2.5 hours and we should be done. So I want to appeal to you. Do you agree to it or not? No, we want democracy. Now coming to Guardian. Actually, Guardian, Alex and I have been working on it as far back as 1979, 1980. But we couldn't get it on because the brother, Chief Michael Ibu, was not too enthusiastic. And you know, Alex is one person who respects, differ, and deeply love his brother Michael Ibu. He would never do anything that Michael does not approve. So we were delayed in starting the village news. Of course, I had to now go back from Herald to Sketch. And in truth, the first Guardian was published on February 27, 1983. And we in Sketch were the one who for 6 months were printing Guardian from Ibadan. You can imagine, we printing a rival newspaper. It shows you that the love that we had in the media then for each other, because the Guardian was creating his own constituency, intellectual in approach, in-depth, different from our own style in Sketch, which we were tabloid and political. So for 6 months, we printed the Guardian from Ibadan. And why? I had to feel him because I was the one who caused the delay. Pius Ayon, the then first production manager of the Sketch, had ordered 8 units of God's Upper Night. And all the 8 units were to go into one folder. And I said, Alex, this is a waste of money. How can you put 8 folders into 8 units into one folder when you may not need all the 8 units? You may need only 2 units for 16-page paper. So I opposed the configuration and said, let us start with 2 folders, 4 units on the left, 4 units on the right. When you want to print bumper edition of 56 pages, you couple the 8 units into 1 folder. When you want to print 24, 30, you use 1 folder and the other folder will be backup. That was what delayed the starting of the Guardian at Rutam House. So it's not just that they were not to start printing right away. Because of that suggestion, we had to reconfigure the goods overnight with the manufacturer. So Guardian actually started the 7th of February 1983. It went daily. By the time it went daily, the overnight goods overnight have been delivered, and they can now then print at Rutam House in Isolo. So that's the story behind why there is a discrepancy between February 27 and July 4. Now, I want to thank God. I know wherever Alex is, and I know he's in heaven because he's such a good man. When he was buried with a copy of the Guardian. He went to heaven holding a copy of the Guardian, and Lady Medipo will confirm that a copy of the Guardian was by his side in the casket. So Alex is in heaven with Guardian, and today I'm sure he is very, very proud of what I call Lady Publisher. Lady Medina Alexipu took over the mantle of this newspaper at a very difficult time. And I'm happy today that Guardian is living to his reputation, and it is my hope that when you unveil the new Guardian that you are talking about today, Guardian will go higher and higher. I won't talk too much, I will do a little review after the lecture. So I welcome all of you to this lecture, and I hope that we manage the time in a way that we all remain we will concentrate and nobody will have cause to doze for a second. Thank you.
The Lord spiritual and temporal, honorable federal ministers, honorable state commissioners, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, our host, the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, University Vice Chancellors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a joyful morning to you all. This year, 2023, marks 40 years exactly since the founding in 1983 of The Guardian, an independent newspaper by my late husband, Mr. Alex Ibu, with an enduring motto of conscience nurtured by truth. The Guardian has been managed to remain strong and reliable. Within the first 10 years, 1983 to 1993, we already achieved that, as 2 of our associates who were there at the time noted recently in a great book titled The Making of the Nigerian Flagship, a story of The Guardian. Published in April this year, the book by Mr. Aaron Okodie and Mr. Oluseun Ogunseitan tells the story of how the brand was made within the first decade of its existence. The interlocking and mutually reinforcing fundamental principles of The Guardian were and are intellectual excellence, the balanced coverage of events, consistently upholding the interests of justice, equity, and the rule of law, pursuing probity in public life, actively promoting the best interests of Nigeria and Africa. It is upon that seminal anchor that I welcome you most sincerely to the Guardian's 40th anniversary lecture today, Tuesday, 28th November 2023. The cross-cutting challenges of social dislocation, terrorism, economic hardship, and political upheavals across parts of the continent, touching Nigeria, Niger, Mali, Congo, Burkina Faso, etc., etc., and finding lasting solutions to them, according to sets the scene for today's seminal lecture, aptly entitled "For the World to Respect Africa." It is being delivered by one of Nigeria's greatest exports to the world, former Honorable Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and currently in his second term as President of the African Development Bank, today's guest lecturer, our very known Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. He was the Guardian's Man of the Year in 2021. We published in December when the preface to the essay was titled "Proudly Nigerian, Proudly African." The fact that he's a global citizen means that the intricacies of securing his commitment to an event of this nature can prove to be extremely tricky. So we thank you very much for most kindly honoring this invitation, sir. Today's keynote address, if federalism is the answer, what is the question? It's been delivered by our chief host, Professor Eosa Esari. I hope I got it right, sir. Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and former Vice Chancellor, Millennium University, Edo State. I'm highly anticipating the public presentation of a compendium of 61 editorials titled The Guardian, Federally Distinct Papers. The editorial board of the newspaper published on federalism from October 29, 2020 to December 23, 2021. May I also take the opportunity to appreciate two of our founding fathers publicly, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, and Dr. Patrick Cole. I'm not sure he's here. Dr. Cole, former Managing Director of Daily Times and former Nigeria's ambassador to Brazil, is one of the original founding fathers and attracted the late Dr. Stanley Makebu, the then chairman of the editorial board of Daily Times. All in all, we have a very busy day of robust intellectual engagement, active learning, and networking opportunities. I must therefore thank you in advance, all most sincerely, for attending. Thank you.
You will probably be hearing this for the first time today. It was one of the few people that I look up to, and I read his columns every Friday. As a young reporter, I look forward to seeing him, and eventually, when I read the Jonathan presidency, the edition, the article he ran at some point in time, and when he was appointed, I wasn't shocked. Thank you, everyone. Today, I have a responsibility to talk about the future of The Guardian. But we can't talk about the future of something we don't understand the past. Yeah. The MD, the publisher, and Dr. Banti they've tried to talk about the past of the paper. And today in this room, we have people who have actually invested heavily in The Guardian, their time, efforts, and investment, and financially even from our owners. So today, I was when I received the call to take the mantle of the leadership, the first concern that came to my mind was, I'm going to be handling a legacy brand. How do I handle this? And one thing I have come to understand is every product has a life cycle. The people here have built a very good brand, a very strong brand, which has matured over the years, and it's at this point in its maturity stage. So what do we do differently? We decided to, of course, for any product, for it to get going, and for the future, you have to consider certain things, innovate or die. And I felt, how do we do it? We need to tell the story differently. And we decided to go the radical path. And thanks to the former editors who are here, Mr. Alabiwe, who I took over from, it's always a debate when we talk in the newsroom, debate ideas, debate stories. It's quite intellectually engaging, but the reward is what we see out there. So the first thing was, how do we turn around the paper for the future? We have a very good brand with segmented with different offerings. I decided we're going to consolidate all of this and try to build a better brand. Because even if I leave tomorrow, we also need to hand over a better brand to the next generation that will take over. And that was what exactly we tried to do. And with the encouragement of the owners, the MD, who had held me at one point in time to take me through the process, we were able to do something differently. Journalism is actually, quality journalism is expensive. If we want social justice, we want people's voices to be heard, it's not a walk in the park. And we try to go around, try to tell the stories differently. We are in a generation where people run through content now. There's a lot of things fighting for the attention of people. And news is not an essential commodity. Like my end you say, it's not food. People can do away without news, but cannot do away with food. So we decided, what will you do differently? Tell the story differently. Let people get interested in what is happening around them, and get people engaged, and try to ensure there's a change in our environment. So we've looked at the past, we've looked at what has been done over the years, and we try to consolidate and get ready for the future. We have digital platforms, looking at the new offerings, and decide we're going to bring all of this together and get ready for that future. And that future is one where, beyond news commoditization, where we also try to get people involved, get the audience involved, get even the stakeholders involved. We have a platform, we have the Guardian TV, the Guardian Digital, and we are already beginning to segment the market to see how to tell the story and how to serve people better. I'm going to yield the floor to one of our executive directors, Ms. Anita Ibu. She's going to talk about a few things that we're going to be bringing on board, but I would like to make an appeal, like it's done almost every other place. Quality journalism is not cheap. And for us to get to that point, we need to get the support of every stakeholder, through your patronage, through your support, in order to be able to tell the story better. Today, I'm sad when I hear that you pick a newspaper and you read every other newspaper. It shouldn't be. We are in a society where we want the change, but the kind of change we desire, we need to champion it, and we need to tell it differently. And of course, in an era where it's almost like school and scam, I came to The Guardian. It's still, I can be able to say, I think The Guardian is about the only newspaper that has more PhD holders. The weekend editor is also a PhD holder. My deputy editor, Dr. Wole Ibade, also finished as the best graduating student. He has the best thesis from the University of Lagos. So it's a place where intellectuals are made, and I'm glad to see Mr. Izeze. These were people we read their struggles, because while in school, I remember reading, there's no way you read the history of Nigerian media that you talk about The Guardian, that you won't talk about the prices some of the people on this floor have paid And it's going to be a disservice not to leave a better brand. And I'm glad, at least to some extent, the calls I received from him affirming that The Guardian is once again becoming the flagship that it is known for. Without wasting much of our time, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Anita Ibu to tell us about some of the new things we're trying to do and what The Guardian is going to be known for. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and I observe the existing protocols. Thank you for coming, distinguished guests. I was going to join my brother later in thanking you, but I've got this slot which fits in very nicely with what Femi just said. I'd like at first to mix this up a bit, just to make it a little bit interactive for a second, if you don't mind. So rather than speaking at you, let's start a short conversation, but very, very quickly. I won't take up much time. I had a question, but it seems like everyone already knows the answer. That's what is the motto of The Guardian? So we know it, it's all over here, thanks to our brilliant event organizers. They've put it all around so you can see. But maybe someone can answer that question quickly. Hands up? Someone? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'll lead on to that in a second. The next question, very important, because we've talked about succession, we've talked about change, so I'm going to be more focused on transformation. So, how many of you in here have actually visited or browsed guardian.ng? Hands up, please. Yes, that's what I thought. Not as many as I would have hoped. So I'd like to show you something later where you can get a better taste and feel for what guardian.ng is all about. And finally, I'm going to get a little bit sentimental because what I'm saying up here also relates very much to my father. So last question, I promise. What does the number 40 mean to any of you in here? I'll take 4, please. What does 40, when you think of the number 40, what does it mean to you? Yes, sir. Thank you, that's a brilliant one. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Yes, that's a good one, thank you. You're talking about transformation, that's a good one. Okay. Yep, that's very good. That's biblical. Yep. Last one, sir. Thank you. Well, let me help you out a bit here. But first of all, I decided to focus on number because my brother Toke is well known for his interest in numerology. And so I think it's also highly befitting to zone in on the number of years the Guardian has been alive, and as we know, that's 40. But truth be told, at times the struggle has been real. But 40 also marks a new beginning. Someone has said that, thank you. 40 is a very powerful number. In sacred scripture, the number 40 signifies new life, new growth, transformation, a change from one great task to another great task, etc. Let me cite just a few examples. The reign of the great flood, the great deluge, lasted 40 days and nights. Moses spent 40 years in the desert before God raised him up to lead Israel out of Egypt. God delivered Israel from bondage, then took them into the desert for another 40 before they entered the promised land. 40 is indeed popular in religions and in sacred writings, e.g. as 40 days of prayer and fasting. Above are examples, therefore, of incidences of sheer grit, determination, patience, discipline, acts of faith, and overcoming of struggles. Of course, I cannot possibly sum up 40 years of life and strife at The Guardian in just a few minutes, but we hope to at least capture the essence of the brand with what I just said. What it stands for, or in some cases what it stands against, and I'm going to do that now by by sharing a snippet of our digital transformation journey now. As we look to celebrate 40 years of The Guardian being in existence, we have decided to invest in our shared future with the print assets by enhancing digital capabilities and skills in order to drive The Guardian's business-generating opportunities. A robust online presence is not a luxury, it's a strategic necessity. And I thank my brother for his vision for founding Guardian Digital. To say it hasn't come with challenges would be undermining the process. It really has not been easy, but our digital transformation journey coincides with this very 40th anniversary year. Again, 40 years marks hard work, and so we shall persevere. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Adeshina for speaking on a very apt subject with which the Guardian brand aligns perfectly, for the world to respect Africa, because we see it as our job to refocus the narrative of not...
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella O'Hara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government targets 3.76% economic growth, 9.18 trillion naira deficit. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old, new naira notes. In business news, federal government will focus on metering power distribution, says Minister. On the foreign scene, India opens an investigation after US says it's disrupted a plot to kill a Sikh separatist leader. And in the world of sport, South Korea suspends striker Wang Yu-jo over sex video investigation. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday said his administration is targeting a 3.76% economic growth in the 2024 fiscal year. This was as he spotlighted national security, local job creation and poverty reduction as the top priorities of the 2024 appropriation bill, which he called the budget of renewed hope. Addressing the National Assembly, Tinubu promised to overhaul the nation's internal security architecture to enhance law enforcement capabilities to safeguard lives, property, and investments nationwide.
The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country.
He said the proposed budget prioritizes human capital development, with particular attention given to children, because human capital remains the most critical resource for national development.
Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money.
On the economy, Tinubu argued that a stable macroeconomic environment is crucial in his administration's quest to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. Consequently, he affirmed that his administration shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures for sustainable growth.
A stable macroeconomic environment is important to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. We have and shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures to sustainable growth. We expect the economy to grow by a minimum of 3.76%, above the forecasted world average.
Now, the Supreme Court has ruled that both the old and the redesigned Naira banknotes remain valid legal tenders in the country beyond December 31st. The Apex Court, in a ruling by a 7-man panel led by Justice Inyangokoro on Wednesday, said the banknotes should remain in circulation pending when the federal government, after due consultation with relevant stakeholders, takes a decision on the matter. It made the order after hearing an application that was moved on behalf of the federal government by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Agbemi, SAN. It will be recalled that the court nullified on March 3rd the ban on the use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes as valid legal tenders by the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration. The court held that the old naira notes should be used alongside the redesigned currencies until the end of the year. Now, the Lagos State Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide, said the ongoing demolition in the state is not targeted at any group. The minister refuted claims that the ongoing demolition by the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration was targeted at the South-Easterners. According to Olumide, the demolished buildings in the state were constructed without approval from any of its agencies, and they were hastily erected during the COVID-19 lockdown in 2020. Recall that there have been unverified claims on social media that the demolition targeted people from the southeastern part of Nigeria. Olumide challenged any of the owners of the demolished structures to come forward with the building approvals. The commissioner emphasized that illegal structures on the drainage system will be pulled down. In another story, the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, has adjourned an alleged procurement fraud case involving ex-governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. The court adjourned the trial of the ex-bank chief to January 18 and 19, 2024 for continuation of trial. Emefiele is standing trial on a 6-count amended charge on alleged procurement of vehicles to the tune of 1.6 billion naira. He had pleaded not guilty to the charges. He was granted bail on November 17, 2023 to the tune of 300 million naira and 2 sureties and remanded at the Kuje Correctional Center, pending when he meets his bail conditions. Emefiele's lawyer, Matthew Barker, who declined to speak on camera, said his client is yet to meet his bail conditions, but the former CBN governor was in court. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The short-term focus of the federal government in the power sector is to prioritize metering, electricity distribution, and transmission to enhance power supply nationwide, the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, said. He discussed this during the 3rd Roundtable on Enforcement of Technical Standards, Regulations and Mandate of the Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency, according to a statement from the Power Ministry on Tuesday. Adelabu highlighted the upcoming power sector strategy roadmap, emphasizing the bottom-up approach to prioritize impact over the previous top-down strategies. He also stated that attention will be given to the generation segment of the sector, particularly in the distributed power from renewable energy sources, while concurrently advancing baseload power through thermal and hydro plants in the medium to long term. The minister spoke on regional energy potentials, citing solar energy in the north, small hydropower plants in the middle belt and southwest, hybridized with solar for maximum outputs. Coastal cities were identified for wind energy utilization, as Adelabu explained that these strategies will be revealed after a forthcoming retreat with electricity value chain stakeholders. You're watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is World News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. India has set up a high-level inquiry after U.S. authorities raised concerns with New Delhi that its government may have had knowledge of a plot to kill a Sikh separatist leader on American soil. The country's flags are seen on the table during a meeting with India's Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar and U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin at the Pentagon in Washington. Relevant departments are already examining the issue. The U.S. government said it had raised the issue with New Delhi, but declined to comment on when or how U.S. officials became aware of the plot to kill Gopatwant Singh Panan, who is considered a terrorist by the Indian government, as well as how the alleged assassination attempt was derailed. Coming up next is sports news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sport. Striker Wang Yu-jo has been suspended by South Korea 7 weeks before the Asian Cup because of a police investigation into allegations he illegally filmed an ex-girlfriend. The Norwich City forward is accused of filming a sexual encounter with a former partner on his phone without consent. He denies the allegation. Wang played for South Korea in 2 World Cup qualifiers this month, scoring a penalty against Singapore, but the Korea Football Association on Tuesday suspended him pending the outcome of police investigations. The 31-year-old remains able to play for English second-tier club Norwich and scored in a 3-2 defeat at Watford. You're watching Biscon Television News. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. Malian music record owner Aziz Fashola, also known as Naira Marley, and Lagos socialite Balogun Iletu, known as Sam Larry, have made their first public appearance following their release from custody. This was revealed in a video shared on social media by Sam Larry. In the videos, which have now gone viral, 2 of them were seen in the company of another singer on the record label, Oniyide Aziz, also known as Zinoliski, and others. The duo were in October arraigned and remanded over their alleged involvement in circumstances surrounding the death of a musician, Ilerioluwa Aloba, popularly known as Mohbad. They were, however, released on November 17 by the Lagos State Police Command after they met their bail conditions. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Alakweju Ajidabo. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
And to change how the world views this continent among the other journalistic, reporting and marketing roles we play. We also market companies. That's what we do via our advertising spaces that we sell. Our responsibility also remains firmly embedded in the main principle of our motto, which we touched upon already, truth. Therefore, I'm going to stop now, and to that end, I would like to share a very, very special video, which is a snippet of the launch of a new brand campaign. It's called Truth Tellers. It's inspired by 40 years of the truth in celebration with The Guardian Nigeria. This is dedicated to my father, because he came up with that motto. Lastly, I also came up with a spin-off title called Guardian Angels, and you'll see there was sort of the theme of Guardian Angels is very much in this documentary. So please could you kindly play the documentary. Thank you for listening, and thank you for coming, and thank you for viewing all our content today in various forms.
Also a truth teller, and my vessel of truth is my camera. I use my camera to look for truth in the civil rights movement of this era we're living through. Anti-racism movements, women's rights movements, people that fight for climate change and beyond, all trying to bring light to a world that is seemingly on fire. My camera also allows me to find truth within myself. There's an honesty when I look through the viewfinder and see the world as it could be. It makes me strive and work harder in fighting for the beliefs and truths that I believe the world at its best can be. And I think for many of us right now, with the current news cycle of so much going on that is disturbing, finding truth has become harder with so much dis and misinformation on our algorithms and news feeds. It's time for us to curate what we consume and make sure the pillars of what we believe in, what we decide to look at in our internet-connected devices, are based on truth.
Hi, my name is Dr. Grace Masha, and I'm passionate about women's health. The truth is that many women still feel unheard in healthcare. The truth is that many women still lack basic knowledge around women's health conditions globally. And we still have worrying statistics such as black women in the UK being 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. And as a doctor and the founder of R&D Health, it is my mission to improve the education around women's health topics and how we advocate for ourselves in healthcare.
My name is Stephanie Rodriguez, and I'm on a mission to impact 1 billion lives by 2025. I do this through my work in democratizing safety for women and girls and vulnerable people in support of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In this quest for impact, my journey brought me to Nigeria in 2019, where I spoke at a conference. I left Nigeria with something extraordinary. I didn't know at the time, but I had contracted cerebral malaria from a mosquito, and my life would take a pivot and become transformed in a way I could have never imagined just before the pandemic. I was on my deathbed, and my life was truly a miracle. I would be in the hospital for more than 444 nights and have 44 operations that would ultimately leave me as a bilateral, double above ankle amputee. I learned that no matter what we go through, we are strong. But I've also learned the importance of working for the eradication of malaria. And I work today with organizations like Rotary International and the Global Fund to educate those who are unaware that malaria continues to plague us and we can do something about it. I've also learned through my journey in becoming a para-athlete representing Australia in the discipline of wheelchair fencing that when we lose something, we actually gain things. And in adversity, we learn what our superpowers truly are. My truth is that we are all interconnected, and events in our life serve to make us what we become. I've learned that we, the 25% of the world's population living with disabilities, have something to offer to community and society.
My name is Nadia Elia. I'm a wellness coach and a mental health advocate. Mental health is heavily stigmatized. Men have expectations. We're expected to be stoic, unemotional, self-reliant. But it's simply not true. I am a truth teller, and I'm here to tell you the truth that men need support, and men need safe spaces.
Hi, my name is Tessie Anthony Delasso. I'm from Luxembourg. I'm a serial entrepreneur, an investor, I'm an academic, I am an advocate for women's rights, a UNAIDS global advocate for young women and adolescent girls, and patron here in the UK, among many things I'm doing. I'm also a mother of 4. I'm a truth teller. One of my latest projects is baby books for babies from 0 to 4-year-olds, where I teach them in a playful way about traditions and cultures of Luxembourg. Why do I think this is important? Because tradition and culture are historical. It's something we grew up with. And I hope that through my books, that my children, their children, and the children after them learn in a playful way about something that I love very much.
Hello, my name is Tony Dickinson, and I bring what's hidden into the light. I'm a special needs advocate. I'm a mother raising a child with Down syndrome. And the journey has been an amazing one. In that journey, I found my voice to advocate for the rights of those with special needs and also for support for the parents. I bring into light what is hidden. Let's forget about the shame and the stigma, and let's celebrate life. Thank you to The Guardian for helping me find my voice through this journey, and happy 40th birthday. And we use our conscience nurtured by the truth.
I'd like to take this opportunity to wish The Guardian Nigeria a happy 40th birthday.
So thank you so much for having me here, and happy 40th birthday to The Guardian.
Thank you to The Guardian for helping me find my voice through this journey, and happy 40th birthday.
Truth should never be a needle in a haystack, especially in the States of Southern Ireland.
Thank you for being a teller.
Represented by Stabayo Ononuga, the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. Your Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, represented by Barrister Bimbo Salu Hondeyin, Secretary to the State Government. Your Excellency Adimot Salako Oyedele, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, who has been harassing my uncle. And we'll talk about that later. Your Excellency, my dear brother, my uncle, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, former governor of Ogun State and chairman of today's event. Your Excellency, my dear brother Ralph Aregbesola, former governor of Osun State. Lady Medin Alex Ibro, chairman and publisher of the Guardian newspapers, always so elegant, ageless, and just stunningly beautiful. So good to see you, man. Professor Wale Omole, of course, he was my vice chancellor when I was at the University of Ife, also ageless, incredibly brilliant, and I think I have to get some genes from both of you. And I had somebody, I think the editor, saying he was from University of Ibadan. Is that correct? Professor Omole, great effect. Great. All right. Sorry, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Professor Egbosa Osage, Director General of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and thank you very much for hosting us today. Esteemed members of the editorial board of the Guardian newspapers, Toke Ibru, Executive Director of the Guardian newspapers, and all of the wonderful family members from the Ibru family, Martins Oloja, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Guardian newspapers. Thank you for all you did to get me here. Dr. Femi Adekoya, the newly minted editor of the Guardian. Congratulations on your promotion from business editor. I remember I used to read your columns as business editor. Senior management and staff of the Guardian newspapers. And of course, I saw my big auntie walking as I was just getting in, Mrs. Tokumbo Awolowo Dosumuanti. Good to see you, man. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. It's such a great honor for me and a pleasure to join you today as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of what I consider to be Nigeria's premier newspaper, and indeed one of Africa's finest newspapers, The Guardian. This milestone not only marks 4 decades of journalistic excellence, it also symbolizes the enduring power of the press in shaping society and fostering an informed citizenry. The Guardian has done that and more in Nigeria over the past 40 years. 4 decades ago, as a young man finding my way out in the world, I fondly remember picking up a copy of the Guardian for the very first time in 1983, for the princely price of 20 kobo at a time. There was something special about the publication that immediately lit up Nigeria's media scene. The Guardian was exceptionally well written and researched. It brought together some of the finest writers that you can think of, an editorial staff that was incredible, including Stanley Masebo, Jemi Ogubiyi, Suli Abu, Lade Banola, Olatunji Dare, Omar Ogun, Odiene Efremu, Edwin Madunago, and several others. Their journalistic brilliance and prose made The Guardian the undisputed news publication of the era. Ever since, The Guardian has been a steadfast beacon of truth, a guardian of democracy, and a mirror reflecting the myriad facets of our society. Its motto, conscience nurtured by truth, is apt. It was then, it is now, and it will be for the years to come. That's because without truth and without conscience, no foundation, no nation, no society, or institution can stand. Over the years, this world-class publication has set a benchmark for journalistic excellence. It has helped to shape public discourse, champion accountability, and serve as a people's watchdog. In doing so, The Guardian has justifiably earned the respect of Nigerians and readers all across the world. Today, as we commemorate this significant anniversary, we laud the newspaper's unwavering commitments to the principles of free speech, transparency, and the pursuit of truth. We also salute the pioneer publishing spirit of the late Alex Ibro, the courage of the Ibro family, and successive publishers, the generations of Guardian journalists, many of you are here today, who have upheld the principles of editorial independence and freedom of expression, even during the darkest, the most oppressive years of military rule. True to its name, The Guardian has remained a guardian of truth. In this age of globalization and interconnectedness, the role of the media extends beyond national borders. I was glad when Lady Merin Ibru was talking about, and also her daughter when they were talking about the importance that you attach to issues beyond Nigeria in terms of projecting the image of Africa. The Guardian has therefore also been a voice for Africa, as it should, sharing stories that resonate across the continent and beyond. Of course, in 2021, I was very humbled when The Guardian, in its collective wisdom, graciously honored me as the Man of the Year. It was pretty cool, actually. And in that edition, I picked it up, and there was a caricature thing of me. It had a nice photo, and it had me with on the front cover with my bow tie with it, which I really like. Thank you for doing that. And with a caption, Man of the Year, proudly Nigerian and proudly African. I thank God God made me a Nigerian. I always will be grateful for that. Thank you so much for such a great honor. It is one I will always cherish. So congratulations, Lady Merin Ibru and the Ibru family and all of you on your 40th anniversary. Let me now turn to the theme that I've been asked to speak about today. And that is for the world to respect Africa. Now, the first thing that I want to underline is that respect is never a given. It cannot be purchased. It must be earned. And it is earned based not on rhetoric or request, but based on action. Concrete action. Consistent action. Over time. As a leader, my way of making decisions is actually pretty simple. No econometric analysis going with it. I simply write down the things that make me ashamed, and I do the opposite. We must take a critical look around us, the underdevelopment, the poverty in the midst of plenty, and the fact that we are far behind other regions of the world, despite our enormous resources, and determine that enough is enough. Poverty must not become the comparative advantage of Africa. Nearly half of the world's gold and 1/3 of all the minerals are in Africa. With its vast mineral resources and human resource capacity, Africa should not be where it is today. Nigeria and many other African nations were once at the same level of development as some East Asian countries, notably Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea, and several others. We must really ask ourselves, when will we make the shift that South Korea made from being a country that was one on the low end of the development ladder to a rich, industrialized nation that it is today? There was a period during which some East Asian countries like South Korea struggled to actually obtain World Bank loans. And I remember this because my friend who was then the president of the World Bank, Jim Kim, told me about it because he's from South Korea. It was very difficult for them to actually qualify to have a World Bank loan. And that was a concessional loan at the time. Today, South Korea is the 7th largest exporter of goods in the world. Not only that, its GDP per capita towers at 266% of the global average. We must therefore find solutions to our many challenges in Africa. While we must deal with the bread and butter development issues, we must think strategically as we set ourselves upon a path of also becoming wealthy nations. Our countries must become great contributors to global wealth and development financing for others. We simply must turn the tide. Ultimately, we must put ourselves in a position where too we also can give. That is how Africa will earn respect. Let me start with poverty on the continent. Africa has some 431 million out of the continent's 1.4 billion people living in extreme poverty. A number that has increased with an additional 84 million people since the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. South Asia and East Asia and the Pacific had roughly 50% and 2/3 of their population living in extreme poverty in 1990. And they saw a significant decline to 9% and 1% respectively by 2019. Sub-Saharan Africa, which had 50% of its population in extreme poverty in 1990, just like it was in South Asia, only saw a decline to 35% by 2019. It is therefore time for poverty accountability for governments. Africa will not earn respect globally until we end poverty at scale. Now, for too long, and way too long, we have allowed poverty to linger pervasively in the midst of plenty. Our nations are resource rich, and yet the majority of our citizens remain poor, in most cases, dirt poor. We often tend to accept poverty as normal. Let me be unequivocally very clear. Poverty is not normal. It is abnormal, especially when we have so much resources and when it has been pervasive for so long. And that is why I believe Africa should not become a museum of poverty. To reverse this trend, we must have public accountability on poverty. Our governments must realize that it is their responsibility to lift all their people out of poverty and into wealth as fast as possible. And of course, it is doable. We have seen clear examples of such progress in other regions of the world, especially in Asia, over the past 3 decades. There is no reason why acute poverty cannot be eradicated in Nigeria and across Africa. We have to become a continent that grows inclusive and well-distributed wealth. By tackling poverty, I do not mean the so-called poverty alleviation. because that is a term that I reject in its entirety. We cannot be comfortable with poverty. If you are sick from malaria and you visit with your doctor who says, I will alleviate your malaria, please get out and look for a better doctor. I do not believe in poverty alleviation. If someone moves from $1.30 per day to $1.50 per day, and they move to $1.60 per day, they are still poor. They are still extremely poor. I had a conversation with my good friend, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, when we were on the Millennium Development Goals, together then with the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And I said, if we are measuring poverty based on the convenience of the rich, then it looks as if everything is improving, when in fact it is not improving. You walk into McDonald's and try to buy a hamburger for $1, you can't. For $1.60, you can't. And so why are we measuring poverty, that people are out of poverty, just because they are earning $2 a day? It cannot buy you a hamburger. Let's get serious about this particular issue. We must therefore eliminate poverty and create wealth, and do so fast. To protest my point, let's look at the following. South Korea moved the GDP per capita that was $350 in 1960s when it got independence to approximately $33,000 in 2023. Now that's the kind of quantum leap that we need, rather than attempt to be saying we are dealing with alleviating poverty. When we rapidly take our people out of poverty, we will begin to earn the respect that we deserve. Saudi Arabia has oil, as does Nigeria. Kuwait has oil, as does Nigeria. Qatar has abundant gas, as does Nigeria and other countries. Yet Nigeria is the country, the largest share of its population living below extreme poverty line in 2023 in Africa. That is not a gold medal that we should be proud about. Clearly, there is something fundamentally wrong in our management, or rather mismanagement of our natural resources. It is also clear that if we continue to mismanage these natural resources, we will remain stuck. When we look at a pervasive state capture, in several instances, oil and gas, minerals and metals, it is abundantly clear that there is no transparency, or very little of it, in and of course on accountability for how we manage these abundant resources. Consequently, in the midst of plenty, majority of the people remain poor. I have urged African governments to stop securing loans backed by their natural resources. And that's because those natural resource-backed loans are not transparent. They're expensive. They make debt resolution very, very difficult. If that trend continues, it will be a disaster for Africa. Now, some speak about natural resource curse. They say that if you have natural resources, somehow you are going to be on a trajectory where you are going to be poor. I don't think the issue is the natural resources, that is the natural resource curse. I think it's a curse of leadership. It's a lack of leadership. How can it be that what's supposed to make you rich makes you poor? I don't buy this. The so-called natural resource curse has not applied to Saudi Arabia. It has not been relevant to Qatar, nor to Norway. I was there recently on a panel with their Minister of International Development, talking about $1.3 trillion of assets under management that they have from their own resources, which is the same oil that we have. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are all nations that are rich in natural resources that have served them very well. Now, why should it be different for Africa's natural resource-rich countries? It all comes down to governance, transparency, accountability, and sound management of our natural resources. If we manage our natural resources well, Africa has no reason to be poor. We have $6.2 trillion of natural resources. So how in the world are we poor? We simply need to pull up our socks, stamp our corruption, and manage our natural resources in the interest of our countries and in the interest of our people. And let me say, the resources of a country does not belong in the pockets of powerful and rich individuals. It belongs for the state to be used for the benefit of the people of that country. There must be accountability on our natural resources. I wonder sometimes when people go around and say, well, I've actually helped, we put a borehole in a state, or put a borehole and it's on national television. The very fact that you're actually installing boreholes is an indication of government failure. Because in 21st century, every single house must be having pipe-borne water. So there's nothing to be really delightful about in trying to do that. And we should get away from this feeling of leaders feeling that they are doing public good. No. Leaders must be held accountable for the resources of the people. Africa will gain respect when it is able to feed itself. Any nation or region that begs for food is free only in words, but dependent on others for life. Feeding 9.5 billion people in the world by 2050 will be a big challenge, given climate change and a limited amount of cultivated arable land left in the world in many countries. Africa will play a critical role in this, and that's because Africa has 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. And that means that what Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. Now, but despite this, Africa has not been able to feed itself. Africa's food import bill hit $85 billion in 2021. It's expected to surpass $110 billion by 2025, with 283 million Africans going to bed every day hungry. Now, we are changing this narrative. Of course, when you got a president of the African Development Bank coming with an agriculture background, what do you expect? The African Development Bank has invested over $8 billion in agriculture for the past 7 years, which has improved the food security for 250 million people. When the Russian-Ukraine war broke out and disrupted wheat and maize export, Africa faced a potential food crisis. I said, and many of you may remember when I was Minister of Agriculture here, I said it at a time in 2012 when we had a really disastrous flood. Dr. Abati will remember my statement at the time. I said we will not have a food crisis. And we didn't have a food crisis. We managed it well. In fact, we did the nation's first dry season farming program, which produced so much food like you've never seen before. And by March of the next year, we had produced so much food that the price of food collapsed. Inflation went down. And so I said the same thing when we had this potential food crisis from Russia-Ukraine war. I said Africa will not see a food crisis. And that Africa should not go around begging for food or pleading with Russia to give it more food. But rather get bowls in its hand, put its own seed in those bowls, and plant those seeds for itself to grow the food with pride for itself. The African Development Bank rapidly approved $1.5 billion emergency food production facility for African countries. Today, this facility is supporting 20 million farmers in 36 countries to produce 38 million metric tons of food valued at $12 billion. Now, just for your information, the total amount that we will lose, we stood to lose from Russia invasion in Ukraine for the imports was 30 million metric tons of food. And that 8 million metric tons, more than that, 30 million metric tons of food that I'm talking about. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa did not beg. Africa produced more food, and Africa gained respect. Our support to Ethiopia helped it now to achieve self-sufficiency in wheat within just 4 years, turning it into a wheat exporting country. And we started here in Nigeria already in this dry season. There's absolutely no reason why Nigeria should not be a net exporter of wheat. To replicate this global success, the African Development Bank helped to organize this year in January myself and President Macky Sall of Senegal a Feed Africa Summit which attracted 34 heads of state and government. Our leaders didn't just simply come there to speak. They committed to driving self-sufficiency and food sovereignty. I want to emphasize food sovereignty. Every time you need food, your neighbor may love you to death, but it's not your neighbor's responsibility to feed you. And any responsible father or mother, when it's time for dinner, can't all just say, well, just go to your neighbor's house. No, we must have pride and be able to feed ourselves. I'm glad to report that this landmark summit, we've been able to mobilize globally $72 billion to help Africa achieve these targets. But even as we do this, we must do more than simply produce more food and agricultural commodities. Take, for example, that Africa, which accounts for only 65% of the production of cocoa, only receives 2% of the total of $120 billion worth of global value of chocolates. Now, what's the brain surgery, you tell me, in making chocolates? While African farmers languish in poverty, chocolate processors smile all the way to the bank. One is condemned to penury, the others create wealth. The same can be said for cotton, tea, coffee, cashew, and other raw commodities that Africa exports at a significant loss in terms of revenue and jobs. Now, let me be very clear on two issues. The export of raw commodities is the door to poverty. The export of value-added products is the highway to wealth. To gain respect, Africa must turn itself into a global powerhouse in food and agriculture. That's why the African Development Bank and its partners have provided $1.6 billion for the development of what we call special agro-industrial processing zones. In fact, right here in Nigeria, we have put in place the same program in 8 states that are now being funded by the bank, Islamic Development Bank, and also International Fund for Agricultural Development, with more than almost $620 million devoted to Nigeria. And I received requests now to do this in 25 more zones in Nigeria. And just to break down the technicality on this, what exactly do they mean? You go to rural areas today, there are zones of economic misery, and nothing there. Infrastructure is concentrated in the urban areas. And yet we say majority of our people are in rural areas. The only way we are going to be able to get them out of poverty is if we turn the main business in which their lives depends into a real wealth-creating sector. And that cannot happen unless we have consolidated infrastructure and logistics that's going to make agriculture not only productive, efficient, competitive, money-making business that will drive all those people out of poverty into wealth. So these new zones are zones where we are going to put in roads, water, irrigation, storage, infrastructure, processing facilities, so that food and ag companies can locate there and bring new life there. If you are a minister of finance, listen to me what I'm saying today. Africa must go beyond the fiscal transfers of resources to rural areas. Africa must expand the fiscal space in its rural areas by turning those areas from zones of economic misery into zones of economic prosperity. And that can only happen through this kind of structural transformation. And I was delighted that at the Africa Investment Forum, which we had 2 weeks ago, that we launched a $3 billion alliance for special agro-industrial processing zones that will continue to do this in several countries. African countries, must turn the sweat of their farmers into wealth. Africa will gain respect when it takes advantage of its vast natural resources to develop its economies and transform the lives of its people. What applies to agriculture also applies to Africa's minerals, oil, gas, and metals, such as copper, cobalt, manganese, graphite, and lithium. Africa accounts for 70% of the global reserves of platinum, 52% of cobalt, 48% of manganese. If you take the DRC alone, Democratic Republic of Congo, it accounts for 70% of the global supply of cobalt. But listen to this. China accounts for the highest percentage of refining of these strategic minerals. Cobalt, 73%. Nickel, 68%. Lithium, 59%. Copper, 40%. So as the world transitions into renewable energy sources, Africa has the largest source of renewable energy in the world. That renewable energy revolution will depend on these critical minerals for the manufacturing of wind turbines, solar panels, battery energy storage systems, and electric vehicles. There is so much money to be made because the size of the electric vehicles market is estimated to rise from $7 trillion today. And between now and 2030, if you combine that with the battery energy systems, storage system, it'll be $8 trillion. And that will rise to $57 trillion by 2050. It's going to be a 500% increase in demand for cobalt, graphite, and lithium by 2025. Therefore, Africa must strategically position itself in this rapidly growing global battery storage and electric vehicle value chains. We did a study we supported from the bank to look at the manufacturing of lithium-ion precursor batteries in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we tried to compare that with China and Poland. And we found that if you were producing that in Democratic Republic of Congo, it would be 3 times cheaper than manufacturing in China, United States, or in Poland. And therefore, Africa must develop these value chains in order to process, add value, and become well integrated into global supply chains. Of course, we must not forget there are real geopolitical issues and interests that drive international engagements on these critical metals. But Africa should strategically position itself to build its own industrial manufacturing capacities with infrastructure, with skills, with knowledge, competencies, and investment partnerships. Africa's green metals must become Africa's green wealth. Africa will gain respect when it becomes an important player in global manufacturing. Today, Africa accounts for just 3% of the global manufacturing. Industrializing is the fastest way to wealth. And here, once again, permit me to focus on my home country, Nigeria especially. Nigeria must unleash an industrial revolution on this continent. The day Nigeria wakes up and becomes a Lion King like you had in the Lion King movie, everything will change for its people, and everything will change for all of Africa. Malaysia and Vietnam have used aggressive horizontal and vertical diversification of industrial production to move from low value to high value market products. The result is reflected in their wealth status. Malaysia's export value per capita is $7,100. For Vietnam, $3,100. For Nigeria, $160. So while Malaysia and Vietnam have long moved into global manufacturing growth, they are creating explosive wealth and jobs for themselves. Nigeria, meanwhile, has remained in a survival mode. Sadly, Nigeria is still unable to replace its imports of petroleum products, despite being one of the largest exporters of crude oil in the world. For now, Nigeria is developing way too slowly and far below its potential. I am very hopeful that the current administration, under His Excellency President Bola Tinubu, and I have followed a lot of the statements being made by the government, I am quite hopeful that it will help to revive Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And I'm here, I'm glad that the Special Representative President is here It's very, very important. Industrial manufacturing is the way we are going to pull ourselves out of this morass of poverty that should never be in this country. Now, everything that I've said so far about Africa coming into its own and reaching its full potential is undermined by a very strong manufacturing base. To get there, we must implement the right policies, make the right investments, get our infrastructure in order, improve logistics and financing frameworks. We must make sure that this is driven by a highly skilled and competent youthful workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Africa will gain respect when its voice is heard and respected as the world grapples with the greatest threat to human existence, that is climate change. Next week, the whole of the world will descend in the United Arab Emirates for COP28, the annual meeting of the Conference of Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In fact, as soon as I finish this lecture, I'll be on my way to the airport to be on my way to that event. I came specifically just to honor you here on my way out there. So I can add my voice to Africa's call. Climate change is devastating many parts of Africa. Drought and desertification across the Sahel. And in the Horn of Africa, cyclones in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Madagascar have had devastating effects. Africa, which accounts for only 3% of global emissions, now bears the disproportionate consequence of it. 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries of climate change are in Africa. Africa loses $7 to $15 billion a year to climate change, and if that continues, it's going to reach roughly almost $50 billion a year by 2030. Now, there's always a debate about the growth trajectory of nations. Now, while the developed countries grew very well, they created massive wealth, they did so with huge amount of externalities globally which they did not internalize. Their living standards went way up, but at the cost of the environment, because they simply used up 85% of the global carbon budget was used up by the developed countries. Africa's emissions are dwarfed by the emissions of other continents. Let me put that in perspective for you. If you're an American or an Australian, the amount of carbon that they actually emit per month is the same as an African emits for the whole year. And in many places, the amount of electricity used by a refrigerator in America or in other developed countries is more than an African will use for the whole of the year. But when we look at the global financing for climate change, I believe it is shortchanging. Senator, how are you? It's shortchanging Africa, providing only $29 billion out of the $653 billion in climate financing globally. To give voice to Africa's needs, the African Development Bank launched $25 billion Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program to deliver greater financing for Africa to adapt to climate change. In fact, as I'm going to UAE, we'll be launching a $1 billion climate risk insurance facility for adaptation that will allow us to insure African countries against extreme weather patterns, be it droughts, be it floods, be it cyclones, so that we don't have to constantly go through the vicissitudes of these things when they happen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will gain respect when it can provide universal electricity access to all of its people and drop the garb of being known as the dark continent. Africa, after all, has the largest renewable potential in the world, including solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. The problem, of course, is we have 600 million Africans today that have no access to electricity. And we have 900 million Africans that cannot even afford decent cooking. We lose today 300,000 women every year. And what are they trying to do? Simply cook a decent meal for their families. 300,000 kids on their back lose their lives just because of secondary smoke they get from this particular situation. This cannot continue. And so I think we need to really look at this and say the global energy transition must recognize the realities of Africa. There has been a lot of underinvestment in Africa in energy. We get only 3% of the $3 trillion that have gone into renewable energy global investments, only 3% over the last 2 decades. And therefore, when it comes to renewable energy, Africa accounts for only 3% of the jobs being created by that globally. In my view, that is unfair, that is unjust, and that is unacceptable. And that's why when I became president, when I was elected president, first time in 2015.
It's the news hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for joining us again. First, the headlines. On the national scene, internal security will be overhauled, says President Tinubu, in top priority areas for 2024. Kogi Tribunal adjourns indefinitely for SDP's election materials inspection. In business news, bank recapitalization. Presidency backs CBN. Investors rush for mega bank stocks. On the foreign scene, Turkey expects to ratify Sweden's NATO accession within weeks, says Swedish minister. And in the world of sport, first Fulham EPL goal delights Iwobi. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday said Nigeria's national defense and internal security are some of the top priorities of the 2024 budget of renewed hope. Tinubu said the nation's internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities with a view to safeguarding lives, property, and investments across the country. He highlighted other priority areas such as local job creation, macroeconomic stability, investment environment optimization, human capital development, poverty reduction, and social security.
Internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country.
They said the proposed budget prioritizes human capital development with particular attention given to children, because human capital remains the most critical resource for national development.
Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money.
In the latest development, President Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja to Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, to attend the COP28 Climate Summit, also known as the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, or Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC. The President's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajorin Gelali, has said that Tinubu will be traveling for the summit today. Ngelale, in a statement, said Tinubu, who will participate in the World Leaders Summit on December 1st and 2nd, 2023, will deliver a national statement highlighting Nigeria's stance on various thematic issues, including renewable energy and climate financing. According to the statement, the President's message will also focus on holding businesses and institutions accountable, reflecting Nigeria's dedication to sustainable and responsible practices. While in Dubai, Tinubu will actively participate in key sideline events which will further support the advancement of his asserted commitment to aggressively attract foreign direct investment for enhanced wealth creation and revenue expansion in the country, in addition to other events hosted by the Nigerian delegation. Now, the Kogi State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal sitting in Lokoja has been adjourned indefinitely pending the completion of an inspection of election materials by the Social Democratic Party. As the resumed hearing on Wednesday, the SDP said the INEC was cooperating with the inspection of materials as granted by the order of the tribunal, but sought more time. The tribunal had ordered INEC to issue certified copies of electoral materials for the November 11 off-cycle election in the state to the SDP within 48 hours. It also ordered INEC to allow the SDP's forensic experts to examine some electoral materials. The materials include the bimodal voter accreditation system and result sheets for Adavi Okene, Okehi, Ogori Magongo, Ajokuta, Lokoja, Kogi, and Basa local government areas. Justice Brennan Kodu adjourned the resumed hearing pending when the inspection of materials would have been completed. Now in Osun State, the Governor Demola Adeleke, has approved a sum of 15,000 naira wage award per worker in the state to cushion the harsh effects of fuel subsidy removal on them. Adeleke also approved a sum of 10,000 naira for each pensioner in the state in the same regard. The approval was conveyed in a circular issued by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Human Resources and Capacity Building, Olubenga Fadele. Fadele disclosed that the wage award would run for 6 months, beginning in December. A statement by the spokesperson to the governor, Olawale Rashid, stated that the gesture was in the continuation of Adeleke's commitments to workers' welfare and the fulfillment of his pledge of a gradual rollout of palliative measures to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. Now, the leadership of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, and the Kano State Police Command have disagreed over the killing of a teenager by an errant police officer. While the NNPP claimed the teenager was killed by the police officer during a peaceful protest in the state, the police said the teenager's death was not in connection with the protest. A statement credited to the NNPP's acting national chairman, Honorable Abba Kawu Ali, on Wednesday, however, condemned the brutal killing of the teenager and called for an investigation into the circumstances that led to his death. In a swift reaction, the spokesperson of the Kano Police Command, SP Abdullahi Haruna, kicked against the claims by the NNPP's acting chairman, Honorable Ali. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The presidency on Tuesday expressed support for the banking sector consolidation initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, saying it would help the country to grow the economy to a new height. This came barely 5 days after the CBN said it would ask banks to raise new capital. According to the presidency, it has become important to consider the capital adequacy of Nigerian banks in light of the projected $1 trillion economy in 8 years. Meanwhile, findings show investors have begun positioning themselves in the stocks of Tier 1 banks listed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited following the announcement of the proposed recapitalization of the banks. We'll take another short break, and when we'll come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Turkey has told Sweden it expects to ratify its long-delayed accession to the NATO military alliance within weeks, Sweden's foreign minister said on Wednesday. Sweden and Finland asked to join NATO last year after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan, whose country is a NATO member, raised objections over what he said was a two countries protection of groups that Ankara deems terrorists. Turkey endorsed Finland's membership bid in April, but has kept Sweden waiting. Turkey has demanded that Sweden take more steps to rein in local members of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, which is considered a terrorist group by the European Union and the United States. In response, Stockholm introduced an anti-terrorism bill that makes membership of a terrorist organization illegal, while also lifting arms export restrictions on Turkey. It says it has upheld its part of a deal signed last year. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sports. Fulham midfielder Alex Iwobi is basking in the euphoria of opening his Premier League goal account for the club after scoring the first goal in the thrilling 3-2 win over Wolves on Monday night. The Nigerian swept home in the 7th minute to make his mark for the club in the league, as well as mark his 300th club appearance with his name on the scorer's sheet. It's his first goal in the EPL this season, and his 4th goal in 9 appearances against Wolves, more than he has scored against any other side. Coincidentally, he scored his first goal of last season against Wolves while playing for Everton. Fulham manager Marcus Silva also acknowledged the creativity of Iwobi, William and Andres Pereira, who all played behind the striker as the Cottagers returns to winning ways after back-to-back defeats. Iwobi has now scored 2 goals in 13 appearances in all competitions since joining Fulham on summer transfer deadline day for £20 million. His first goal was in the EFL Cup against. The Nigerian now has 19 Premier League goals in spells that have crossed Arsenal, Everton, and now adds Craven Cottage. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. American rap legend Busta Rhymes has praised Burna Boy's musical versatility, stating that he sounded authentically Jamaican in their new song Roboshota. Busta made his assertion during the latest episode of the Shopping for Sneakers podcast, which he guest starred on. He stressed that Burna Boy went off on the track and sounded completely different in a good way. This is the second time the rapper has commended Burna Boy within the past week. Previously, he described working with the Nigerian as one of the most incredible experiences ever, applauding his focus and speed while working. According to him, working with Burna Boy was one of the most incredible experiences he has had in his life because he's fast, efficient, and very clear on what he sets out to do. The two men have gotten along well since Busta Rhymes commended Burna Boy for selling out the Citi Field Stadium in New York in July 2023, and after that, the American appeared in the Nigeria's Big 7 music video in August. And that's it on Biscon Television News for now. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Balan. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
All right, and welcome back. And on top of all the other things we say on top of our hands, so, and we don't enter the level of Jolomi Okorobube. In fact, information we say don't reach our hand. If you listen at this man, now he gets hand for the shooting of the newly elected Senate President, Senator Kola Dia, plus 2 other people. And this one will be saying now lead to the death of the young woman. And we hear say this brother Jolomi say Olokpadong Babam early hours of this morning. Now, we talk person on top of Nigerian Police Force Area F Command don't confirm this one when they discuss with our own Tory people. Now, Jolomi Okorobube, they don't come out and say they don't baba on very soon, say they go carry him go court. One very interesting story on top of this level, be say the lady will be sick by on top of the shooting, so Tolani Jacobs say na she be in girlfriend. All right, the different things we said they go carry put on top Oga Jolomi head include, we said they go carry put first degree murder. Another one, they say they go carry put on top in head. So now manslaughter on a different terms. We say when they used to describe killing somebody. And by the grace of God, next month, say they go carry go court.
So everything is working as planned. The young man will be convicted. The senator will be taken off the picture. And you, sir, will be made the next Senate president.
You need to get rid of the senator.
We can't do that now, sir. It's very risky. And it will attract a lot of questions.
Do I look like I care? What if he wakes up?
What if he wakes up with a damaged brain?
Sometimes I forget how lucky I am to have you read.
Always a pleasure.
Now listening to me very carefully, Mr. Jolomi, don't get too comfortable here. I will personally make sure that you spend your time in the most dreadful precincts in this country. But Avenger, how would you like to visit the notorious Kri-Kri? Perhaps I'll take you to North, where they will put something inside your day and turn it. No second.
How do you sleep at night, Renee?
I simply close my eyes.
Look, I'm starting to feel a little guilty. Okay, he's going to rot in jail. He might even get the death sentence. He doesn't deserve this.
Well, he got what he wanted.
What he wanted was his girlfriend.
And now she's dead.
In Africa, including in Nigeria. We also have committed $3 billion to revamping the healthcare infrastructure in Africa. You know, if you get primary healthcare right, 85% of all of the problems are solved. But 50% of them have no access to electricity. Only 30% of them have access to water and sanitation. So we decided that we'll invest $3 billion in revamping all this infrastructure for all our primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare facilities. But when it comes to the issue of vaccines, if you look at what has happened since COVID, a number of companies, global pharma companies, have come to Africa to set up manufacturing companies, which is good. However, they are fill and finish companies. In other words, you fill it, you package it, and then you sell it. It's like selling Coca-Cola. Right? But Coca-Cola, you may like drinking it like I do, at least I used to. Until my wife started telling me I was getting weight. But you cannot change the formulation because Africa's own epidemiological profile is very different. And therefore, we must have the scientific capacity, the innovative capacity, to be able to manufacture vaccines and pharmaceutical drugs that deals with our own epidemiological profile. And I was in Belgium when all African heads of state were there with all European heads of state. At the end of the meeting, Mr. Charles Michel, who is the chief president of the European Union Council, said, is there anybody that has a burning issue on their mind? Of course, my job, my duty, my calling, my responsibility is to be a vuvuzela for Africa's needs. When I put up my hand, I said, Your Excellency, I've got something on my mind. And what I have on my mind is, how are we going to make sure that African companies, pharmaceutical companies, can have access to the active pharmaceutical ingredients that they need, to the antigens that they need to manufacture vaccines? How in the world are we going to be able to do that? I can see Lady Ibra is trying to help me with my sweating. That's what happened when you wear a three-piece suit. It's not the bow tie, the bow tie is cool. So we decided, and I said, let's create what's called the Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation that will intermediate between our local companies and the global pharma companies in access to intellectual property rights protected technologies and processes for making pharmaceutical drugs and vaccines. I'm glad to let you know that our foundation is now up and running. The office will be opened in Kigali next month on the 18th of December. I was able to get His Excellency President Kagame to chair the council of that foundation. And a very good friend of mine, Chancellor Merkel, the former Chancellor of Germany, I went to see her too because she's been really a great supporter of Africa. And she said, look, Akin, I've retired. And I'm not seeing anybody else. I'm writing my memoirs. But you, I will see. And I went over there, and she accepted to be the co-chair of that Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. And that's because we lose $2.6 trillion to low productivity and health in Africa. $1 trillion, $2.6 trillion. So a healthier Africa will definitely be a much richer Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will earn respect when it deepens good governance and the rule of law. You can clap better than that. For now, the erosion of the democratic space in several African countries is disturbing. The Mo Ibrahim Governance Index declined in 2022 and 2023. The return and the rise in the number of military coups in parts of Africa, especially the Sahel, poses a potent and imminent danger to reversing the continent's stability, growth, and development. Now, fixing this, because I live there, I worked in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, everywhere. For many, many years, I know those places like the back of my hand. Requires a clear understanding that the Sahel region has continued to suffer for decades from climate change, desertification, and extreme poverty, and more recently from terrorism. Terrorists, ladies and gentlemen, don't just appear. They don't just appear. They thrive where three factors or drivers exist: extreme poverty, high youth unemployment, and climate and environmental degradation, what I call the disaster triangle. Anywhere you find this disaster triangle, be it in the Horn of Africa, be it in the Sahel, terrorists, or in northern Nigeria, terrorists take over this place. Today, many of our countries are spending upward of 85% of their budgets on security. What's left? For development. And therefore, we must urgently and comprehensively tackle this challenge to prevent reversals of gains in development. This calls for strengthening of the overall security architecture. You know, let me just explain it so I don't get too technical. When countries don't have money to support themselves in a fiscal space that's very tight, they need new instruments. And I remember saying, as a president of a multilateral development bank, our job is to finance development. But here's the challenge. Today, 85% of Africans are living in or close to a country that is in conflict. And therefore, when I talk about we are financing development, we must be able to change our perspective to link security to investment, to growth and development. It's an ecosystem that we must have new instruments that allow us to do that. And that's why I made the case to African heads of state that we will help to develop what is called security index investment bonds. These are new financial instruments that will allow African countries to access significant amount of resources on the global capital market to do four things for them. First, strengthen your security defense architecture. I'm not saying guns. We don't sponsor guns. We don't do bullets. No. But just your security capacity. Second, rebuild areas that have damaged infrastructure. Third, build social infrastructure, water, education, health, schools. And the reason why this is important is because when terrorists come to a place and they look like ungoverned spaces and forgotten spaces, they thrive in those environments. And finally, you go to Saudi Arabia and try to attack their oil fields. You can't. You go to Qatar and try to attack their gas fields. You can't. When the African Development Bank put together, during the Africa Investment Forum, a transaction worth $24 billion for Mozambique, liquefied natural gas, the largest foreign direct investment in Africa. Shortly after that, terrorists took over Cabo Delgado, of $24 billion investment. No, that can't happen in Saudi Arabia. That can't happen in Qatar. That can't happen anywhere. So the point I'm making is these new instruments will allow our countries to secure the zones in which they have strategic investments. That is very, very important. Coming right back at home. 2 weeks ago, I met with the 7 governors from the northwest of Nigeria. They came to see me in Abidjan. We discussed the challenges in northern Nigeria, northwest Nigeria. Today, with terrorism, poverty, unemployment, and degradation, it's heartbreaking to see what's going on there. And I told them that, look, we as African Development Bank salute the joint effort they are having, and we will strongly support them in agriculture, we'll support them in infrastructure, we'll support them on energy, and we'll support them to also deal with the issue of the pastoralist and farmer conflict that have actually dealt with many of the challenges we have today in Nigeria. Let me say that I hear often that we must have African solutions to African problems. It is loud and it is correct, but it will only be respected when Africa's problems are financed by Africa's resources. Political sovereignty must be backed by economic and financial sovereignty. Africa will earn more respect when it can mobilize financing for its own development. Today, you see high debt levels. Several countries rush to the capital markets to source cheaper loans to develop their economies, especially to invest in critical infrastructure. The number of countries that went to Eurobonds went from 2 to 21 between 2007 and 2022. They issued $140 billion of Eurobonds. Many of them went to China to get a lot more, but it's pay time now, and it's very difficult for many African countries. And right here in Nigeria, 98% of the government revenue is spent to service debt. Africa must find a better and more sustainable way to finance its development. We can do that if we manage our natural resources well. That's because the value of our natural resources is $6.2 trillion. We have no business not being able to finance our own development. Africa should not be a poor continent. It's high time for Africa, therefore, to truly assert its aspiration and move up from being a low-income, highly indebted set of nations and become a donor to less privileged nations. Global respect comes when nations do not overly depend on others. What do you see? You see country A, Africa Summit. Country B, with Africa Summit. Country C, with Africa Summit. Why? Africa is a continent. It should be the other way, where Africa brings those countries here to have a summit with Africa here. Not that we are traveling around the world at the beckon of a single person. That should not be. You don't get respect that way. Africa, if we can dream it, we can achieve it. Africa will earn respect, ladies and gentlemen, when its youth can be taken care of by Africa, and we can unleash the potential of our young people. Let me tell you a story. Just before I was elected president, a week after I was elected president of the bank, I went to a place called Gorée Island in Senegal. Gorée Island is a place where you have a door, a big door, they call it the door of no return. That's where they took all the slaves. And I stood over there in this place of the door of no return, and my mind was working about visions of those that they took out of this place. And when I got him back to my car, I began to reflect because I had a week to resume work. And I said to myself, those people they took out of these places were taken away against their volition. Today, young generations, Africa's best and brightest, strongest, are taking rickety boats with their own volition, heading into the Mediterranean Sea, many dying over there. This shouldn't be. We have a population of 477 million people between the ages of 15 and 35. We must harness that asset. We must. I picked up the paper, New York Times. I talked about the fact that the world is becoming more African. That's because the demography is changing. Most of it are going to be a lot of our young people. But I want to say that as we try to create more jobs for our people, of our young people, we have to realize that they are very talented. They don't need handouts. They need investment. I go around African countries, many tell me, Mr. President, we have a youth empowerment program. We have another youth empowerment program, but unfortunately, I've never had a young person walk up to me to say, I've been empowered. So I assume that those that are doing it are probably empowering themselves. And so I don't believe in all this youth empowerment business. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the youth shouldn't be lifted up. No, that's not what I'm saying. The youths don't need dollars. They don't need handouts. They need strategic investments in their skills, their knowledge, their entrepreneurship capacity, their businesses. We must create youth-based wealth. That's all we've got to do as a continent. And that is why at the African Development Bank, we're launching what's called Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks are new financial institutions that will do nothing but finance the businesses, the ideas, the enterprises of young people. They are going to be first-rate banks because they will finance those businesses in the life cycle of their businesses. These young people are going to dominate the world. Look at Nollywood. In fact, when I used to work at Rockefeller Foundation in the 90s, I was in Zimbabwe. And I entered my office. My staff was Julie, my secretary. And as I entered, it was about 1999, I think. And she said, "Good morning, sir." And I said, "Good morning." She said, so I said, "What was that?" She said, I said, "What happened?" She said, "Sir, that's what they do in Nollywood." I said, at that time, I didn't even realize that Nollywood had become something exported like that. I said, okay, Nollywood is good, but not that part of it. So in Nigeria, we launched something called IDICE, Digital Information and Creative Enterprises, $614 million that would allow the creation of 6 million jobs in Nigeria, digital and creative enterprises that will add $6.4 billion to Nigeria's economy. As I close, let me say that there is no doubt in my mind that the future for Africa is bright. And investors know it. 2 weeks ago, we had the Africa Investment Forum in the city of Marrakesh in Morocco. We had over 1,000 people, investors from around the world that were there. We raised $34.8 billion of investment for Africa in less than 72 hours. And since we started it in 4 years ago, actually 2018, so 5 years ago, right now, we have helped to mobilize $177 billion of investment interest to Africa. That just tells you that Africa is bankable. Right here in Nigeria, look at what Dangote is doing. Phenomenal. I think we should clap for Dangote. I like people that have confidence in their own countries. We put in $400 million to support that. We put in another $400 million to support Indorama that is doing fertilizers in Nigeria. We put well over $200 million to support Bua, who is doing cement in the northwest of Nigeria. And in Nigeria, to date, the African Development Bank has put in $10 billion US. And please do tell President Tinubu that the African Development Bank strongly will back Nigeria and the reforms of Nigeria, because in those reforms lies our pathway out of the morass we are in today. So we see huge opportunities in Nigeria, and we believe in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I am optimistic about Nigeria. I've always said this. God does not make mistakes. I was born as a Nigerian. I'll live as a Nigerian. I'll die as a Nigerian. And on the resurrection day, I'll ask God for permission to let me hold a green, white, green flag in my hand. I'm optimistic about Africa, and I believe in Africa. The African Development Bank itself, which is your bank, it's a great honor for me to be the first Nigerian ever to be president of the African Development Bank since 1964. And I thank God that last year, the African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. And this year, the African Development Bank was ranked as the most transparent financial institution in the world. That's the testimony of how you get respect and how you get recognition. All comes from doing the right things. So we now stand, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at an intersection point in world history. let's bring Africa's prosperous future into the present. A more prosperous Africa will be a more respected Africa. An Africa that unleashes its full potential. An Africa like a lighthouse at the harbor that will attract all ships to it. An Africa that cannot be ignored. An Africa that develops with pride. An Africa that asserts itself globally. An Africa that's a beacon of hope for all of its people. Together, let's be guardians of that hope for Africa. Together, we can make it happen. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
You know, we are so glad about when people like this. I have a number of presidents who are just not only just words, a lot of action. Not just action, integrity, honesty. And really people, thank you, because international, you make me proud. You make us proud. God bless you. We just didn't make a mistake, make you man of the year. Important times. And do that more. God bless you. And my assignment just remarks about what we do further. And I welcome you all to this segment of today's event, public presentation of what we call Guardian Federalist Papers. After we published 61 editions, like you said, I'm not even used to reading papers. For the over 30 years I taught, I did take the notes of that. It's better for me to speak without reading. So I will be a use of that, but I'm not going to waste your time. What we have done as the Guardian is to talk about what we need to make this country great. We had an opportunity in the past. We had a federation, proper federation, not this federation. Federation means that are independent and look at their resources to grow. Now all we do is borrow money. And then our children, we were taught to moonlight things in those days. Our parents told us what to do. And they were really truthful. Now, everybody is doing it. We thank you one more time, the traditional, for what you are doing for us in Africa. For what you do for us in Nigeria. A continent like this should not be looking for power. God said, let that be light. That was creation of that. And where is that light? Here. And who are in darkness? We. So something is wrong with us. So these are some of the reasons. I don't want to go into all the reasons we have to do several. I was trying to a publisher because I really want us to be monotonous. And then I told LG, let's adopt that saying, and we will be adequate. But by the time we start people asking more questions and more questions and more questions, and LG talked to the policy. So let we can go on. The 61 is the period, number of years that we have been independent and that we are in poverty. We became the world political capital. So really, the speaker, former Vice Chancellor also, who is in international affairs, will speak to us. I don't want to take my time. So I'm not going to look at this. It really doesn't matter. Thank you.
I have a long list of protocol in the state of aquatic splendor. It is our joy and pride that we, Lagos State, house the Guardian newspaper for its 40 years, and we are proud to let this go down history. Thank you.
It is with great delight that I welcome captains of the media industry, eminent personalities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues to the coming of age of the iconic newspaper, the Guardian newspaper. Let me salute the great publisher herself, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, for staunchly maintaining the dream of the founders of this flagship newsprint, supported by a dedicated team of staff and the board management. On behalf of the government and the good people of Lagos State, I wish you a happy anniversary. Mr. Governor would like me to let us know, I had said I will abridge his speech, that since the inception of the Guardian newspaper in 1983 till date, the paper has professionally carried out its reportage with an unusual grace and quite distinction, which qualities stands the Guardian out amongst her peers. The Guardian newspaper has achieved great esteem in and outside Nigeria as one of the most authoritative newspapers in Africa. Hence, it has been, thank you, please clap, it is the truth. Thank you. Hence, it has been aptly described as a flagship of the Nigerian press. And that is why today we celebrate its 40 years of outstanding professional, impactful, resilient journalistic practice of the Guardian newspaper. You will all agree with me that the Guardian is a household name in Nigeria and Africa. In conclusion, let me once again heartily congratulate Lady Maiden Alex Ibru for the attainment of this laudable milestone with its credibility, integrity, and model intact. We're very certain that your husband, the late Mr. Alex Ibru of blessed memory, must be excited at the oak tree that this newspaper has become. Lagos is proud to be associated and to be your landlord always. Thank you. Thank you. On this note, I therefore wish you many more years of journalistic excellence, global understanding, and positive change. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Well-established protocols. So for people who like listening to my protocol list, not today. I bring you greetings and best wishes of His Excellency Prince Dabo Abiodun Sire and the good people of Ogun State. It's a pleasure to be standing here today to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Guardian newspapers, a beacon of journalism excellence in Nigeria. In celebrating this anniversary, we are also paying tribute to its founder and visionary, the late Mr. Alex Ibru, and acknowledging the remarkable contributions of his wife, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, their children, and all members of the Guardian family in sustaining and driving the newspaper forward. I congratulate our father and leader, His Excellency Akinrun Olusegun Oshoba, who was one of the visionaries of the paper on this anniversary. He must feel the joy and pride which any parent feels when their child clocks 40. We thank God for the grace of long life and good health, and pray that you're alive and well to celebrate the Guardian's 50th anniversary. I thank Dr. Akinwumi Additional for his very insightful lecture and for sharing his vision and plans for Africa through the Africa Development Bank. We thank you for your leadership and your passion for Africa's growth. I acknowledge, on behalf of Ogun State, your support for us in various initiatives, and we host one of the special agro-processing zones which you referred to in your lecture. In Ogun State, we are changing the face of agriculture and improving the lives and livelihoods of our citizens in the agricultural value chain through this program. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard that after the demise of her husband, Lady Maiden Alex April stepped into the shoes of leadership, bravely guiding the Guardian through turbulent times. Her unwavering commitment, astute decision-making, and visionary leadership ensured that the Guardian did not falter, but it has rather continued to thrive. Equally, we must recognize the invaluable contributions of the management of the newspaper in making the Guardian relevant to this new generation. Their fresh perspectives, innovative thinking, and willingness to adapt to the digital age are playing a significant role in attracting a wider and newer readership and also maintaining the newspaper's credibility. As we celebrate this milestone, we must remember that the Guardian newspaper is not just a source of information, but an institution that has actively contributed to shaping our society. The Guardian's commitment to excellence, its dedication to the ideals of journalism, and its tireless efforts in upholding its reputation is truly commendable. It has played a crucial role in holding public figures accountable, exposing corruption, and championing social justice. It has been our conscience nurtured by truth. On behalf of the Governor, Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, and the good people of Ogun State, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Guardian newspaper's family on its 40th anniversary. I salute the late Mr. Alex April, Lady Maiden Alex April, their children, and the dedicated team at the Guardian for their remarkable contribution to the media landscape. May the Guardian continue to inform, educate, and inspire generations to come as we look forward to its next 40 years. Thank you very much for listening, and can I return back to you.
Well, this is a good message from Mr. President. Before I begin, just acknowledge our father here, Chief R.M. Olusegun Shoba, and also the publisher of the Guardian, Lady Maiden April. I also want to salute all the men and women that built the Guardian. Before I read the message, I want to say that I was a pioneer. And I remember it was very hard at the beginning when we started the Guardian. I joined went daily on July 4. I remember those days when we used to spend about, maybe in the office about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. for a go. Every candidate is there, was a witness at that time. And a lot of people sweated really for the Guardian. Our guy then, Mr. Albo, was also around then, and it was really, really tough. And so while we are saluting those who founded the Guardian, we should not forget those who also actually built, who laid the building blocks that made the Guardian what it is today. Mr. President said that I should apologize that I did not make it. Right now, he's trying to prepare for his budget speech tomorrow, and the day after, we're going to Dubai to attend the global conference on climate change. It gives me great pleasure, I'm giving the speech now, to be here today to share in the joy of the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of the Guardian newspapers. In February 1983, when the Guardian rolled out, Nigeria as a turnout was witnessing the last year of the Third Republic, which was effectively terminated by the military coup of 31 December 1983. The Guardian, which started as a weekly, went daily on 4 July 1983. Sometimes printed in color, it prided itself as the flagship of the Nigerian press and distinguished itself from the back. It is magazine-like news reports, news features, and insightful editorials and opinions written by Nigeria's brightest intellectuals from our universities. In keeping faith with its motto, conscience nurtured by truth, two of the newspaper's correspondents, Nduka Irabo and Tunde Thompson, were jailed in 1984 under the draconian Decree 4, which ignored truth as a defense in published reports. Under the Abacha junta, we also remember that the Guardian was shut down for many months. I must salute the industry and residents of the newspaper in surviving military rule and surviving so far the economic downturn and falling offline leadership as a result of the negative impact of technology on the industry. I have a confession to make. I read all our papers every day before leaving my bedroom. I therefore usually read the insightful and critical editorials published by the Guardian and other newspapers about our government. Let me say that I bear no grudges even when you attack our policies and foibles. On the contrary, you have my respect for sticking to your constitutional duty of making government accountable at all times. I'm happy to note that our own Dr. Kim Adesina, President of African Development Bank, has already spoken, so I will skip it. And I also note that Professor Egosa Osayi will be delivering a paper very soon on federalism. The issue discussed by Dr. Kim Adesina and the one that we are going to hear from Professor Egosa are issues that are very dear to my heart. And I believe the conversations will be useful to us in government at various levels. As you know, our government is determined to lift forward our economy from a GDP of 450 billion to 1 trillion by 2030. The hard work to enable the realization of this goal has already begun. I shall return to this later in this address. On the issue of federalism, Professor Osayi will find me already converted. In my 34 years involvement in politics, I've been a federalist, a fervent believer in his principles as enunciated by Chief Obafemi Awolowo from 1960 and his book published in 1966, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. I will believe that federalism is the best for Nigeria because nations, multilingual, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic structure, as it will allow the sub-nationals to develop at their own pace without the intrusion of the central authorities. Although the 1960 Constitution says in Article 2, Section 2, that Nigeria shall be a federation consisting of states and a federal capital territory, many critics are of the view that we have been operating a unitary constitution. As governor of Lagos, my administration challenged some of these assumptions. We and sometimes along with states with like minds approach the court with a bid to wrest some power from the central government and get judicial clarity on certain constitutional provisions. Some of the results of our efforts are now very clear for us. States can now generate power and distribute it. States can have real network of their own. In our action plan for a better Nigeria, as initiated in our New Hope agenda, we devoted a whole chapter to federalism and decentralization of power, and pledged to balance the responsibilities and authorities of the different tiers of government. We pledged to collaborate with the National Assembly and the states to amend our national governance architecture so that states are afforded the autonomy and resources needed to better serve the people. We are committed to these objectives. And in due course, we ask the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, to have another look at the revenue allocation formula, as we promised in our manifesto to recalibrate the division of funds among the three tiers of government. I believe states and local councils deserve more funds to address local developmental challenges and fulfill the obligations of our people. In the meantime, as we make more funds available to the states and the councils, I want to enjoin the media to expand their monitoring role in ensuring that the states and councils use the funds received judiciously and wisely to cater for their people and build self-sustaining economy. There is too much concentration by the media on the federal government while they pay scant attention on the states and local councils. States through the Nigerian Governors Forum should also not relent in pointing out areas they think the central government is overbearing or usurping what should be their powers. Provisions of the Constitution that need amendment should be submitted to the National Assembly, Constitutional Amendment Committees to make the states and the center function more effectively and optimally. Earlier this month, I ordered a review by a special committee of the Nigerian Police and the Police Act. Since its formation in 1861 and the coming into force of the 1999 Constitution, the Nigerian Police has faced innumerable challenges because of it and has had little or no meaningful reforms. There's a very urgent need to strengthen it by enhancing its coordination, introducing technology, and beefing up its manpower resources. Amidst the global economy, we are talking about the economy, an issue that affects all of us. Our ambition to attain the 1 trillion economy appears daunting, but we believe it is achievable with God on our side and our collective determination. This explains why the VP and I have been on the road, trying to attract huge investment in various pieces of our economy, agriculture, oil and gas, renewable energy, and others. The VP, that's the African Development Bank, we have to thank Dr. Adishina. In conjunction with the Islamic Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development has pledged to invest at least 1.52 billion into the 36 special agro-industrial zones in the country. It will just certify that it's a beneficiary. LBDs in this endeavor is a pledge of 1 billion. The LBD also supporting our country with another 1 billion loan.
It's the news hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for joining us again. First, the headlines. On the national scene, internal security will be overhauled, says President Tinubu, in top priority areas for 2024. Kogi Tribunal adjourns indefinitely for SDP's election materials inspection. In business news, bank recapitalization. Presidency backs CBN, investors rush for mega bank stocks. On the foreign scene, Turkey expects to ratify Sweden's NATO accession within weeks, says Swedish minister. And in the world of sport, first Fulham EPL goal delights Iwobi. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday said Nigeria's national defense and internal security are some of the top priorities of the 2024 budget of renewed hope. Tinubu said the nation's internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities with a view to safeguarding lives, property, and investments across the country. He highlighted other priority areas such as local job creation, macroeconomic stability, investment environment optimization, human capital development, poverty reduction, and social security.
Internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country.
They said the proposed budget prioritizes human capital development with particular attention given to children, because human capital remains the most critical resource for national development.
Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money.
In the latest development, President Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja to Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, to attend the COP28 Climate Summit, also known as the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, or Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC. The President's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Adjorin Gelali, has said that Tinubu will be traveling for the summit today. Gelali, in a statement, said Tinubu, who will participate in the World Leaders Summit on December 1st and 2nd, 2023, will deliver a national statement highlighting Nigeria's stance on various thematic issues, including renewable energy and climate financing. According to the statement, the President's message will also focus on holding businesses and institutions accountable, reflecting Nigeria's dedication to sustainable and responsible practices. While in Dubai, Tinubu will actively participate in key sideline events, which will further support the advancement of his asserted commitment to aggressively attract foreign direct investment for enhanced wealth creation and revenue expansion in the country, in addition to other events hosted by the Nigerian delegation. Now, the Kogi State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal sitting in Lokoja has been adjourned indefinitely, pending the completion of an inspection of election materials by the Social Democratic Party. As the resumed hearing on Wednesday, the SDP said the INEC was cooperating with the inspection of materials as granted by the order of the tribunal, but sought more time. The tribunal had ordered INEC to issue certified copies of electoral materials for the November 11 off-cycle election in the state to the SDP within 48 hours. It also ordered INEC to allow the SDP's forensic experts to examine some electoral materials. The materials include the bimodal voter accreditation system and result sheets for Adavi Okene, Okehi, Ogori Magongo, Adokuta, Lokoja, Kogi, and Basa local government areas. Justice Brennan Kudu adjourned the resumed hearing, pending when the inspection of materials would have been completed. Now, in Osun State, the Governor Demola Adeleke, has approved a sum of 15,000 naira wage award per worker in the state to cushion the harsh effects of fuel subsidy removal on them. Adeleke also approved a sum of 10,000 naira for each pensioner in the state in the same regard. The approval was conveyed in a circular issued by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Human Resources and Capacity Building, Olugbenga Fadele. Fadele disclosed that the wage award would run for 6 months, beginning in December. A statement by the spokesperson to the governor, Olawale Rashid, stated that the gesture was in the continuation of Adeleke's commitments to workers' welfare and the fulfillment of his pledge of a gradual rollout of palliative measures to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. Now, the leadership of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, and the Kano State Police Command have disagreed over the killing of a teenager by an errant police officer. While the NNPP claimed the teenager was killed by the police officer during a peaceful protest in the state, the police said the teenager's death was not in connection with the protest. A statement credited to the NNPP's acting national chairman, Honorable Abba Kawu Ali, on Wednesday, however, condemned the brutal killing of the teenager and called for an investigation into the circumstances that led to his death. In a swift reaction, the spokesperson of the Kano Police Command, SP Abdullahi Haruna, kicked against the claims by the NNPP's acting chairman, Honorable Ali. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The presidency on Tuesday expressed support for the banking sector consolidation initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, saying it would help the country to grow the economy to a new height. This came barely 5 days after the CBN said it would ask banks to raise new capital. According to the presidency, it has become important to consider the capital adequacy of Nigerian banks in light of the projected $1 trillion economy in 8 years. Meanwhile, findings show investors have begun positioning themselves in the stocks of Tier 1 banks listed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited following the announcement of the proposed recapitalization of the banks. We'll take another short break, and when we'll come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Turkey has told Sweden it expects to ratify its long-delayed accession to the NATO military alliance within weeks, Sweden's foreign minister said on Wednesday. Sweden and Finland asked to join NATO last year after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan, whose country is a NATO member, raised objections over what he said was a two countries protection of groups that Ankara deems terrorists. Turkey endorsed Finland's membership bid in April, but has kept Sweden waiting. Turkey has demanded that Sweden take more steps to rein in local members of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, which is considered a terrorist group by the European Union and the United States. In response, Stockholm introduced an anti-terrorism bill that makes membership of a terrorist organization illegal, while also lifting arms export restrictions on Turkey. It says it has upheld its part of a deal signed last year. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sport. Fulham midfielder Alex Iwobi is basking in the euphoria of opening his Premier League goal account for the club after scoring the first goal in the thrilling 3-2 win over Wolves on Monday night. The Nigerian swept home in the 7th minute to make his mark for the club in the league, as well as mark his 300th club appearance with his name on the scorer's sheet. It's his first goal in the EPL this season and his 4th goal in 9 appearances against Wolves, more than he has scored against any other side. Coincidentally, he scored his first goal of last season against Wolves while playing for Everton. Fulham manager Marcus Silva also acknowledged the creativity of Iwobi, William and Andres Pereira, who all played behind the striker as the Cottagers returns to winning ways after back-to-back defeats. Iwobi has now scored 2 goals in 13 appearances in all competitions since joining Fulham on summer transfer deadline day for £20 million. His first goal was in the EFL Cup against. The Nigerian now has 19 Premier League goals in spells that have crossed Arsenal, Everton, and now adds Craven Cottage. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. American rap legend Busta Rhymes has praised Burna Boy's musical versatility, stating that he sounded authentically Jamaican in their new song Roboshota. Busta made his assertion during the latest episode of the Shopping for Sneakers podcast, which he guest starred on. He stressed that Burna Boy went off on the track and sounded completely different in a good way. This is the second time the rapper has commended Burna Boy within the past week. Previously, he described working with the Nigerian as one of the most incredible experiences ever, applauding his focus and speed while working. According to him, working with Burna Boy was one of the most incredible experiences he has had in his life because he's fast, efficient, and very clear on what he sets out to do. The two men have gotten along well since Busta Rhymes commended Burna Boy for selling out the Citi Field Stadium in New York in July 2023, and after that, the American appeared in the Nigeria's Big 7 music video in August. And that's it on Biscon Television News for now. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Balan. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
resources needed to better serve the people. We are committed to these objectives. And in due course, we ask the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, to have another look at the revenue allocation formula as we promise in our manifesto to recalibrate the division of funds among the three tiers of government. I believe states and local councils deserve more funds to address local developmental challenges and fulfill the obligation to our people. In the meantime, as we make more funds available to the states and the councils, I want to enjoin the media to expand their monitoring role in ensuring that the states and councils use the funds received judiciously and wisely to cater for their people and build self-sustaining economy. There is too much concentration by the media on the federal government, while they pay scant attention on the states and local councils. States through the Nigerian Governors Forum should also not relent in pointing out areas they think the central government is overbearing or usurping what should be their powers. Provisions of the Constitution that need amendment should be submitted to the National Assembly, Constitutional Amendment Committees to make the states and the center function more effectively and optimally. Earlier this month, I ordered a review by a special committee of the Nigerian Police and the Police Act. Since its formation in 1861 and the coming into force of the 1999 Constitution, the Nigerian Police has faced innumerable challenges because shortcomings and has had little or no meaningful reforms. There's a very urgent need to strengthen it by enhancing its coordination, introducing technology, and beefing up its manpower resources. Amidst the general global economy, we're not talking about the economy, an issue that affects all of us, our ambition to attain a 1 trillion economy appears daunting, but we believe it is achievable with God on our side and our collective determination. This explains why the VP and I have been on the road trying to attract huge investment in various phases of our economy, agriculture, oil and gas, renewable energy, and others. The AFB, that's the African Development Bank, we have to thank Dr. Adeshina. In conjunction with the Islamic Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development has pledged to invest at least 1.52 billion into the 36 special agro-industrial zones in the country. It will just certify that it's a beneficiary. AFBs in this endeavor is a pledge of 1 billion. The AFB also supporting our country with another 1 billion loan for project support to finance our economic reform program. I think before I came, I showed Dr. Traditional some information. Let me just say, this is my own information, just depending on German itself. The countryman was asked no money. I think this government didn't inherit, even though the president normally says he inherited liabilities and assets. I would say, money-wise, we inherited more liabilities. As of June this year, this company has already committed about 98.9% of the revenue on debt service alone of revenue. So how much is left to do anything? So the Tinubu administration is putting his thinking cap to really turn a lot of things around. Yesterday, the Federal Council share approved the loan offer, that is the one by AFB, which is on constitutional terms for 25 years and grace period of 8 years. We have already embarked on fiscal reforms, which the Taiwo Ibele Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms inaugurated on 8 August Saturday that based on 20 quick win recommendations, which are being fine-tuned for implementation in the new year. We have also stopped the corrupt and wasteful fuel subsidy, which enabled the Federation to make huge savings, which are being passed to all tiers of government by the Federation Account Allocation Committee that will have increased allocations. We are also determined to unify the foreign exchange market rate and stop the criminal arbitrage of the past. To arrive at the 1 trillion economic destination, we believe that sooner than later, to borrow the Guardian marketing mantra 40 years ago, we must address the capital adequacy of our banks that will provide the fuel for this journey. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to Nigerians to exercise some patience. The economic reforms we are implementing come with some pains. The pains are temporary, and as we shall soon begin to feel the positive impact of the reforms. Once again, I congratulate the Guardian for its 40th anniversary, and I wish the Guardian many, many more years of celebration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bayo Nonoga, representing the President of the Federal Republic, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, now we're going to move very fast.
National Affairs, we are very delighted to be playing host to the Guardian at 40. We congratulate the answer. What is the question? Now, I thought this one suggested another round of confusion, creating a conundrum that in 1982 led my teacher and senior colleague, Professor John Ayoade, to write a monograph entitled Federalism in Nigeria, the Worship of an Unknown God. And he was simply saying that, many times you listen to debates, you read, contributions from people, and you wonder if the people know what they are talking about. So his confusion was, even those who advocate for federalism don't even have a sense of what they are saying. And so when you say it is the answer, but what is the question, you are further complexifying that conundrum. Now imagine for 1 minute the proposition that says if A then B, where B is the answer to A. And you are saying that B would be true irrespective of what A is. In other words, irrespective of what the question is, B would be invariantly true. Now that in itself has to have a form of illogicality, except we want to argue, and we can prove, that B would be the answer to all A, notwithstanding the conditions or problems raised by A. Now, would that be true of federalism, for instance? With all of the problems that we know of federalism and the fact that its success is not always guaranteed, would such a system be a ready answer and solution to all that we want to deal with? So I thought we should go to the bag of wisdom of the famous and legendary tortoise and get what he would say. And part of the recommendations you would get from that bag of skills and wisdom will be working from the answer to the question. And that is what I think would make sense. If you work from the answer to the question, then you can say, yes, it's a solution, but what is the problem? So rather than say what is the question, we then presuppose that federalism provides solutions to certain kinds of problems. And that's the framework within which, I think we would want to look at the Federalist Papers from The Guardian. But let me also say that we're very delighted as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs to be returning to a theme that we once had to consider in 1978. In 1978, the NIIA brought the whole world to this same hall and had an international conference on federalism. Now, that conference led to the publication of a 1979 classic entitled Readings on Federalism, edited by Bolaji Akinyemi, Patrick Dele Cole, and Walter Ofonakoro. Now, that was a 1979 publication. That conference was very significant because that long ago, the world took Africa and Nigeria in particular so seriously that it believed we had things to contribute to the world of learning. Now, how be it in 2023, several years after, we no longer are considered worthy of such contributions. To the contrary, we now get invited to all kinds of summits where people tell us about ourselves, and we are hardly allowed to speak for ourselves. So I'm glad that President Adesina has made the point that we should have a reversal, and the NIA stands strongly for that summits on Africa must happen in Africa. And the NIA has provided a platform for this reversal that will change the global narrative and global understanding of issues that are very dear to our hearts, including federalism. The second thing is many of the issues that are raised in the Federalist Papers by The Guardian were already tackled in the 1978 conference. And if those issues are the same issues we continue to tackle today, it tells you something about federalism. It tells you something about the dynamic character of federalism and the fact that federalism never solves any problem once and for all. Federalism is a living system, it's very dynamic, and it gets to be adjusted and recalibrated as the society continues to unravel. We'll come to that in a minute. But I must consider myself very, very lucky that I'm asked to do this at the end of 3 of my very recent outings on federalism. The first was a publication in 2014 entitled A State of Our Own, which was an inaugural lecture that I delivered at the University of London. In that outing, my argument simply was that Africa is going through a sort of revolution of the reenactment of the state as a self-determined entity, and that the only vehicle, the only instrumentality that could be used to very profitable ends in that regard has to be federalism. So, federalism provided that kind of answer. And then, in another publication which Abate just referred to, Federal Solutions to State Failure in Africa, I had the following argument, very simply put, that today you talk about failed, fragile, weak states in Africa, and people are saying, why is Africa so blessed? Africa has never been so cursed. Africa has always been blessed. But where is the Africa in statehood? It's Pierre Engelbert in the 1997 conundrum described the African state as a state that is neither African nor state. So, in that book, my simple argument is that what is failing in Africa, what is fragile in Africa, is the colonial inheritance. That state that we have, that is neither African nor state, is decomposing. And the fact of that decomposition has been accelerated by the second independence movement that you find all through the corners of Africa. In Nigeria, it takes the form of separatist agitations, it takes the form of terrorism, it takes the form of violent extremism, it takes the form of secessionist movements. These are movements questioning the sanctity and tenability of the colonial state. And that dissolution is already underway. Again, it reinforces the need for federalism, because a new state that would be the solution to the failure and disappearance of the colonial state, what in essence would then be the post-colonial state in its organic form, will be one that needs to be rebargained and renegotiated. There is no substitute for doing so except federalism. My third and nearer home to this particular conundrum was the inaugural that I delivered at the University of Ibadan in 2019, entitled What Man Has Joined Together. Now, federalism is a system that has been put together by man to solve man-made problems, to solve existential problems in a way that has been designed not to fail. But you know, when you have a human contrivance, the chances are that there will be imperfections and there will be problems. But federalism is a very delicate system that requires very delicate balancing to survive and to work. This is the argument. And so when the Guardian papers would say and argue that federalism is the answer, yes, to what problem? It is to the problem of the management of diversity. That's correct. And so we can begin to see that the Guardian papers are taking us back to a root that is very fundamental to the existence of federalism. You cannot have federalism without federalists. You need people who understand federalism. You need people who would advocate for it. You need people who would defend it. And that is the role that I see the Guardian papers playing today. For those of us who want to go a little deeper, you will find that even in the United States of America, at the 1787 Philadelphia Convention, there were those who wrote the Federalist Papers and went around mobilizing support for why a united and integrated America would be better than a divided America. So what you have as American federalism today has such very, very mobilized foundations by federalists who were truly federalists. For a long time, our federalists have disappeared in Nigeria. So maybe the Guardian is beginning a process of resuscitating the federalist movement, committing these things to work. In 61 outings, 61 writings that make up this book, the Guardian has argued that federalism is the most appropriate and suitable system for Nigeria. I don't think many of us would disagree with that. However, I think that federalism still needs to be further understood. And the problem that I would just mention in the few minutes that I have is that the essence of federalism is not to be found in the federal constitution only. The essence of federalism is not to be found in federal government. The congeries of solutions that federalism provides requires greater innovativeness, creativity, adaptability that will suit the circumstances of individual federal situations. A while ago, Dr. Deschino talked about the epidemiology of even development and made the case for an African contextualized approach to dealing with issues of development. Nothing can be even truer than that for federalism. There's an epidemiological approach to federalism that says no two federations can be exactly alike. Federalism provides a framework for doing the kinds of things that states want to do in terms of solving problems. But to say that American federalism, like Casey Ware argued a long time ago, is the beginning and the end of federalism is simply to miss the point. Because what is true of America can never be true of Nigeria. Many people don't realize it, that with over 250 ethnic groups in our country, there is no country else in the world that is exactly like Nigeria. So the kind of federalism that will work in Nigeria is not federalism that, thrives on a federal constitution that is crafted in America and borrowed and imported to our land to fit the circumstances that are incongruent with those of the United States. Every federal situation, to the extent of its context, its historicity, and its political economy, has the federalism that suits its circumstances. So for one federal situation, if you find the instrumentalities that work for you, that is true federalism. True federalism is a contextual variable, and that contextuality is what defines federalism. So, the essence of federalism, William Livingston argued in 1952, is not to be found in the Constitution. It is rather to be found in the nature of society served by that Constitution. So, a sociological approach that says, what are the imperatives that need to be addressed? That is what I advocate. In most of these 61 outings by the Guardian, you will find almost article after article enamoring the so-called perfection of the 1963 Constitution. Now think of the 1963 Constitution. This was a constitution, many people don't remember, that had provision for emergency powers under which the federal government could take over the affairs of regions. and the sacking of the action group from the Western region owed a lot to that possibility, which was actualized. This was a constitution that allowed the Regional Commissioner of Police to take orders from the Inspector General of Police, the same things that we say today. This was a constitution that had many of the problems that we have today, suggesting to us that we needed a lot more than just what the constitutional provisions, had for us. But let me even suggest to us that the greatest problem that our constitution faced in that first republic was not that we didn't have a good constitutional order. In addition to the central constitution, we had regional constitutions. But Nigeria failed a more fundamental federalism test, which is embodied in the J.S. Mill's law of federal instability. According to this law, if it is the case that one or a few component units of a federation have so much power that they can lord it over the rest of the country, of the federation, that federation would be perennially unstable. It cannot last long. The problem we had bedeviling our federalism that long ago, and many still think it's bedeviling us today, is the fact that people feared domination. They still fear domination. At the national level, we have the fear of national domination. Within the constituent units, minorities also feared the domination of majority groups. And those problems remain with us. But let me just quickly put all of this in perspective in terms of the changing instrumentalities that W.A. Livingston talked about. We had, up until 1966, a region-centered federal trajectory, meaning that we had regions that were not just simply autonomous, but they were described as independent states in a primitive international system. That's how divided the regions were. It was the West for Westerners, East for Easterners, and the North for Northerners. For Nigeria, everyone, maybe the minorities will contend, but everyone wanted to be autonomous. And so they were. In 1967, we fought a civil war, which was like the logical conclusion of the divisiveness that had eaten Nigerian federalism up. So the military thought for a minute that the only way to save this country and to redeem it was to tweak the nature of our federal solution and moved rapidly from a region-centered federal trajectory to a nation-centered federal trajectory. And that was the transition that we had, which was fully paid for by the Rikefe panel report, which in 1976, in recommending that we move from a 12-state structure to a 19-state structure, said the following, that it is no longer necessary for any constituent unit of Nigeria to be viable, because the whole essence of viability now is a function of the viability of the central government. As long as the central government is viable, the country and its constituent units will be viable. That's where we are today. Now, that nation-centered trajectory of federalism brought us from a production-based federalism to a consumer-based federalism. So everything that should be productive is now seen only in terms of, first, consumption, second, entitlement, which is actually a recipe for indolence. So rather than be productive, all that you need to do is to get a strategic advantage, what the economists call comparative advantage, by ensuring that you have a succession to power. And then you can have your own turn in sharing of the national cake. Now, what I hear federalism as answer saying is that we are at that intersection where we need to tweak our federal instrumentalities again. We need to get back to things that approximate the era where state viability was a major consideration in the disaggregation of our federal system. The present centralized or hyper-centralized instrumentalities can no longer suffice. We need to work out new frameworks for our federalism. Now, and I'm saying that in working out the new framework, it cannot simply and only be about the Constitution. We need to talk about the strengths that have come the way of Nigeria through how far we have gone with the federal political culture of accommodation and resilience and tolerance and win-win for everyone that would allow us all get into new magical forms of bargaining and renegotiation. The ones that will then make the state that will emerge a state exactly the way we want it, a state of our own where everyone finds a just and equitable cost to be part and parcel of Nigeria. I recommend this publication to you because, as I said, it's inconceivable. I see that the learned gentleman is looking at me and saying, this man is trying to oppose what lawyers know best to do. Each time I listen to commentaries on TV and on radio, especially when I listen to Ruben Abbas, saying Section 121, Section 40, Section, I said, there they go again. Do these guys understand that federalism entails a lot more than legal engineering? The way forward for us as a people is to balance federalism as federal government and federalism without federal government. The things that will make us, and this is how I will close, the days when we would have thought that we can have a highly decentralized or denationalized or non-centralized federal system, those days are gone. The present nation-state trajectory supports only centralized states. And that's one reason why the executive branch of government has dominated nation-states today. That's why the president of every country appears like the only one who can talk for the country. But if we want to have a country where all of us can find a space, I will refer us to the article that Martin Zoloja wrote after his most recent visit to Akwa Ibom State, where he said, I have seen that federalism is the answer after all. What did he see? He saw a state that was different, that was thriving. Now, that is not because the Constitution allows it. It is because the space that is available for a certain state autonomy has been used by the governors of Akwa Ibom to build the states. You're looking for indolence, you find in many state governors that kind of indolence. That is the federalism of military federalism. The federalism we want now is a demilitarized federalism. Thank you.
Lecture, you can see a man who is the author of 150 books. Please, can you again help for the professor? I've learned so much this afternoon. God bless you.
Of the younger people here, Professor Osa Osagai's profile is on page 8 of the program that you have. You see, a professor of the very first rank. So these professors, they don't disappoint, you know. They know their stuff, whether they are teaching biochemistry or they are teaching comparative politics.
The directors, the family in Jordan, and the chairman of the Australia President, the director, the family. We take the pictures in churches. Family members of the Gathering will also there. The editor, past editors and present editor will there. Now we have Minister of Interior. Great memory of the great founder, the visionary officer, Mr. Aristide. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. You also going to have their own now. All past staff of Guardian.
Ladies and gentlemen, here for the vote of thanks. I must say I'm so overwhelmed and grateful. Can you hear me? Yes. I must say I'm very overwhelmed and grateful for all your attendance here this morning. The Guardian, my late father's legacy is 40 years old, and I wish he was alive to see this glorious day. You know, I'm grateful for the Creator of heaven and earth for my life. I was barely 3 years old when the Guardian was established, and today I'm standing with some of the same people who saw me grow, and to say thank you for celebrating the newspaper at 40. So many great newspapers, empires have since disappeared, and here we are, arguably one of the most influential newspapers in Africa's most populous country. So on behalf of the Alex Ibru family and my dear mother, the publisher, Lady Maiden Ibru, I want to thank President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, who honored us with a worthy representative, a great journalist, and one of our leaders in media, Mr. Bayo Onunoga, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. I thank the governors and their representatives of Lagos and Ogun State. I'd like to thank my dear uncle and chairman of this occasion, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, for finding the time to celebrate with us with what you had begun with my late father 40 years ago. I want to appreciate the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, for the great honor to have him. I know he's been very, very busy, but God will continue to bless him and open doors for him in his promotion for the best interests of Nigeria and Africa at large. He's the kind of leader we need in this country. I also thank the host, Professor Ogosa Osagi, Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, whose scholarship today has enabled us to see nations, and notably in their time. We also salute all the associates and managers who have remained with us at the critical time. I understand it's not the best time for the media industry, but I salute your resilience, professionalism that has kept us in business at this time when we pass through some areas of turbulence in economic terms. I'd also like to thank our readers and advertisers for their continued patronage and support. As we round off this celebration, I assure you that we will not allow democracy to falter in Nigeria, our dear country. As a journalist, Walter Lippmann noted almost a century ago, democracy falters if there is no steady supply of trustworthy, relevant news. As the son of the late Oromo Alex Ibru, and now the CEO of the Guardian newspapers, I can assure you that we will not fail to supply good information, which is the lifeblood of a healthy democracy. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the same journey.
That day that you have brought to pass, and you have glorified your name in the life of your children. Lord, be thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you for the families of Ejika and Atamo. Thank you for this day that they will prepare it fully and you are brought to fulfillment. God, be thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Presence at this fellowship. God, be thou exalted in Jesus' name. As these two families are coming to become one today, Lord, we pray that they will continue to remember it for good in the name of Jesus Christ. This program tonight, every one of us will go with testimonies. In Jesus' precious name we pray.
I work with Nine on the new other government as the developer of Obotu Village. Obotu Village is the village where the bride comes from, and being the developer, it's my solemn duty to perform the breaking of covenants. When they give me this man, you can enter the one over, and I did that. When I see boy, you go, you don't know the letter from God. It's a guy that married, I do that. You know where I'm married, I do that. You see, I'll go do I know. I'll go do whatever.
For those of you who do not understand, is an integral part of Igbo culture. At the moment of silence as we pay respect to church.
People, Stephen, Uju, I do what I call you. Everyone, one day,
Prof, Nego, political war here.
Shake your waist,
Please, can the cameraman go by the side? Can you be by the side? Wait, be by the side. If you're a cameraman, we want you by the side, not in front. By the side, you catch up. All the camera, can we go to the middle? Can go and receive her there? Please, can you go and receive her? Can you go in the middle? Go in the middle there.
Because of the phenomenal woman, if he was a phenomenal woman, a woman of substance, and if he was
Chief Mwachi Jido Fox, okay. O Sergeant Onicha, I salute you. Chief OK Zibe, you're welcome, sir. All right, let's make way. All right, make way. Make way for Brittany and her friends. It's her day. Looking gorgeous. Mwamu Songma. Adeje Mono. Mweja Gamba. Olubaji voice one on the chat.
Yeah.
It's the high point of today's event. Like the stars in Houston have empowered her now. She's one more. And as soon as she identifies him, they will come back. Just kind of woman. Make way, cameraman, make way. She's on a journey. Yes. Yes.
Bride has brought the groom to present This demand has been giving you, excuse me, this is the man that's been giving you some advice, right? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring the government to you. I got watching. I'm a smoker. Everyone down there. It's a lifetime commitment. And the only way that you achieve what you want to achieve is by steady love for each other. You have to be your best friends. You have to be your next of thing. And nobody can come between you. Okay? We're going to bless this marriage. We're blessing you already. I'm going to tell you.
Get up this way. And I come on, I can hear. This is round of applause. Around this way. From here, make way here. Just make way here. Right, this way. This way. Make way. Your wife and your parents. Make way, please. Yeah, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you abreast of what is happening. That they will go straight and cut this traditional wedding cake, then we'll hit the dance floor.
Congratulations. This is what women in the village do in our children. So we'll give it to you.
Can you just wait? Can you please move back?
This is in good faith and well known. This makes you a member of your family.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Once I take them.
This makes you mature, the leader in your body family. You leader. And I'm quite an over that. This year, Obu is very nice. Please take it out. With Ingrid's permission, I'll put this on your hand. Because maybe we share. Italy is here more than 10 years ago.
Just a little bit. He's there. Can we go back? Chief.
I'm blowing.
Can we?
So you only survive once today.
Hold on.
Hey, let them come on.
Okay, right, please.
All right.
Smile.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, can we
the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You will live long and you will be fruitful. You will get all you need in life. God will bless you. Whenever you're going, you go with God in all your ways. In Jesus' name, I bless you. I anoint you to be called as a king. In Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, please.
Sorry, hold on, please.
Okay, so you want them to the left or to the right? Okay.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You don't have any business coming up here. Nobody has any business coming up here. Thank you.
All right here. Smile, guys.
You don't have any business coming on this special day. Our collective amen. All right. Thank you. You can leave the knife there. Leave the knife there. Okay, now, please, can we make way? This way, man. Please, careful, man. You can't walk. Excuse me, 1 minute.
Let your guy use that light. Raise up. Mommy smile. Everyone smile again. Thank you. Mommy.
All right, have we taken
No. Smile, smile. Thank you.
Anybody will fight you. Then they come, they already know. I'll be right beside you. By the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know. They don't know what's going on. When I kiss you, my baby boy. I
Please, as you come to spray, no spray on the body. Money is not a very good deal.
ọlọ́pìn àdìmọ́lá onírìṣà ọba adéyẹyẹ ẹni ìtàn babátúndé ògúnwùsì ọ̀jájá kejì ọba ọ̀ọ̀ni tilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ẹ̀yà sọ kábíyèsí bí wọ́n tiẹ̀ tí ìwé kalẹ̀ fún ìgbà
ọba kejì ọmọ àrètí bàbá náà níbi ètò lẹ́yìn ọ̀tọ̀gbẹ́ àrètí yìí sọ́jọ́ lórí ìyòwò mi níbi ìlónìí àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ ẹ jọ àwọn olóyè wa àwọn èèyàn pàtàkì láwùjọ ààrẹ Báṣọ̀run Akérédolú ọ̀gbẹ́dẹ́wàn chief and chief mrs olómọ olódù.
ọ̀gọ́dó torí pé bẹ́lòmíì bá ti joyè ọmọ ọba gbọ́dọ̀ kúrò láàrin ìlú fún ẹni tí ẹjọ́ dùn bó ti rí ngbà náà lọ́hùn-ún wọ́n wá pọ̀ sókè rajà ní ẹ fi wá tẹ ìlú gbọ̀ngàndó gbọ̀ngàn ọ̀hún ló wá wà látìgbà náà lọ́hùn-ún tó fi di àkókò tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí àwọn ọba aláyé ti jẹ nílùú gbọ̀ngàn bẹ́ẹ̀ nílùú gbọ̀ngàn ń gbòòrò ní ń fẹ̀ sí nísìnyí tóbi sí i a sì dúpẹ́ pé nínú ẹ̀ náà kábíyèsí olúfin tilẹ̀ gbọ̀ngàn lónìí àwọn náà ti lo ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n bíkebíke wá bá ń kí kábíyèsí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá tó wá rí ẹkì fáìnì ni o fáìnì ni o.
kábíyèsí olúfin gbọ̀ngàn fẹ́ẹ́ kábíyèsí lórí ìdí àdúgbò kábíyèsí.
lẹ́yìn ọdún tòní ẹ̀ẹ́nì dẹni àgbégbè gbogbo ọmọ gbọ̀ngàn ńlọ́kọ lẹ́yìn odi gbọ̀ngàn ti di Amẹ́ríkà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ a dúpẹ́ àjẹrú oyè tá à ń jẹ ìrírí láyé bàbá mi ni ọba tó dá nílé tó dá ọdọ́kọ ọ̀dọ́dún ọba tí sọ̀lú dẹ̀rọ̀. kábíyèsí ẹ kú oríire bó ṣe yẹ kọ́ ọ yín orí gángan rèé gbogbo ìgbà ní ń pé Jésù Kristi ọba ṣẹ̀dá tó dáyé pé kí gbọ̀ngàn ó lè da kábíyèsí praise the Lord. bàbá kan ní ìrìsà ó dé kí n tó yin pọ́ǹpù ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó máa lágbára nípa ìlú gbọ̀ngàn. bàbá ọba ẹ ṣé ẹ kú àdó ti bàbá mi olórí kábíyèsí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín màmá èjìká ni yín tẹ́ ẹ̀ jẹ́ ká sọ ya ẹ̀ jẹ́ kó aṣọ òun dànù. bàbá kékeré olúbi gbọ̀ngàn ẹsẹ̀ ó ti di bàbá ọba lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí kẹ́ni tí ọba gbọ́gbọ́ máa wọlé adémọ́ àjànàkú erin ni lọ́wọ́ ọ̀pẹ. la 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 1 2 Abíọ́dún Adégorí Olú Àlàfé tó papòdà ó fi ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ sáyé ọkùnrin ló fi òye. Kò sí fẹ́ láti rọ́pò rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kò rí ọwọ́ mi. Ó sì fi ìlú Ọ̀yọ́ sílẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ọ̀pọ̀ rẹ̀. Wọ́n bá ọ̀nà ìbéèrè lọ, wọ́n sì sáré kó níbẹ̀. Wọ́n tún fi ìbéèrè sílẹ̀, wọ́n sì gba ọ̀nà Sàngó. Láti Sàngó wá gbọ̀ngàn ni níbẹ̀ olùfídàdé. Alánú àtàkùnjọ rẹ̀ ní ìsúnrí rẹ̀. Olùfíra rẹ̀ Ìbàdàn kò tún lè dé adé rẹ̀. Ìjọba òṣèlú pàṣẹ olùfín tó gbára rẹ̀. Olùfíra rọ́kọ̀déjà ẹ̀sìn sọ̀gbọ́gbọ́ ẹ̀dá. Ẹ̀sìn gbà pé ẹ̀sìn sọ̀gùn àwùjọ eré púpọ̀. Ẹ̀gbẹ́ olúfì àròkọ̀déjà ó ní bàjẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ tì. Ṣe la fi ọpẹ́ àti ìyìn fún orúkọ yín lénìí nítorí oore tí ẹ ṣe fún wa ní ilẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán, nítorí bàbá wa Olúfìtílẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán tí wọ́n pé ọdún 25 tí wọ́n dé orí oyè. A dúpẹ́ láti ìgbà yìí wá, ò jẹ́ kí àìsàn kankan kó ṣe bàbá wa yìí. A dúpẹ́ pé ilẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán kò díbàjẹ́, ìdààmú ìṣòro kankan òjò wọ ní ìlú wa. Bàbá gbọ́ ọpẹ́ wa, Olúwa ò gba ìyìn wa. Àwa képe fún ètò yìí Olódùmarè lórúkọ ti Jésù Kristi Olúwa darí rẹ̀. Ọwọ́ agbára mi sí mímọ́ rẹ lórúkọ Jésù Olúwa sọ̀ kalẹ̀ wá. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ rẹ tí wọ́n lọ sí ipò oyè lónìí lórúkọ ti Jésù Olúwa lọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀mí wọn. Gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùnrin tí a fìwé pè lórúkọ ti bàbá àti ọmọ ẹ̀mí Olúwa yọ débí ní ayọ̀. Bàbá wa bá gbàdúrà fún ẹ̀mí gígùn ọjọ́ ogbó fún wọn lórúkọ ti Jésù, ẹ̀mí wọn jẹ́ kó gùn fún wa o. Bàbá wọn Olúfìtì Gbọ̀ngán, ẹ̀mí wọn jẹ́ kó gùn fún wa. Àwọn olórí láàfin má jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣàìsàn, àwọn ọmọ bá má jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣàìsàn, àwọn olóyè ìlú jẹ́ máa gbé ìgbé àlàáfíà. Ohun rere tó dára lórúkọ ti Jésù jẹ́ kó wọ ilẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán. Oríire láti federal government, láti state government olùwàjẹ́ wọ ilẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán. Gbogbo ọmọ Gbọ̀ngán tó ń bẹ lókè òkun lórúkọ Jésù jẹ́ kí wọ́n kéré òkò délé o. Àwọn tó wà ní Gbọ̀ngán lórúkọ ti Jésù ipò ọmọ Jósèfù. Ètò yìí àtìlẹ́yìn lọ́wọ́ lò ní orúkọ ti bàbá àti ní ti ọmọ àti ẹ̀mí mímọ́ Jésù Kristi Olúwa wa. Me, if I don't go to proper protocols and I stand by all the recognitions given earlier on, and I go here, I'm the one who wrote this welcome address, and I'm going to summarize it in Yoruba. Mo tí mo sọ nù kíkì yìí ni pé mo kí ẹni tí Olúwa gbé ìkúdà fún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, bàbá wa Sẹ́nitọ̀ Adémọ́lá Nurudeen Adélékè, tí wọ́n ti gbàkóso ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Tá a dẹ̀ ti rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan dáadáa tí wọ́n ti ṣe tí wọ́n sì ń ṣe lọ́wọ́. Kódà a lè má sọ bá a ṣe ń kí deputy governor tí wọ́n wá sojú wọn yìí pé a ti rí ọwọ́ ìjọba yìí ní Gbọ̀ngán. Bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kò tí ì parí, a rí pé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tún ọ̀nà palace ṣe. Wọn ò tí ì dọ̀dá rẹ̀. O sì mọ̀ pé bí gómìnà wa ṣe lọ, ó yà bá wa ti parí kíní yìí, wọ́n dọ̀dà síbẹ̀. A deputy governor sir, you are welcome. Mo kí gbogbo orí adé, mi ò fẹ́ pàṣípò ṣòfò, mo mọ̀ pé gbogbo orí adé ló nìkan láti ṣe. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn ní Gbọ̀ngán, mo lè ṣàì kí àwọn méjì pàtàkì inú mi dàdú pé lónìí gbọ̀ngàn máa ta wọn lọ́lá àwọn náà ni ẹni pàtàkì ẹni ìlú mọ̀ká amòfin àgbà ẹni tó fẹ́ràn ìlú yìí púpọ̀ púpọ̀ tí wọ́n sì jogún ẹ̀ lára bàbá wọn bàbá Lákin ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn mo kí wọn specially and for the first time mo fẹ́ sọ wípé ètò tá à ń ṣe lénìí wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀kan náà àwọn èjìká tí ò jẹ́ kí ẹ̀wù ó bọ́ láti gbé lárugẹ you are specially welcome. mo kí àwọn alàgbà wọn ò tẹ̀ ní fẹ́ kí n sọ tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí wọ́n wà lórí ìjókòó yìí torí pé tí ò bá sí irú wọn èmi mo lè sọ lónìí kẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀ níjókòó yìí ìjókòó yìí bóyá ìbátumọ̀ ti dáa tó báyìí mo kí Alhaji Murtada Adéyẹmí Mọ́fọláṣọlé is one of the principal financiers of this present project. Inú mi dùn pé lẹ́nìí àwọn méjì tí mo wí yẹn bàbá kábíyèsí gan ti múra láti fi àmì ẹ̀yẹ ńlá dá wọn lọ́lá. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn àjòyè ńláńlá àti gbogbo ìlú. Kí ni mo kọ́ nu welcome address yìí mo ti sọ́tán? Ṣùgbọ́n mo ń sọ wípé ọjọ́ òní ọjọ́ mọ́ni ìgbàgbé ni torí pé kábíyèsí Olúfigbọ̀ngàn tí wọ́n ti lò ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n yìí wíwà lórí àpèrè wọn ó lámì ó ní àmì dáadáa mo sì fẹ́ sọ torí àyè lè má sí mọ́ ìgbà tá a bí wọn ní 1948 ìgbà yẹn ni ọba bàbá Adéwálé Àṣàbí tí wọ́n wàjà ní 1948 ta ló wá mọ̀ yìí pé ọmọ tí wọ́n bí níjọ́ yẹn nígbà yẹn bó bá ti pé 50 ọdún gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ ní ó wàá gun àga tí Adéwálé Àṣàbí gùn exactly 50 years thereafter 1998 our ọba who's been celebrated here today ọba Dr. Adétòṣe Oyèníyì he got to this throne when he was 50 and exactly 50 years after the demise of Baálẹ̀ Adéwálé Àṣàbí tí orúkọ wọn ò dẹ̀ lè parẹ́ nígbàgbọ́n láéláé ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Today is a day of glory, and that is why we are having so many people here. And without wasting time, let me recognize and welcome the people we want to confer chieftaincy title here today. And that will be done shortly after this welcome address because we don't want to waste time. And I want to say with all humility that this is the highlight of this program. The first, as I'm welcoming everybody here, is the Mama Olori of Gbọ̀ngàn land, who has taken cue from the Ọba of Gbọ̀ngàn land. Mo rò wípé tá a bá ń kà ní méjì, wọ́n á jẹ́ ọ̀kan nù péréte àwọn tó jẹ́ pé ọba jẹ́ dókítà, ìyàwó jẹ́ dókítà, Dr. Agnes Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì, Màmá Olórí of Gbọ̀ngàn land, wọ́n á fi wọ́n joyè yèyé lúà of Gbọ̀ngàn today. Ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Ó kí àwọn olórí méjì tó kù pé wọ́n kú kalẹ̀ ẹ ti rí wọn tí wọ́n gún régé kan olórí Olúwatóyìn àti olórí Ọláyẹmí. Mi ò fẹ́ pàṣípò ṣòfò tí pé wọ́n ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan gbogbo àwọn high chiefs náà wà ní jókòó. The 6 major traditional lines, the Balogun line, the Ọ̀tún Olúfi line, the Osa line, the Yalode line, the Ọmọọba line, and the District Baálẹ̀ line. You are all welcome. I want to welcome the clergy. I want to welcome all the security chiefs that are here. And I think I must single out the Nigerian police force. The presence here is formidable. Formidable because today, one of the golden calves in the police force is being celebrated by his roots. A prince by birth and a very humble man, though a very, very strong Christian. But I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to take this title if it was titles that are conferred in secrecy, because he's a born-again Christian. Can we clap for him? And today, when it's going to be conferred, you will see the simplicity. You will see the honor. And the blue blood in him is flowing, and that is why so many policemen here. You are welcome. What do I want to say about Dele Momodu? He's a local figure here because his mother was born here. Again, is a man that is known by everybody. He's a man of, they call caliber, timber, and caliber. But I will say a great man of refuge. And when they are reading his citation, you will know. You are welcome. I want to welcome everybody. I want to welcome the clergy. I want Bishop wa. I want Chief Imam wa. Tí wọ́n ti wà lórí àwọ̀ tó ti pẹ́. Mo kí gbogbo wa ń bí ní Paris. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn oníwèé ìròyìn. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n dúró. Torí pé ibí yìí lónìí àfẹ́ pẹ́ torí deputy governor wa. Ìfẹ́ tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tó wà lórí òde lẹ́nìí ní Ọ̀ṣun tí wọ́n ní sí wa ló jẹ́ kí deputy governor wà ń bí torí àwọn iṣẹ́ ńláńlá kan tó wà tí wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ní àárín wákàtí kan tí wọ́n bá wà ń bí àwọn kan fi tiwa ṣe àkọ́ṣe. So you are all welcome. I welcome all men that are here, both mighty and mighty. I welcome all women, both mothers and young women. So young guests, I welcome everybody. You are all welcome.
Ẹ kú ìmọ̀lẹ́ dání láyọ̀ gómìnà wa lọ sí òkè òkun ní padà wá bá wa ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Nǹkan tí mo kọ síbí kò lè gbà mí ní ìṣẹ́jú márùn-ún láti kà torí èmi náà mo kọ́. Wọ́n ní mo kí wa káàbọ̀ ní orúkọ Ọlọ́run tí ó dá ọ̀run ayé àti ní orúkọ gómìnà wa distinguished Senator Nurudeen Jackson Ademola Adeleke, our Deputy Governor and other members of the State Executive Council and other political functionaries present. I heartily welcome my father, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Enita Ogunwusi Ọ̀jọ́jọ́tù, the Arole Oòduà and Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀, tí bàbá wa kábíyèsí Elútidé Olórúketí ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ tí wọ́n wá ṣojú fún. Bàbá ẹ káàbọ̀. Mo bá bàbá wa gan sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n náà wà ní Ṣúkà láti lọ ṣe national assignment kan. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń lọ lọ́nà là ń communicate. Ìgbà tí wọ́n dé Bẹ́ndẹ̀, ìgbà tí wọ́n dé Ọ̀nìṣà, ìgbà tí wọ́n dé gbogbo bí wọ́n ṣe ń lọ là ń communicate láti sọ fún yín pé ọkàn wọn wà níbí. Torí jẹ́ tí mo ti lọ sọ fún wọn pa àtò yìí, èmi àti olórí àgbà ni wọ́n ti sọ fún mi pé olófò fi ọkàn rẹ balẹ̀. Mò ń bọ̀ ní gbọ̀ngàn. Ìgbà tí ayẹyẹ nǹkan tí wọ́n lọ ṣe yìí wá ṣẹlẹ̀, mo ní bàbá gbọ́dọ̀ má sí ń bẹ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè sojú yín bì yẹn. So mo dúpẹ́ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ bá mi kí wọn. Láyọ̀ tí wọ́n lọ náà ló ń padà wá bá wa. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá tí ẹ wà láàrin wa. Mi ò fẹ́ máa dárúkọ yín níkọ̀ọ̀kan torí pé àsìkò kò sí fún wa. Mo kí bíṣọ̀bù wa aláṣẹ Òkè Ọ̀ṣun Anglican Diocese àti àwọn òjíṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run tí wọ́n pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ tí wọ́n wá síbí. Mo kí ṣífì máa wá nílùú gbọ̀ngàn àti gbogbo àwọn Muslims brothers and sisters wa tán wà níbí. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà nínú tí ẹ jẹ́ aṣojú ẹgbẹ́ ìṣẹ̀ṣe tí ẹ wà níbí. Then mo kí chairperson wa ti Ayédáadé local government Fẹ́lì Ẹ̀kọ́lá Fẹ́lì Felicia Adéníran tó káàbọ̀ gan-an. Mo mọ̀ pé ó ti kó àwọn èèyàn dání gbogbo gbàlá ń communicate lórí project yìí. Ó ṣe gan-an wájú ọ̀ṣẹ́ o. Mo tún kí ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀bùn ọ̀pọ̀ òṣèlú mú tí ẹ wà ń bí. Ẹ̀yin ìyẹn wa tí ẹ jẹ́ agbófinró àti gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọ̀tọ̀ òkèlè gbọ̀ngàn tí wọ́n ti dárúkọ yín àti àwọn olórí ọba. Mo kí wa pé a kú àbọ̀ gbogbo ìjòyè gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọ̀dọ́ wa. Mo tilẹ̀ sọ ń bí pé the ever progressive and forward-looking Gbọ̀ngàn youth, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mo sọ pé mo fi gbogbo ògo àti ọlá fún Ọlọ́run aṣẹ̀dá tí ó jẹ́ kí n wà di òní. Tí èyí wà lórí oyè for a quarter of a century kìí ṣe kékeré. Tí Ọlọ́run ò bá tìyàn lẹ́yìn, àwọn lè má ṣeé ṣe. So ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín, tí ò bá jẹ́ pé kàlẹ́ńdà wà, tí wọ́n bá bi èmi gan-an léèrè pé kábíyèsí sà, ẹjọ́ sà, ó ti tó ọdún mélòó tí ẹ débì, màá kàn wò ké pé in fact ó yẹ kó tó bí ọdún 12. You know why? Because God surrounded me with his peace. He surrounded me with his peace. Ó fi ọkàn mi balẹ̀ fúnra ara ẹ̀. God himself, Jehovah El Shaddai. Mo fi ìyìn àti ọlá fún orúkọ mímọ́ rẹ̀. Mo gbé ìga mo sì sọ pé kábíyèsí Olódùmarè. Mo sì kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wá bá wa ṣe kinní yìí náà tí ẹ dá wa dá. Thanking God for you and thanking you specially to come and rejoice with one of your own, the Olúfẹ́ of Gbọ̀ngàn, fún oríire tá a ṣe lénìí pé Olúwa dá ẹ̀mí wa sí láti 1998 di àsìkò yìí. Gbogbo ògo àti ìyìn fún Ọlọ́run wa. Let me take you down memory lane. Well, ẹni tó kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ó ti sọ nípa ìlú Gbọ̀ngàn àti ìtàn bá a ṣe débí. Olúfẹ́yè tó jẹ́ bàbá wa, ọmọ Ìlàrẹ́ Ifẹ̀ ní ìyá rẹ̀. Ṣé mọ̀ pé tá a bá ti ń fa lọ fà á bọ̀, Ifẹ̀ náà ló ń forí sọ àdìkílà, kò sí reason, kò sí gbogbo wa. Ifẹ̀ is our ancestral home. And so kò síbi tá a ti sọ lọ tá a sọ bọ̀ tí a ní sọ pé Ifẹ̀ láti wá. So Olúfẹ́yè yìí wọ́n ti sọ bó ṣe fẹ́ jọba Ọ̀yọ́ tí ò rí jẹ. Àṣàǹgbà yẹn ni pé ẹni tó bá tẹ̀ ti dun ọba Aláàfin tí ò bá ti rí jẹ yóò kúrò ń lù fún ọba ni o. Wọn lè jọ gbé papọ̀. So náà kúrò ní Ọ̀yọ́ ilé. Kì í ṣe Àgọ́dọ̀yọ́ tí à ń pè ní Ọ̀yọ́ tàǹbá yìí o, Ọ̀yọ́ ilé. Ó sì gba ọ̀nà Ìgbórí lọ láti Ìgbórí dé Sọ̀ǹgbé. Sọ̀ǹgbé is very close to Èjìgbò in current day Ọ̀ṣun state. Ibẹ̀ ló ti wá dé Gbọ̀ngàn ilé tí wọ́n fi fún un ní adé. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Mo rò pé àìrí ọba jẹ yẹn kí kingdom Aláàfin ó lè pọ̀ sí náà ni. Torí pé tó bá ti jóun ló jẹ́, bóyá àwọn yòókù tí wọ́n dùn wọn àní sọ pé dandan ìdán káwọn ọmọ wá ìlú tuntun táwọn tẹ̀dó sí. Wọ́n wá kàn lọ forí pamọ́ síbì kan nínú wọ́n máa rọ àṣẹ tiwọn lábẹ́lẹ̀. Tó adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà níbí. Gbọ̀ngàn ń tẹ̀síwájú. Ní ìgbà ayé àwọn òyìnbó, Gbọ̀ngàn ni headquarters Ẹgbẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ district council in the 50s. Gbọ̀ngàn sì jẹ́ ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ìjókòó àwọn colonial officers tí wọ́n máa wá ṣiṣẹ́ láti Ọ̀yọ́. So ibẹ̀ ni Òkè Díò ní Adénúgà, ní current Nitel, ibẹ̀ ni ilé tí wọ́n máa ń gbé wà. Ìlú méjì míì ní Ọ̀ṣun, Ìwó àti Òṣogbo ní wọ́n nílò àǹfààní yìí. Then nígbà tí Ọ̀ṣun division tó gba òmìnira from our Ìbàdàn overlord, ìlú Gbọ̀ngàn yìí ni wọ́n ti ṣe ayẹyẹ òmìnira yẹn on the 23rd of July 1951. So then St. Paul's Primary School tá a wà yìí, òun nìkan ni ilé ìwé standardi tí àwọn èèyàn ti lè wá ṣe ìdánwò standard 6 wọ́n ń gbà yẹn. Gbogbo ìlú tó yí wa ká àwọn náà ni wọ́n mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ pé ibi tí wọ́n wá ti náà ń ka standard 5 and 6 wọn ní St. Paul's School wá ń bí. Then the legendary Enukoroyin Awosifila Sosi Gbọ̀ngàn. Maybe by today's standard, it may not be Enukoroyin, but nígbà yẹn, the only highway from Lagos to Asaba pass through Gbọ̀ngàn. Ibẹ̀ sì ni ìyẹn ni wọ́n ṣe máa ń wo chọ́ọ̀chì yìí pé Enukoroyin chọ́ọ̀chì Gbọ̀ngàn. Ibẹ̀ ni gbogbo àwọn oníṣòwò máa ń péjọpọ̀ sí because Gbọ̀ngàn is a junction town. So ní ìsinsìnyí a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé àwọn òbí wa wọ́n á lo owó kòkó láti fi tọ́ àwọn ọmọ. Kò sí ilé náà ní Gbọ̀ngàn tẹ́ẹ̀ní rí graduate mẹ́ta. A sì ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn professor àti PhD holders and top level professionals out of proportion to our population. A sọ pé ìlú ní iná ò kàwé, ṣùgbọ́n when we want to say in proportion to our population, ó sànkè. Thank you very much. Wọ́n ní kí n jára mọ́ torí ti bàbá wa deputy governor. So adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run àwọn nǹkan mèremère tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Gbọ̀ngàn àwọn tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ ka ìtàn yẹn tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ ka àpilẹ̀kọ tiwọn wọ́n ti sọ díẹ̀ nípa rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àfọwọ́lẹ́rán bí mo ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí àwọn yunifásitì aládàáni méjì láti jọ parí ọ̀rọ̀ nípa bí wọ́n ṣe wá tí wọ́n sì ti ń to ìwé wọn ní National Population Commission National Universities Commission ẹ ṣé bàbá ní Àbújá gbogbo ẹ̀ kò ní pẹ́ di ọbẹ̀. Torí náà mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí pé a káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Gbọ̀ngàn. Ìlú náà jẹ́ ìlú tó gbàlejò mọ́ra púpọ̀. Èyí la sì ṣe ní ìrètí pé àti ṣe tẹ̀síwájú rẹ̀ kò lè lera rárá torí àlejò náà ní túlù ṣe àti onílù náà. So bàbá deputy governor wa ẹ ṣé gan. Mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá tí ẹ wà ní ìjókòó. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin agbátẹrù ètò yìí tí ẹ jẹ́ kí ó mẹ́hẹ. So mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀sànké olú language bàbá wa the late honourable justice Bọ́láńwá Oyègòkè Babalákin of blessed memory. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ tún tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn ẹ ṣé gan. Ojú òní ti ẹ̀yin náà. Nǹkan rere báyìí ni a mọ̀ bára wa ṣe. Aṣọ mi mo gbàgbọ́ pé iṣẹ́ ṣẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni. Àyà bẹ́ẹ̀lẹ̀ ó bẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́. Wáyé tí mo ṣe sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Bíbélì sọ fún mi pé 100 ọdún ni ọjọ́ ayé wa yóò máa jẹ́. And when somebody is just 75 ṣẹ́wọ̀n kó ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ni. Mo gba Ọlọ́run gbọ́ pé a tẹ̀síwájú nínú iṣẹ́ yẹn náà yóò sì fún wa ní àṣeyọrí rere. Láyọ̀ tẹ débì lẹ́ẹ̀ padà sí ibùgbé yín. Ẹ bá mi kí gómìnà àti gbogbo àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ẹ káàbọ̀. Thank you.
Wọ́n pa láṣẹ fún èmi ọmọ ọba Adélàní Àjànàkú di Ọmọbádéró of Gbọ̀ngànland láti pàṣẹ fún màmá wa olórí Dr. Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì láti dìde.
The Yeyelua of Gbọ̀ngànland. Olórí Dr. Adérónkẹ́ Olórí Dr. Adérónkẹ́ Agnes Oyeniyi was born in Ikire, Osun State, over 6 decades ago. She attended both primary and secondary schools in Gbọ̀ngàn and Ikire before proceeding to Ansarudeen Teachers College, Ota, in the 70s. She bagged a Bachelor of Arts in Education degree in Language Arts with second-class honors, upper division from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State in 1992. Masters of Education, Educational Management from the University of Ibadan, Oyo State, 1998, and PhD degree in Industrial Education from the Premier University of Ibadan in 2006. In her quest for more knowledge, she proceeded to Kwara State University, Molete, Ilorin, for MSc Entrepreneurship in 2019. Dr. Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì served as a secondary school teacher in various schools in Oyo and Osun, respectively. In searching for new challenges, she transferred her service from the classroom to join the Industrial Training Fund, ITF, in year 2001. Since then, she has been very active and hard work in projecting the image of the fund through various training programs in industry, state government of Oyo State, state government of Oyo, Osun, Ondo, Lagos, and even royal palaces. As head of training IPF, Ikeja area office, she attended capacity building courses both in Nigeria and abroad. She has written and published 30 articles on research work both within off the shore of Nigeria. She is a member of various professional bodies, namely Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, NISAD, Chartered Institute of Training and Development, CIPEM, in year 2014. She resigned from the Industrial Training Fund, ITF, to impact young ones in the Department of Entrepreneurship, Faculty of Management Sciences, Osun State University, Oshogbo, where she served on some college committees and Faculty of Chairman Welfare Committee, Member Examinational Malpractice Committee, Member, Faculty Disciplinary Committee, Member Research Consortium Committee, Member Quality Assurance Committee, Member Board of Examiner, Faculty of Management Sciences, Member, and so on. In the community, she's a member association of Biscon Progressive Elements. She is also a life member of Full Gospel Member Fellowship, FGDMFI. She is a lover of God, diligent in her work, and care about the downtrodden. To the glory of God, we are celebrating a woman of many parts who never allow any circumstance to deprive her of displaying her potential and ability to touch many people's lives positively. Having worked for over 4 decades, we are celebrating the grace of God over her life. Dr. Aderonke Oyeniyi is happily married with wonderful, promising children to His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Adesoye Oyeniyi, the Olufi of Gbọ̀ngán, Osun State. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant redemption. Gan lójú gbogbo ayé, òkè bàbá Ìyálóde ti ń bọ̀. Torí pé gèlè ló wà lórí màmá wa. Wọ́n á ṣe lẹ́yìn bí màmá Yelúwa ẹ máa bọ̀. Wọ́n á gbé fìlà sí yín lórí, ṣùgbọ́n àfẹ́ ṣígèlè yín lójú gbangba. Ọmọ ọba Délani Adédèjì Dìmọ́ládé of Gbọ̀ngánland láfi ewé oyè the traditional akọ̀wé màmá wa sí the Ọmọ́tádéṣe of Gbọ̀ngán láti decorate màmá pẹ̀lú ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ oyè lọ́rùn àti ní ọwọ́. Ẹ ṣé o. Yes, Mama is coming. You can see beauty at her best. You can see our Mama elegantly dressed, resplendently beautiful, ravishingly exquisite. fún èmi Adélàní ọmọ Adédèjì olóyè Mọ́ládé ti ìlú Gbọ̀ngán láti fi ewé oyè Yèyélúwà ti ìlú Gbọ̀ngán fún màmá wa Agnes Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì lórí oyè àmọ́rí o. Ní agbára Ọlọ́run níbi ńláńlá tẹ́ ẹ wà ẹ ó tún máa lọ síwájú sí ni. Ní àkókò tí ẹ jẹ oyè yìí Gbọ̀ngán mọ̀ sí rere síwájú sí i. Àwọn obìnrin wọn ó máa lọ síwájú, wọn ó máa fẹ́ ọkọ wọn, wọn ó máa ṣe ti ọkọ wọn, àwọn kan náà yóò máa ṣe ti aya. Ìlú yóò wá máa tòrò sí síwájú àti síwájú sí i. A ó máa rí yín bá níwájú lẹ́rù máa wà ní orúkọ Jésù Olúwa àti Olùgbàlà wa. Nísinsìnyí mo ní àṣẹ bàbá wa kábíyèsí láti pe ọmọ ọba Adébísí Adéoyè láti wá fi ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ oyè ti ọrùn àti ti ọwọ́ dá màmá wa lọ́lá. Di Olúfẹ́ of Gbọ̀ngán mọ́lọ́sẹ̀ tẹ́mi ọmọ ọba Bísí Adéoyè tí ṣe ọmọtádéṣe ìlú Gbọ̀ngán pé kí n filẹ̀kẹ̀ sí màmá wa olórí Dr. Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yèyélúwà àti ìlú Gbọ̀ngán sí ọrùn wọn. Ní orúkọ ọmọ àti ti ẹ̀mí mímọ́ màmá wa lórí gbá ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ oyè tuntun lónìí ọrùn yóò ní yín kò ní rán yín lẹ́wọ̀n. Ibi tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń lo ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ yìí dé ẹ máa gba yìí ní ẹ gba yìí lánàá ẹ gba yìí lónìí ẹ gba yìí lọ́la ẹ wàá gba ìtìtì ọjọ́ ayé yín. Ẹ kú oríire o. Pálásẹ̀ kí n fi ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ màmá wa olórí gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yèyélúwà ti ìlú Gbọ̀ngán mo fi ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ sí lọ́wọ́ lónìí ní abẹ́ àṣẹ bàbá wọn Lúfì. Ọwọ́ yìí ò ní rọ ẹ̀ ní ṣàìsàn ní agbá ọlọ́gbogbo bá ti ń lo ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ yìí dé ẹ̀ máa gba yìí ni ẹ̀mí yóò gun o ẹ̀ ní kábàámọ̀ ọjọ́ òní o ǹbámọ̀ kì í ti joyè lọ́wọ́ ó ṣe o ní orúkọ bàbá ní orúkọ ọmọ àti ní orúkọ ẹ̀mí mímọ́. Kábíyèsí o kábíyèsí o. Ìwé àmì ẹ̀yẹ pẹ̀lú instrument of office wọ́n á gbélé màmá olórí àgbà wọ́n á gbélé lé wọn lọ́wọ́ nísinsìnyí. Màmá please turn back and go to the high table and join the husband of your youth on the podium for royal. Ẹ̀yin onílù wa ẹ ṣe ẹ̀dúró ẹ ráàyè lùlù ẹ má kàn dí ṣẹ̀fún torí pé gómìnà wà láàrin wa mo ní kí wọ́n gbé ìwé ẹ̀rí àti instrument of office fún Yèyélúwà àti ilẹ̀ Gbọ̀ngán olórí Dr. Agnes Adérónkẹ́ Oyèníyì as the Yèyélúwà of Gbọ̀ngán. Your Excellency, sir, please don't say I'm sending you word. Anyway, I'm the father of the governor, so Baba le ran ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣẹ́ àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ sà. So,
on behalf of Baba wa Kábíyèsí Ọba Dr. Adeto Esoyeniyi Odugbemi 1, the Olufi of Mogonland, to our mother, the newest Yeyelua of Mogonland. So I'm now hereby presenting this honorary certificate to our mother, and I read as follows. This honorary certificate of chieftaincy title is hereby presented to you today, this afternoon, as Yeyelua of Mogonland by His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adeto Esoyeniyi Odugbemi 1st, the Olufi of Mogon, and I pray that it shall be a success story during your lifetime, Mama. Congratulations.
A round of applause.
Also,
a round of applause. A round of applause.
This type of office hereby presented to you again, Ma, as the Yeyelua of Mogonland. Congratulations.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause.
Fún Yeyelua wa ẹ dákun ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́.
Bí màmá ṣe ń fi kalẹ̀ sí i, ẹ dákun ẹ já máa pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn ká máa
Prodigious Burgundian Award to two of our illustrious and foremost sons. I have the honor and the humility to invite the first recipient of that award, Alhaji Murtada Adeyemi Mofolasole. Please rise up and come to the podium here. Wole Odeleye, can we have the citation of Alhaji philanthropist? I have the honor to invite Adeyemi Mofolasole. Thank you. His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, ably represented Housing and Haulage Company with headquarters in 106-108 Apapa Oshodi Expressway, Isolo, Lagos. He's an astute entrepreneur, a big man of repute, a pragmatic leader, an employer of labor, and a great philanthropist. His organization provided permanent employment for over 500 Nigerian youths stationed in Nigeria, and BSc Biochemistry, an MSc Genetic Engineering degrees from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, in 1993 and 1997, respectively. He worked briefly as a graduate assistant in the Biochemistry Department of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and a private cocoa trading company, Todekola Limited, Lagos, before following his dream to create an indigenous international agricultural produce marketing company in 2002. Alhaji Dr. Adeyemi has brought transformational change to international cocoa trading and export in Nigeria. Within 20 years of his existence of his organization, Alhaji Adeyemi has boosted the country's image by becoming the only African in the prestigious Council of the Production of Cocoa Commerce, UK. This International Trade Council regulates the cocoa economy worldwide. He is also an honorary member of the European Cocoa Association. He has contributed several governmental committees on entrepreneurship and development at the state and federal levels. With his early exposure to an extensive knowledge of the cocoa industry, Alhaji Adeyemi has helped countless cocoa and cashew growers in Nigeria and other African nations
to get significant returns on their investments. He also has a positive outlook of entrepreneurship. As a quiet achiever, he has changed several farmers and agricultural produce merchants from subsistence trading to wealth creators. He specialized and postgraduate studies in Nigeria and overseas. When called upon, he donates generously to innovative schools and sponsoring educational programs. He has supported several academic and research activities in Nigerian universities, including the Great Ife Department of Biochemistry, where he graduated. Alhaji Dr. Adeyemi is passionate about and specializes in youth empowerment with a solid commitment to positively impacting society. He has dedicated his resources and expertise to uplifting and supporting the next generation. His philanthropic effort focuses on youth empowerment, including education, mentorship, access to opportunities, and advocacy for youth-related causes. He is an individual who has chosen to carry out extensive charitable work while maintaining a low profile. His anonymous philanthropic philosophy is rooted in the belief that philosophy is a deeply personal and 100% to you, Alhaji Dr. Murtada Adeyemi, for this award. Thank you, sir. Ní orúkọ bàbá wa kábíyèsí Alhaji Murtada Adeyemi Mufọlásọlé wọ́n step up láti lọ bá kábíyèsí. Mo gbọ́ pé bàbá wa Dèjì Ọ̀bàkúrẹ́ àwọn ni ó fún yín ní àmì ẹ̀yẹ. Please step down and join kábíyèsí.
On behalf of our Kabesi, the Olufi of Bogon, the Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, ably represented by the Deputy, Aki Gómìnà dáadáa, Gómìnà dáa máa ń rí tí wọ́n máa ń dùn, máa ń fi inú èèyàn dùn. Anyway, tó bá ti rí a fi jó, a fi yé gbogbo ibi tó wà. Àìpàdé ní Ondo, so very lovable, so we love him. Alhaji Murtada Adeyemi Mufọlásọlé, nígbà tí wọ́n ka citation lẹ́ẹ̀kan, kò sẹ́ni tó máa gbọ́ tí torí ò ní wú. Bó ṣe ń túlù ṣe, bó ṣe ń tú àwọn ọmọ ìlú ṣe, bó ṣe ń tú palace ṣe, bó ṣe ń tú kábíyèsí ṣe, bó ṣe ń tú àwọn olórí ọlá máa bá yín tó ayé ń ṣe. Ọlọ́run ní gbàgbé yín o. Àsìkò tán fún yín ní àwọ́ọ̀dù yìí, ẹ máa bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ní kẹ́ máa ṣe o. Ẹ má gbàgbé gbọ̀ngàn o. Ọmọ bíbí ìlú ilẹ̀ yẹ ọlọ́dẹ máa tó ayé yín ṣe o. Gbogbo yé àwa bá yín ṣàyẹyẹ ti kábíyèsí 25 year on the throne. Tí mo tún bá my commissioner of police wà bílẹ̀ ní àwọn náà ti dá máa kú rẹ́. So he's a very lovable commissioner. So on behalf of our Kabesi and our governor, Honorable our nations,
because he's a man whose impact cut across every strata of Nigerian society. I have the honor, the respect and humility to read the citation of our darling Eban Abdulrauf Bolanle Olawale Olatokunbo Babalaki, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, OFR, the promised son of Gogoland. Promise means Oluomo. Oluomo. Abdulrauf Bolanle Olawale Olatokunbo Babalaki was born on the 1st of July 1960 to the family of Honorable Justice Bolarewa Oyeboke Babalaki, a retired justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and a prominent and highly respected leader in various facets of Nigerian life, including legal practice, judiciary, education, and a community leader. His mother and wife of Justice Bola Babalaki was a pioneer woman, proprietress of an hospital in Ibadan. She was known for her extreme generosity and philanthropy, as reflected in the name of her hospital, Allah No Hospital. Dr. Wale Babalaki began his education at Sacred Heart Primary Private School, Ring Road, Ibadan. As the pioneer set of that primary school, in Nursery 1, 1963, he left Sacred Heart School as the best graduating student of his class and proceeded to Government College, Ibadan. In Government College, Ibadan, he won the Banjo Prize in 1971 in Greer House. Throughout Government College, Ibadan, he was a very precocious child and played a lot of pranks which got him into a lot of trouble. He hardly took his academic work seriously. In 1976, he proceeded to the Polytechnic Ibadan to pursue his A-levels. One of the teachers in the school discovered that he had a lot of talent that was not reflected in his work and took a special interest in him and encouraged him to take his academic work seriously. The teacher convinced his mother to allow him to take his A-level exam in lower sixth form. His mother accepted and paid for the examinations from her own resources. Wale passed excellently. Atewa, his father was sure that it was a fluke and did not celebrate the performance. He was sure it was not sustainable. May the soul of Justice Adegoke Babalaki, may the soul of Mr. Adegoke, who encouraged Wale, continue to rest in peace. From there on, Wale's academic trajectory moved from very average to become a most outstanding student. He graduated from University of Lagos before he was 21 years old, at the top of his class. He was called to the bar the next year in 1982. He was admitted to Cambridge University for his LLM degree, and he simply flourished at the university. In Cambridge, he was a top student, an offbeat squash player who represented the school in the first division of squash players. He was also nominated to the Piligos, which was a slot created by the matter of the college to identify the most exceptional students at the college who could, in addition to academic work, provide leadership for the citizenry. The number of students in the Piligos never exceeded 12 in the college of about 350 students. Even though his father, who had now become very convinced about Olawale's commitment and scholarship, had paid his school fees from nursery 1 today, Olawale was awarded at the end of this first year of his doctorate program a Commonwealth scholarship, which was very rare these days, was then meant for very outstanding students. In addition to being a very good scholar, he was also extremely financially comfortable in the universities, as his father insisted
of still giving him an allowance in addition to the Commonwealth Fund. Their relationship has become so cordial, a far cry from the GCI, Government College Ibadan days, that we had no hesitation in making whatever we had within his means available to his son, Bolanle or Lawale. Wale submitted his PhD degree before his 26th birthday, even though he had already spent a year in the law school. On leaving Cambridge, the first chancellor of the University of Cambridge and Rost board professor of the laws of English had this to say about his student, Wale Babalakin. We look forward to hearing great things of your future career, which has manifested today. Your research work here was extremely consistent and sound, and you fully deserve your PhD. I hope it now gives you the confidence and the impetus for the future. End of quote. Wale Babalaki returned to Nigeria and had his mandatory youth service with his mentor, Chief Frederick Rotimi Alade Williams, FRA, the law. Wale remains eternally encouraged and grateful for the exposure, environment, the fatherly love, and guidance provided by his great mentor, Chief F.R.A. Williams. Kolawale opened his law firm on the 1st of July, 1988. That was the day he was born, 1st of July, 1960. What a coincidence. And today, the firm has over 50 outstanding solicitors and advocates and branches in Lagos, Abuja, and Port. National service. He was at the time Post-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, University of Maduguri, year 2009 to 2013, where he did marvelously well in this university. He was the chairman of the Committee of Post-Chancellors of all Nigerian universities. Between the year 2009 to 2013, he was just 49 years old when he became the chairman of the committee. He was chairman of the renegotiation committee of the 2009 Federal Government of Nigeria and University-Based Union, ASU, SANO, NAT, NASU Agreement of 2016. It is long. He was chairman of University of Lagos Council from 2019 to 2022, where he resigned the appointment on principle. It is noteworthy that throughout his service in the educational sector, he never collected a kobo as remuneration or sitting allowance. Rather, he spent his own money. He never drove any official cars, and on the contrary, provided money to this institution when it was requested from him. His commercial interests span and cut across, being the chairman of the following companies: Biscon Limited, which succeeded in completing the first airport in Africa to be owned by a private company on a build, operate, and transfer BOT basis. Stability Visioni, a leading construction company, acquired in 1992, still runs today. He owns Oman Engineering, a construction company which is a major player in the road construction industry. He owns Resort International Limited, a company in the frontier of providing accommodation and leisure services in Nigeria. The company owns the federal secretariat in Ikoyi, Lagos, and is awaiting the development approval to turn it into a mega modern territory in Lagos. He owns the Amalgamated Estate Limited, a real estate company that develops and has developed and is still developing many estate companies in Lagos. He owns Biscon Highways Limited, an infrastructure development company that initiated, conceptualized, and packaged the first toll road PPP in Nigeria, that is Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The consensus of PPP scholars and administrators is that the termination of the project was wrong and a great setback to the infrastructure development of this country.
Kábíyèsí, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to represent Bọ́láńlé Ọláwálé Bàbáláké, a distinguished son of Nigeria, of Gbọ̀ngán and Nigeria, to be presented with this plaque. But it will be done, the presentation will be done by the representative of Ọ̀ọ̀nìrìṣà himself, Ọba Ògúnwùsì Ẹnìtàn of Jágàtù. Kábíyèsí, we are representing our father.